Okay. Hello and welcome. Good morning, good day, good evening, wherever you are. Let's continue with 13 Sentinels and see. Well, I don't know. At this point, I really don't know when the game is really going to, show its cards, when it's really gonna show where the hell it is going. I feel like there are at least, I don't know, like 50 different story threads where I still don't really know either where they come from or where they're going or how they're connected. And the weirdest part is I have like a somewhat of a good picture now of, at least where the game's taking place most of the time, right? And I do kind of feel that it's, how do I put it? I feel like I get the sort of the current situation. But again, where is it going? Right? What is the actual story beyond the smaller stories that we've seen so far? And again, how do they connect and why? Why was a question that I think brought up a lot of the time during the last stream, and I'm just sort of, sometimes I'm really at a lack for words about what the hell is happening, right? And I know the game does give you the option to look through specific, either places or characters, and obviously we do have the timelines and stuff, but even that doesn't really, well, kind of explain what I'm looking for, which obviously makes sense because, that's the point, right? I do expect there to be some sort of big revelation at some point that where we're gonna go and say, oh, now I get it, right? That's what it's been all about. And I don't know, I have really been blown away by this game so far because it just keeps going. Right? It just keeps going and adding on to this already massively complex story in a lot of ways. But at the same time, it still feels as if there is like one core story that is actually not that complex, and that's absolutely a good thing because at some point it has to bring it back to something you can relate to, right? And I do think that it's setting that specific point up, right? I do think that it's setting up some sort of big revelation where you just go, oh, now I get it, right? And it's really, really cool seeing all of that unfold, right? And being part of it. I really like that, but it can be very draining going through it, right? Which, again, is a really cool thing. I absolutely appreciate it, and I said that last time as well, I think, that the game's not holding back, right? It's not like pretending that you're a toddler, or like it's not, you have the ability to go back and, look at certain things, and I guess you also don't have to play the game in like 8-hour chunks, right? You could literally just do like 2 hours at a time or something. So it's giving you a lot of options in terms of how to approach this complicated story, right? Or these things where you never quite know where they're coming from, what are they connecting to, and it's also giving you the opportunity to kind of go back and look up certain scenes, reread stuff about them. So I think it's really a cool setup, but it's also, again, it's not holding back, right? It's not pretending that you are not intelligent or something like that, right? Which often, unfortunately, is a thing, mostly in AAA video games, where you kind of feel like, wait, was this like written for 12-year-olds, right? And you look on the game box and it literally says, only 16 and up or only 18 and up, and you kind of go, wait, but if only adults are supposed to play this game, then why is the story written as if, I don't know, 12-year-old and 8-year-old can understand it. And even then, I would still think that most 8-year-olds are probably a lot smarter than how a lot of video game stories are written. So, yeah, I don't really know what's happening there sometimes. And it kind of, honestly, sometimes makes me question what kind of people they hire to write video game stories. Like, are they just not smart? Or maybe they don't hire writers at all, and they're just marketing people that are writing the story. That would explain a lot. Yeah, anyway, this game, thankfully, isn't like that. So let's get back into it and see where we can go from here. So it says we're 59% through the story. Obviously, there has to be a point somewhere where we do need to go back into Destruction. That being said, Destruction doesn't actually take that long, I felt like, even on the highest difficulty. At least the levels or waves that I've played through. It's not like you're sitting there playing a game of chess for like 3 hours. It's, that part doesn't seem to be too demanding, which I do think is also a good thing. While I appreciate that there is another part to the game that you can engage with if you want to, and again, the game is letting you do that at your own pace and when you want to do it, which is pretty cool as well, I think. I also think that the destruction part not necessarily being the most demanding thing ever definitely works well in this kind of game, because if you suddenly would be locked out for hours and hours of progressing the story simply because you have to clear a level that's really complicated to clear and demands a lot of tactics, with the way the game is set up, I don't think that would work that well, right? I mean, you can always turn down the difficulty, obviously, so I don't know, maybe there will be actually very, very demanding tactical battles later on. We'll see about that. But until then, there's still a lot of story moments that we can progress, because I do keep unlocking new stories constantly. We have Juro Korabi's story. Which one did I end on last time? I don't think I ended on Juro, right? Or did I? I definitely did play a lot of Juro. The two that we currently still have are Juro and Iori. Which is interesting to me because they both, at least their older versions, seem to play a big part, which that is still one of the missing connections that the title of the stream is hinting at, right? Is I'm really not sure where or how their older versions come into play here. Like, did they clone themselves at multiple stages throughout their life? Because it seemed like, at least when we were going to 2089, that somehow 16 years actually progressed there. But that doesn't really fit together with what I think I found out, that there isn't actually time travel involved. It's just basically multiple dome cities where these characters can shift from one to the, or teleport from one to the next without time traveling, right? It's just dome cities that are set in different time periods of historical events, so to speak. I don't know. Then again, it sometimes seemed as if, especially the timeline of like 2104 seemed special, but maybe there is a dome city that is set in 2104, but then there is maybe an actual timeline. That was something that I was speculating about last time, that maybe there is one actual past timeline that we've been witnessing, but at the same time, there are also these dome cities in 2188 that are pretending to being the timeline of 2104. So, not really sure about that. But let's keep on with what I did last time, which is basically continue with the character that has the lowest current percentage, which, crazily enough, is Juro Korabe in this case with 77%. He went to Ryoko Shinonome for help and discovered the truth about Kyuta Shiba. The confusion sends Korabe's consciousness further into darkness. So, well, that's another point that I was really interested in finding out about is we've seen the older version of Juro kill people, right? Still no idea why, which again comes back to the same thing I was just saying. The older version of Iori, Dr. Murimura, they together attacked what I presumed was the Sentinel research facility, I think in 1944, but it might have been 1984, in that specific sector. I don't really know why they would do that, right? I mean, but then again, I also don't know why or how the Sentinels are a thing, right? Yet anyway. But originally I presumed that because Juro did that, when he ultimately lost his memories, they decided to give him a slightly different character, right? He would still be Juro, but he would just be a little bit different. And originally I thought it was to prevent him from doing that again. But that was still back when I thought that we had actual time travel going on, right? Which the multiple characters sort of going back through time and whatnot. Now, if that's not a thing, then, what's that about now, right? Maybe it was just actually, so what we kind of possibly discovered is that maybe all of these characters are supposed to get all of their memories back for some reason, right? So they all, at some point, their nanomachines or their brains lost their memories, and now they're somebody, something, or whatever is trying to give them back their memories, right? And what we did learn last time is that in order to do that, they basically have to, so they have like this Deimos code in their brain, right? Which is basically a virus that infected them, which is also why they can't stay in the Sentinels for too long, unless they, otherwise they'll get overtaken and their brain gets damaged and whatnot. So in order for them to basically isolate that Deimos code, at least that's how I understood it, they, there is a lot of memory loss that occurred, but there is a way to basically copy your brain and your memories, right, at a certain point in time, and then take that copy data and reinsert it into the same person, right? And they're doing that by basically copying the memory data over to the nanomachines, which then kind of take over the brain. And ultimately what happens is that technically an AI is controlling that, but because that AI is slowly taking over and basically copying over the actual memory data to your brain, at the end of the process, you'll be the person again, right? The correct person, so to speak, right? Technically, at least that's how they sort of looked at it, and why a couple of characters seem to have reservations against it is because, there was technically then there an AI that has been taken over their brain. But technically that's also not true because they're the exact same person with the exact same brain, the exact same function, the exact same behavior, everything, right? So why does it matter if on paper it's an AI if the result is the exact same, right? That was sort of the argument that had been made by, I think it was Okino, which curiously enough, we don't play Okino, so that seems to be a very central person to, that's possibly, trying to give them their memories back. Now, the way they're doing that for the characters, or at least in certain cases, in this case with Juro, for example, the way they're giving him back his memories. So basically the nanomachines, I presume, which hold those memories, they're pretending, or they're that AI, right, is basically projecting things into his vision or into his perception that don't actually exist. In this case, his friend Shiba, right? And Shiba then gives him videotapes of what he thinks are cool movies to watch, right? But without realizing those videotapes, well, they're actually not real. They're just a construct of his nanomachines. They're being projected into his brain. And through watching those constructed videotapes, he's getting back his memories, right? That's the process of how his nanomachines are basically overriding his brain and giving him back his memories. Now, still no idea what that actually means, right? What are we shooting at here? Juro Izumi is coming back, and then what? Is he just going to live here with his memories intact, but still in this dome city for whatever reason, and stuck in a certain timeline, but with the knowledge that there are Sentinels, and like, what's the end goal here, right? That we still don't know about. Also, that process does seem to be pretty, how do I put it, like, it seems to be pretty difficult, and it seems to result in errors sometimes, right? Because we saw that Juro's actual brain, I guess, was pushing back against what the nanomachines were trying to write over into his brain, right? And yeah, I don't really know why is his brain doing that, and if they created this personality of Juro Kurabe, did they maybe make a mistake in giving him that personality? Did that make it harder for his memories to be overwritten? Or maybe there's even, I'm just thinking about that, maybe there's like another force or somebody Murimura works for or whatever that for some reason is trying to manipulate that process of them actually getting back their memories, right? And they're doing that by basically making them aware of the fact that their memories are being overwritten, even though technically that's what they would want to happen, right? Again, there's all kinds of crazy ways how this could go, right? Or why this is happening. And I'm here for it, but it's very, very difficult. And even just recapping the story, you're already sort of thinking about multiple different ways for why this might be happening, right? And obviously the problem as the player is you only get this limited perspective of Juro. Yes, of course, we can sort of cross-reference certain things that are happening with other characters, and I find that really, really cool, right? If you were to go back and, I guess, play this game over again after you played through it for the first time, you'd probably realize that during all the other scenes with all the other characters, like when you're playing another character and interacting with Juro, that Kyuta Shiba guy never appears, right? That guy only ever is in the scenes with Juro. But unless you're very perceptive or accidentally sort of realize that, I think, that's a really cool setup, because I guess I just assumed, oh, okay, Kyuta Shiba, that's his friend, right? He maybe isn't really that important for the other characters, and so, well, he's just not there when you're playing the other characters, right? Which, to be fair, right, in most other games, and that is sort of where my assumption probably comes from, in most other games, that's how it would be, right? He wouldn't be there not because they cleverly set it up for him to only be, a construct of Juro's mind, but because the writers simply forgot, oh fuck, he's just his friend, right? That's what I mean with other video games being written pretty poorly most of the time, is that they kind of just forget about stuff like that, right? So you never really blink twice when you see stuff like that happening, especially in video games, because you just assume, oh yeah, they just had a bad writer that just forgot about that detail, whatever, right? It's not important. Well, here it actually is. And yeah, now that I think back, for example, I think we had a scene where Juro, during his story, actually went to Amiguchi's apartment together with Kyuta Shiba. that was a Juro story, right? Whereas in Amiguchi's story, I think we've only ever seen Juro come to his apartment, right? I'm just now realizing that, but those kinds of really cool details. So we can, I guess if I were to go back, we do have this sort of event catalog, I think that's what it's called, right? If I were to go back there, we could probably sort of cross-reference certain scenes from certain characters' perspectives, because there have been multiple scenes at this point where we've seen the same scene from multiple characters' point of views, right? And you could probably look at that and sort of realize what kind of details are only happening within certain characters' minds, basically. That would probably be a cool thing to do, but it's also would be retroactively really cool to do after you've played through the game. Yeah. Anyway, that's what's been happening with Juro, and yeah, I don't really know where his story will go. So let's continue. I don't expect us to find out at this point in time. 77%, there are probably like 3 more scenes or something. And I don't expect us to be able to unlock the last scene at least until like some sort of other really important event, right? Anyway, let's get into it.
Yeah.
So I guess he's still in the classroom, struggling to comprehend that there is a friend he just imagined the whole time. Last time, what we did was basically we ran away from him.
Let's go home.
And I don't know if I have to do that again. So we do have him as a thought. Is Tsukasa Okino the new thing that we now know?
That guy in my dream. He called himself Tsukasa Okino. I feel like we've met somewhere before.
I think last time we were able to access something in the, well, they're calling it a UFO, but in the mainframe below the city. If I remember correctly.
Let me guess. You're meeting up at the same place again? Pretty much, yeah. See ya. Bye.
Oh, I can talk to her about that?
So, Atari-san, do you have a minute? It's about Kisaragi-san.
Usami-chan?
Where does she always go?
Why do you ask?
Ogata-kun was looking for her.
Oh, really? Maybe Nenji-kun likes her.
So, do you know?
She goes to Tokisaka Shrine. I think she's waiting for someone there.
Tokisaka Shrine? Is that the one that's supposedly haunted? I've been there before. Something happened there. I can't remember.
Oh, wait!
What?
They say the shrine by our school is haunted by ghosts. Kisaragi-san's told me a bit about it. She seems interested in the shrine for some reason.
Yeah, what is she doing there? I mean, she might be shifting, but why? And to what points?
Please don't tell Nenji-kun. The person she's meeting is a boy, so... Oh, no.
Have I seen Tomi Kisaragi together with somebody at the shrine? We've seen a lot of people be at the shrine and shifting, but most of that has been more or less on accident, I think. Okay, I guess, do I need to get rid of Shiba again? How did I do that last time?
What? Why the long... Have another...
Knock it off. I'm not...
That's a conversation we had last time. Oh, wait, I can ask him about that too? Oh wait, what's the new thing we could talk about? Juro Izumi?
Tell me the truth. This isn't about my lost memories, is it? You're not trying to restore them. You're giving me someone else's.
What are
Not
you talking
really.
about? They're Juro's memories.
In other words, yours. The other Juro Izumi.
You know, this one's 3 times older than you.
Okay, that seemed like an important point. Yeah, something is definitely still going on with time. Like, the different sectors that we're visiting, they're not actually different points in time. But at some point, these characters did actually grow up. Now I get it. So, I mean, it's kind of logical, right? Because obviously a lot of the memories that we have seen from him have been at points where he was older. Like when he meets with Morimura on that bridge and they shoot each other or whatever it was. At least they're pointing guns at each other. So, But why would older characters of themselves exist? Also, that doesn't quite fit. So, the one they called Sector 0, isn't that 2065 or something? That's not the one in 2104, right? Because now I'm thinking that maybe... I mean, obviously there's a million different possibilities here, but maybe... maybe a couple of these dome cities are either backups or sort of first experiments or something, but maybe there's an actual recreation of Earth at one point in time that they did, and maybe that actually progressed somehow. And that's where the older characters come from. Then again, we've only seen a couple of older characters, right? Now that I think about it, have we seen, for example, an older Keitaro Miura? Because the Keitaro Miura that we've seen so far, right, isn't that... We have sort of, even though that kind of word is, you know, difficult to fully trust in the context of this game, but we've seen a person that looked like Keitaro Miura in 2188 talk about the fact that he wants his, I guess, clone to live in 1944, right? And now that I think about it, we haven't seen an older version of Keitaro Miura. So... But then... Which characters have we seen older versions from? So, for example, the Shikishima CEO, right? The old guy. He was called Gota, right? And then Nenji is his son, but the Nenji that we've seen looked like in his, I don't know, 40s? Maybe even late 40s or something? So that wouldn't really fit with the age of Morimura and Juro. The older versions of those. How does this work then? Like, because I was wondering if maybe the older version of Juro and Morimura are sort of the quote-unquote current versions of them. So they would be in the exact same point in time as, let's say, the Nenji that took over Shikishima after his father died. Though maybe that's not true. And also, there has to be a reason. So they're trying to insert their own memories into younger versions of themselves for some reason. But why, though? What exactly would be the point of that? Especially since, I mean, like, their whole... How old? Like, the Morimura that we've seen is like 32, right? Or 33, something like that. Basically, for whatever reason, 16 years after the Iri Fuyusaka that we've seen here in school. But unless there's some sort of extinction event going on, why would they feel the need to insert their memories into a younger version of themselves? And even then, like, 33 or something isn't that old, right? So, I mean, for example, if I had the possibility, if someone would come up to me and say, okay, so you want to live forever, blah, 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 you want to insert your memories into a younger version of yourself as backup, basically, wouldn't I still wait until I'm like, I don't know, 60 at least to do that? So that my younger version could then start off with basically my life's memories, except the part when you're really old. And even then, right, that would be difficult to gauge. Like, what point in time would you choose for that? Because, at least the way they're doing it, right, you'd... I mean, that's a very philosophical question, I feel like, but... I would kind of want to have as many memories as possible in a younger version of myself. But then, obviously, I don't know at which point in time my own brain might degrade because of old age. Right? I mean, we haven't really figured that out yet. I mean, maybe they have. Like, if nanomachines in your brain can exist, then maybe they would be able to find out why dementia is a thing, for example, and prevent it. But especially in those kind of scenarios, wouldn't you basically want your memories to be all your life's memories that are set into... So why would they feel the need to insert the memories of a 33-year-old into the body of a 17-year-old? Like, why? Especially in this kind of scenario where they're in these dome cities that... Unless there's something where they... But we also have seen the older version of Morimura sit in a Sentinel, right? So clearly they could still pilot Sentinels at that age. So it's also got nothing to do with Sentinels requiring a younger body for some reason. That could have been an explanation for that. I mean, at least this... what he just said, like what Shiva just said, right? It seems to confirm, okay, they're getting the memories of their older selves. But again, question being why. And what does that mean for the characters where we haven't seen older versions of them anywhere? Because I was speculating last time that the percentage that we see for their quote-unquote story progress is actually the percentage for their memory override. But where would he get memories from? And once again, why? Like, what? I don't know. Okay, let's continue here. I no idea where this is going. Oh no, I don't want to exit. Oh, but...
So it wasn't fully what?
Okay. Okay, I need to talk to him some more, I think. Or did I have to... I don't remember how I was able to get away from him.
4-8, I already told?
That doesn't...
Then why don't you...
I'm not.
You know, we can't have you causing a scene here.
Can I just go?
Memory needs to be wiped clean. Let me try one more time.
Oh, right, it's... when he goes away, right? Now. Okay, I forgot about that. So before he comes back, now I need to go. And we want to go... Wait, we don't have that we want to go?
Hey, what? No, I shouldn't. If I run to the nurse, I'll put Shinonome-senpai at risk too.
Oh, wait, what?
No, if I run to the nurse, I'll put Shinonome.
Okay, we can't go there.
She's not. Are you looking for some? Yeah, Okura. Sure am. Got a clue where she.
Well, probably the nurse's office. Oh! No, never mind. We can talk to him about that.
Hey,
okay.
I think I do have an idea. I heard she
Right,
went
I
to
wanted to
Tokisaka
go to the shrine.
Huh?
Forgot that
For
for a
real?
second. With all my...
What the heck is she thinking? Wait. I'll come with you.
Oh, okay, so that's how we
There's
get
something
there.
I want to check. Be my guest.
Ah, nice, okay. We did do the right thing.
This street. I've been here before. I think I saw something. The memories are starting to come back. But I can't remember any specifics.
Was there a scene with the older Juro that we saw here at the shrine? There might have been. Oh, hello.
Ogata. You. Hey, Hijiyama. You remember all that shit you put me through? 'Cause I sure as hell do. I see how it is. You came looking for another black eye. Try it. See what happens.
Guys, can we, like, focus on the important stuff here?
Ogata-kun, aren't we here to look for Kisaragi-san? Yeah, okay, fine. Don't have time for this. What? Sorry to disappoint. We'll dance some other time. And that's your decision to make, huh? Selfish bastard. What the hell are you doing here anyways? I'm looking for Okino. What happened to him?
I guess Kisaragi met up with Okino for some reason?
This is just what I heard from Sawatari-san. But according to her, Kisaragi-san's been going out to meet some guy lately. She what? Just the two of them? So this Okino you're looking for, is that Tsukasa Okino? What, you know him? Not exactly. That's just the name I heard in my dream. But it's probably the same person. So that's who Kisaragi ran off with. Got a feeling I know where they went, too. What? How? She mentioned something about it.
She did.
By the way, do you know how to work this time travel business? Oh. You don't know either?
Oh, okay, yeah. Ninja. This is so weird, man, right? They know about the shifting stuff to a degree, but they never quite know what is actually going on. Which is, well, now that I think about it, right? If all they're trying to do is sort of... But again, why isn't the whole shifting and everything? Well, I guess the older versions would know about that, right? It all comes back to the question of why, though, right? Why would they need younger versions of themselves and insert their memories into them? Because the fact that shifting exists and everything, that's obviously they would need to know about that, right? I guess. Again, question being, why do they want to do this? Like, why? What is the ultimate goal here? And does Okino want to facilitate that, or
it was right here.
Is he working against them?
Something happened. But what was it? Oh yeah. I carried something over to the dumpster.
The dumpster? Right?
What's up?
A dead person, possibly? Did he dump
There's a corpse in there. The hell? No way. Cut the crap. Whoa! Isn't that... Hey, give me a hand. Sure
Oh.
looks like a corpse. But this thing's a robot. It's Tamao-san. Why? Why does it look like her? Tamao. Tamao Karabe. Wait, what? My grandma?
Okay, that's the version of Tamao after they shot her on that bridge, right? So Yuki basically lured her there, and then Morimura and all the others started shooting her. Or it. Him? Wait, isn't that... At that point in time, that android was the recreated AI of Juro Izumi, though, right? Why is it in here? And Juro? So did the older Juro maybe find this and realize that it's his own memories in there and he wanted to save the android from others or something? But why though? What did the older Juro, like...
No. This is...
The incident at the shrine. Or is it some AI gone rogue? Was all this started up by, for some reason, that older Amiguchi trying to recreate Tomi Kisaragi but accidentally reactivating Juro? And then his AI started something, but... Let's recall this. I can't seem to make the connection here.
It's dark out already. Well, that's okay. This was worth the detour. I finally got my hands on that movie. Now I just need to get home and watch it.
So is he going to witness that android shifting?
I'm sorry
Oh.
I had to come to this.
Oh.
I should never have let you out of the underground.
Just as I thought, you've returned. If only I hadn't spared you.
I won't let anyone
What?
interfere with my escape.
You must think you're handling this situation well. But Mira is well aware.
I doubt it.
The reason he deleted your memories at school
Mira?
was to hide the log from you.
Quit stalling. Morimura must have arranged this.
What? Wait, what? What the hell were they just talking about? Morimura must have arranged? The Morimura that we saw shot this android. Wait, yeah, but how did it get here with Sekigahara? So after it jumped off the bridge, did it somehow find Sekigahara? But why? How does Sekigahara fit together with all of this? What is Miura doing? What the fuck are they running from? The hell is going on? And how does the android end up in the dumpster? Why would Jiro just do that?
What? She's not human.
Android's still alive though, right? I mean, the light's still on at least.
Is this a doll? That's odd. If that's the case, then who was talking to him?
Cool.
Kurabe, don't move a muscle. Or would you like your skull to be crushed? This body will not last for much longer. I approximate about 5 minutes. But that should be plenty.
Oh fuck, did it copy over? It's...
Only enter your nanomachines.
Okay. Yeah,
I
it...
thought I was done for. But it seems today's my lucky day.
Hey, what are you doing? Juro.
What?
Okay. Sorry for stopping again, but that's why his last name is fucking Kurabe. Because I guess... And that's why he's fighting against his memories overriding his own. Because he's not... Like, that's why the other personality existed within him. That's why... He's the only one who has that sort of weird problem of having two different versions of himself. Because I guess the nanomachines are still doing that overriding process to his brain, but at the same time there's also this android or AI, this other AI within him, I guess, that's now manipulating that, or trying to anyways. But, okay, so then who... I still don't really know who this Tamao Kurabe really is, right? Wasn't she a researcher somehow for the actual, like, 2188 Shikishima? Or Newman Inc.? But why? I mean, we don't really know that much about that in particular. And... I mean, that's still not exactly what might have set this off, though, right? I mean, we do know that this AI that was in this android seems to have been a version of Juro Izumi after he already killed Kisaragi and the others, right? And he's been hopping through multiple bodies, basically. But that is still, you know, plainly speaking, it is still, quote-unquote, just copied over memories from Juro Izumi, right? That have been brought back by that older Amaguchi for his own research, basically, because he wanted to recreate Tomi Kisaragi after she'd been killed, I presume. So, funnily enough, even though we figured out this, I don't know, AI jumping through bodies business, I still have absolutely no idea what the actual reason for that is, or how or why it would be important to the bigger plot of the game. Unless this is, but... That's the thing, right? If time travel isn't a thing, then how would... Did this still create the Deimos code somehow? I don't know. No, that can't be true, because Juro was already in the process, apparently, of his memories being rewritten, but...
Who are you?
Come on, man. Did you forget your best buddy? I'm afraid... That's not very nice.
Yeah. Sorry. I remember now. You're... Shiba-kun.
Oh, no, wait a second. I got it. No, but... Huh? Oh, wait a second. So, maybe I got this wrong. maybe in this particular scenario, Juro actually rented a proper video from a store. Maybe that was just a red herring somehow? And now Kyutoshiba is this AI that just entered his nanomachines from the dead android. Yeah, that must be it. So this is basically the first time he's meeting Kyutoshiba. So we don't actually know whether or not some sort of memory overriding process took place previously with this version of Juro Izumi. That being said, though, that's also why all the other characters have been still calling him Izumi, right? And this android AI now wants to call him Kurabe. But then, there's still this really, really important missing link of how the events of the older characters link back to this, right? Because while this is now how the whole Juro Kurabe versus Izumi process started, apparently, what does it have to do with the other characters exactly?
Wait, hold on. I was attacked. I need to call the police.
Attacked?
Oh.
Maybe you really did go nuts.
Now it also makes sense that he's hiding the android.
Are you telling me this doll attacked you? Where'd you get that thing anyway?
Right, okay, Shiba now convinces him it's just a doll, throw it away, okay. But somehow his actual memories then got through against Shiba, right? Ah, that's actually really, really cool. Man, it's such a cool setup, right? Because the game sort of plays with your perception as well, like a lot, right? You sort of start off with not really thinking about Shiba at all, right? Not being suspicious of anything. And then you get more and more suspicious as the game is going on. But then suddenly the game sort of explains, oh yeah, by the way, there's this memory overriding process going on, blah, blah, blah. And you kind of feel like, oh yeah, okay, so that should be happening then, right? That's sort of a good thing. They're just reinserting their own character with older memories into the same one, right? So you're sort of going, well, why are we even working against Shiba? And then suddenly you realize, oh, fuck, no, it's actually not his proper memories. It's sort of a rogue AI version of his own memories that over multiple body jumps got reinserted into his brain. That is crazy, right? And now obviously you don't trust Shiba anymore. Though then again, we don't even really know why the original Juro Izumi did all that, right? Why did he kill those people? Did he find out something of importance that would lead him, or that would make his decision to kill them a right decision in a particular context, right? This is crazy.
Just leave this thing out in the street? What if it causes a car accident? You'd be in deep shit, man.
Yeah, you're right.
Let's just dump it in the trash.
Wait, something's just...
Oh, snap out of it. Come on, I'll help you get rid of the thing. Just pick it up already.
Alright.
Yeah, that is crazy. There's like 5 different levels of is something good or bad going on, right? Okay, and there's still two scenes that go from the hallway. There are neither the nurse's office nor Tokisaka Shrine that we still need to see. Yeah, it still doesn't answer the core of the question, right? It still doesn't answer how all of these events started. Why Why did we see an older Morimura and Juro attack a facility? Why did they end up working against each other? Why did that Juro shoot people? And at this point in time, I still don't even really know who that older version of Amiguchi is, right? I don't think we've even really seen why he would be, like, in love with Kisaragi, right? Have they ever really interacted? I mean, sure, in those particular scenes I was just describing with him recreating the android and stuff, but... Okay, as I was thinking, he's locked again. Ooh, that's a really late wave, right? Second area, Shibugaki City, wave 10. So we have to clear like 18 waves or something to get to that. Okay. I feel like we're really getting close to our second excursion into the destruction part. It's kind of crazy to think how long ago that was, right? My current story progression is 60%. And I think the last time that I did destruction, it was like 22. Holy fuck. But somehow we can continue Iori Fuyusaka's story at 85%. So the last thing that we did with her, she was harassed by some delinquents until he diffused the situation. Before he took off completely, she made up her mind and admitted her feelings for him. So that's Sekigahara she's talking about. Yeah, how do Okino and Sekigahara fit into all of this? And then there are basically two different versions of Sekigahara as well, right? One that knows stuff and one that doesn't for some reason, and Okino is helping him like override his own memories and stuff. No idea.
All right.
Well, maybe we'll find out something with her. Once again in the city.
Shall we get a bite to eat?
Yeah, good idea. You can choose, Miwako.
Is something wrong with Sami-chan? First you helped me look for that record. Now this. I feel like you've been extra nice to me lately.
Oh, come on, don't overthink it. I just figured, you know all the best places to go.
Are you sure?
Huh?
Are you sure it's okay for me to decide?
Of course.
In that case...
You cool with that, Iori?
Yes, is that okay?
Okay, this is definitely new, I think. I'm just trying to figure out who this Tomi Kisaragi is. Is it already the android? How does Miwako fit into all of this, by the way, right? She's not a construct of anyone's mind, I don't think. Unless it's like a shared thing that multiple people share in their mind. But no, we've seen, for example, Juro also saw Miwako, so I think she's legit. But why, though, right? Why is she someone everybody interacts with, doesn't seem to be a construct of anyone's mind, still friends with them? I feel like there might be more to her than we know, or maybe I'm overthinking it in this case. But again, who is this Tomi Kisaragi? Is it the Juro Izumi android? No. Wait, well, yeah, it could be. Extra nice to Miwa-chan. Yeah, that does seem like something's already happened, right? That does seem like maybe the Kisaragi previously wasn't as nice to Miwako, and now the AI is trying to, you know, be as accommodating as possible to not really make anyone suspicious.
What do you feel like today, Miwa-chan?
You're about to find out.
Ooh, that looks tasty.
Was that an izakaya? I thought those places didn't open till late.
They don't, but you can still order yakitori for takeout. I've been wanting to try it forever. It's so good.
What's going on with Kisaragi
You're
there?
right. It's hot off the grill and charred just right. What is this, a festival? Feels weird to walk around with this.
Why?
You're right. People are giving us looks. They say high school girls can get away with anything. But this is embarrassing.
Why? What?
Just try a bite, Usami-chan.
Whoa, that is good! I love the sauce.
Every other time they've just eaten their stuff without being embarrassed about it. Is there something specific about that would seem not right to others? I'm not entirely sure.
Well then, now that that's taken care of, do you have something to tell us, Iori-chan?
Huh? Don't think we can't tell.
What are you guys talking about?
Come on, spill the beans.
I thought we were friends, Iori-chan. Are you not going to tell us what happened with your crush? We have a right to know. Did you at least get his name?
Don't tell me you just ran up to him and confessed.
Pretty much, I think. So now we can talk to them about Ei Sekigahara.
His name is
Ei Sekigahara.
Sekigahara? Of all people. You know him, Usami-chan? Well, let's just say you should stay away from that guy.
Why?
He's not a normal high school kid. He's
She
involved
knows.
in some shady business.
She, or rather Juro Izumi's AI, knows something about Sekigahara. So... Yeah, who or what is Sekigahara? Like, he's the only one that talked about, like, coming from another dimension or something. So, was he maybe sent in here with some sort of specific instruction? Like, maybe Amiguchi realized... I mean, we haven't seen that, right? But, I mean, it might just be that Amiguchi realized, oh fuck, I've let an AI loose, and so he maybe told Sekigahara, hey, by the way, to go back there and kill that thing, right? So, you know what? Maybe at some point the AI from Juro Izumi, it actually takes over Murimura. Maybe that's why they've been fighting against each other the whole time. But then again, that was Juro Izumi's older version, right? Just wondering if, like, did Sekigahara kill Murimura, maybe not as Murimura, but maybe at that point she was already somebody else? And that, but then the whole, like, wouldn't that have meant that Sekigahara was successful? Unless he's been set up in some sort of other way that makes him maybe think that he should kill Murimura, but in actuality that's not correct?
I know our ways of life are worlds apart. It may be dangerous. It may be stupid. But I can't stop how I feel.
Iori.
Oh, there you are. Hello.
Fusaka.
Huh? Sekigahara-kun.
Come with me.
What? But...
You. What do you want with Iori?
Tell me, Kisaragi. There's no time to explain. Just come. Please, Fuyusaka.
Yori-chan, follow your heart. If you need to go, then go. Right.
Sekigahara still seemed to be somewhat on the fence against Tomi Kisaragi, though, right? So if he knows but doesn't know?
Huh?
The premonitions you told me about.
Yes.
They're not actually premonitions. They're the memories of Chihiro Morimura.
Yeah.
Our teacher?
You received them in a memory transplant.
No way.
Why, though?
Future technology does have that capability.
You mean Miss Morimura is from the future?
Correct. Just as you saw in your dreams.
If that's true, are Amiguchi-kun and Kurabe-kun the same?
Kurabe? You're acquainted with Tamao-san?
Oh.
Tamao? No, I meant Juro Kurabe from my class.
Now, okay.
Juro. So that's it.
Why did I have a memory transplant?
If I had to guess, no. It's better you hear it from her directly.
Are we going to Morimura?
We'll be seeing her soon.
Okay, that sounds like Sekigahara is looking for that rogue AI, right? I mean, it was kind of weird that he seemed a little bit suspicious about Tomi Kisaragi already.
Hey, wait!
But at the same time, so that might have been the point where he realized, oh, maybe that AI is within Juro, right? Because Juro Kurabe, that definitely tripped him up.
Looks like we got here first.
So this feels like that, in actuality, Sekigahara has somehow been working together with Morimura, potentially looking for that rogue AI for some reason. Which now kind of makes me think that he didn't really kill her. Well, there is an explanation here that after that scene we just saw with Juro, right? So that was, we saw Sekigahara, that was before the whole Juro Kurabe thing even starts, right? And then now Sekigahara found out about that. I wonder if what's then happening is that Sekigahara goes back and tries to deal with Juro Kurabe, tries to deal with that AI, but somehow the AI takes over Sekigahara. And since Sekigahara was working with Morimura, what ends up happening is that Morimura trusts him, but in actuality it's Juro Izumi's AI, and that AI kills Morimura. That might be a thing, and maybe why the reason for Sekigahara leaving behind breadcrumbs is because he realizes that by doing that, he might confuse the AI, right? If the AI were to take over his body, he might be able to overwrite or at least get back certain memories or prevent the AI from doing certain things by basically telling his self that now houses the AI within him about actual reality, right? But all of this, what we see now, seems to all come back to that AI and to the moment of the older Amiguchi recreating Tomi Kisaragi and wanting to recreate her. Like, how does that link back to everything else?
Let's
see.
Here.
Maybe we'll get some more hints about certain things.
What is it?
Would you mind if I called you Akun?
If that's what you want.
Yay! What's wrong?
So at this point, he is already doing the memory transplant as well.
Are you okay?
You know, I grew up just like you. Right here in Ashitaba City. Well, 80 years into the future, that is. You saw it, right? The wreckage.
But, yeah, I mean, that's also something that we... Shouldn't Sekigahara know more than that? Isn't that future that he's just describing also just a dome world? That's not actually in the future?
It'll happen here any day now. Just as you saw in your dreams. This town will come under attack by the Daimos.
If those dreams were Miss Morimura's memories, that's why you both came here, right? To fight the kaiju.
Not Morimura. Not anymore. At this point, it's up to us.
Us?
The compatible ones. Those capable of altering this world. You're one of them. But this world is beyond saving.
Huh?
So it seems like Sekigahara doesn't have the full picture, right? But
Would you like to come with me?
we don't
We can
either,
go
obviously.
back 16 years and try again.
16
The
years,
city
what?
may go down, but it won't take us with it. 16 more years should be enough time to prepare. We'll win next time.
Why 16 all of a sudden? Fucking hell, the game's really... So now, suddenly, I'm starting to think that maybe time travel does also exist, and we've sort of been faked out into first thinking that, yeah, it's time travel, then the game trying to convince us, oh no, there is actually no time travel involved here, and now suddenly maybe we do also have time travel on top of everything else? But going back 16 years from this point in time, that would technically be 19... what? Where are we? 84 or 85? So technically 67, 68? Yeah. No, wait. 16 years? What do you say? 1968 or 1969, and we've never seen that time, so I don't think that's possible. Maybe he just thinks it's possible because he's seen 2089? There's something finicky is going on with 2089. Coming back to those older versions of themselves, right? I mean, something like, where do they come from? Because that is still 100 years in the past, technically, right? But not the actual, like, it's not actually in the past, I assume. But maybe that's somehow where it all started? I mean, that could also be a thing, but then why create the other? That is sort of... If 2089, for some reason, is their first attempt at creating one of these dome cities, and they inserted themselves into it as clones or whatever, and then they let it run for 16 years, and then for some reason decided to do other ones as well, why do that, right? I mean, Unless maybe that 2089 was created as some sort of secret experiment first, before the other ones started? But again, why? And how would the older versions, I mean, did they realize that they were in some sort of experiment and now they're trying to get rid of all the different domes, or they're trying to save all the domes? Again, even that, right? Even something as extreme as saving versus deleting everything we don't really know where these stand. Like, did they realize that they were in some sort of, like, on another world that was just sort of an experiment of how a potential second Earth could be set up or something, and they want to survive? But technically, the stuff that we've seen in that underground lab, right? That's in like 2101 or something, or 2100. So, with what I just said, that would be sort of the, like, that 2089 after like 11 years or something. But at that point in time, they already seem to have access to the mainframe and everything. So wouldn't the people that set this whole experiment up try to do something against that? That is also what I'm not really getting here. Like, as soon as they realized, oh fuck, our experiment was potentially being manipulated by the participants in our experiment ourselves, or themselves, right? Then wouldn't they try to shut it down immediately? Unless there was some delay to that. I mean, one thing that we have heard is apparently this all takes place about 12 light years away from the actual Earth. So if we're still working, at least in that regard, with actual physical rules, then maybe when they realized that something went wrong, or that the subjects of their experiment realized that they were a part of this experiment, maybe they then started to say, oh, now we're going to shut it down. But it took the kaiju 12 years with light speed travel to get there. Well, that still doesn't really make any sense, though, right? Because that would mean that all these other dome cities, like 1984, 1985, whatever, that they were just set up moments before that. Also, the kaiju technically, weren't those the robots that also built these places in the first place? Right? I mean, they're the robots that are there to terraform planets, basically. So they must have already been there. Where the heck are those anyway? Like, where would the kaiju be stored then? Are they, like, in orbit? Or are they within that mainframe thing? This is all getting... The problem is there is so many theories that you can come up with. And all of them kind of work, but they all also have something where you're kind of going, is this, like, too far? Or does this actually work? Miwako Sawatari.
What about Miwa-chan? She's still here. And so are my parents. What would happen to them?
They're not even
They'll
real.
be attacked by the Daimos, and that'll be it. But your parents aren't real.
Okay, yeah.
Chihiro Morimura came here from Sector 1. You're no different.
Oh, come on. They're my family.
If you decide to stay here, you'll perish along with them.
I don't have a choice, do I? In that case, I'll do it. Just like in my dreams. I'll fight and protect everyone.
And how do you plan on doing that?
Okay, that seemed to confirm something that I was speculating about, right? It seems like basically the entire city isn't actually, like, the people within it aren't actually real. The only people that are real are the characters that we've been playing. Except that he didn't say that Miwako wasn't real. Miwako is not a playable character, though. So what's up with her? I mean, one thing that I could see is that maybe Miwako is either an AI or an actual person that they've somehow created in a way to, like, maybe that was needed. Maybe they need sort of something that, I guess, pushes the others into the right direction or something. But if you have that, couldn't you just create more other people like that? Why specifically create Miracle then? I feel like the thing is also, I feel like the more I think about this, right, the less I know, or not the less I know, but the more I think about it, the further away I get from finding out what is actually happening, right? I feel like I'm shooting into so many different directions that, like, I almost feel like I'm moving further and further away from the thing that is actually real and actually happening here.
Juro has no memory of what happened, but I expect you'll have his help.
You mean Kurabe-kun? What about you? Won't you be fighting too?
Ryoko-san and I... we don't have much time left. I can't afford to stay around.
Oh.
That's the kind of guy I am. I don't deserve your love. Do you get it now?
Not much time left until their memories are overwritten again? But wouldn't that mean that they knew more than before? That comment I don't entirely understand.
Ei-kun. Well... You know what? I'll go check if Miss Murimura's here yet.
Hello.
Fuyusaka-san.
She looks just like in my dreams.
Explain. Why did you bring her here?
To expose your secrets. She has a right to know.
I mean... that is such a weird way of putting that, aren't all the memories that are being fed to Fuyusaka, wouldn't they all, at the end, result in her knowing everything about Murimura anyways? Or is Murimura afraid that it's too early? That by inserting or giving away that particular detail just straight away would sort of mess with the memories being actually inserted into Fuyusaka? Oh, but then again... Oh. One detail that I've overlooked here is that in this particular case, the fact that Juro refers to himself as Juro Kurabe, that's only because the android took over part of his nanomachines, basically, right? And is trying to push out his actual personality of Juro Izumi, basically. Why exactly is Chihiro Murimura called Iori Fuyusaka here? Like, why? Couldn't she have just been called Chihiro Murimura? Seems to be a rather large, important detail that I haven't really thought about yet.
Miss Murimura.
Unless it's just so that she could interact with everybody without, like, being found out. Because she's still here, right? Well, we don't really know why Morimura pretended to be the school nurse, right? We don't really know what's that about. So I guess maybe Iori Fuyusaka was just called that so that it would be easier for her to play that role. Because obviously if they were both called the same name, it would be difficult. But
Is it true? Are my dreams really your memories? Why would you do such a thing?
If you're not gonna talk, I'll do it. You wanted to write your memories and personality onto Fuyusaka, right? So you could someday take over.
What?
She was trying to assume your identity.
Fine, I'll explain. That was my intention. But things have changed.
Oh?
Operation Aegis is all we have left.
we still have no fucking clue what Aegis is even supposed to be. If this is all some weird Project Arc, is Project Aegis then how to shut it down? I don't really understand, but why would she want that? So, what does that mean exactly, though? The way she made it sound like now is that Iori Fuyusaka maybe is somebody else and she's trying to take over her memories, and it's not just her older self. So do they just look alike? Or maybe they wanted to create somebody else entirely? Like, what the hell?
So then, what's going to happen to me?
Well, I hadn't gotten to the final step. You'll continue on as Iori Fuyusaka. You do carry my memories within you. But even that process was left incomplete. Juro made sure of it. Thanks to him, my memories are nothing but dreams to you.
You mean the Kurabe-kun I saw in my dreams?
426. Did you perform a memory transplant on him, too?
No. I have nothing to do with his current state. If it were up to me,
Current, but
I
what?
would have changed him back into the old Izumi-kun.
Oh. Your memories just hit me. I understand how you feel.
Is that why you transplanted the memories of Tamao Kurabe? It can't be. Tell me your real objective.
Well, she didn't do that, right? That was the AI? Or did she just let that happen? Wait. So is there actually something going... She just now made it sound as if somehow Juro got to the other ones too and somehow manipulated their memories as well? As soon as he was able to? Why would the AI do that, though? I mean, yeah, okay, to prevent Aegis from being activated? But didn't that already happen?
She's not lying about her feelings. I can tell.
Yes, I transplanted memories into Tamao Kurabe and Shu Amiguchi.
Tamao
I had to
Kurabe?
deliver on a promise I made.
But there has to be a reason they were compatible. That's what I need to know. That's why I called you here. Tell me.
Tamao Kurabe and Shu Amiguchi? It doesn't really explain anything.
The truth is, I am no longer human. When the reset occurred, the world that I was in was taken over. At that time, the real me died.
Then what are you now?
An illusion produced by universal control.
What?
That's all that's left of me.
Wait, what? By universal... That's the first time we've heard something about a universal control. I mean, I suspect that's maybe how that mainframe thing is interacting with the world, or how it's... Like, okay. So, from what I know, something called universal control would be something that this mainframe produces, probably in order to populate the city, right? So it basically produces false images for the people the experiment is run on. But then why is she here now? And why does she interact with everybody else? And still, why is she older? Like, what's the point of that? Unless these mainframes are somehow fighting each other now? Or something? The hell? So she isn't even real? Wait, I thought the scene of Sekigahara potentially killing her was after this, though. Or maybe it wasn't. Maybe it's before this. Because I don't think that... would you be able to kill something that doesn't actually exist? Unless this universal control showed that dead Morimura to him to make him do something? Okay, so... And it makes it seem, though, as if universal control / mainframe, that whole UFO thing, basically, wants Operation Aegis to be activated. Couldn't it just activate that itself? But why? I mean, well, obviously we don't really know what Aegis is at this point, but... What the fuck is going on here?
You're an illusion? I don't understand.
How did that happen? Isn't Sector 0 supposed to prevent that? Going there allows you to escape to the next world.
What?
The concept of living through a reset is something of a misunderstanding. In short, it's not possible. Sector 0 is unique. Going there is not akin to a typical sector shift. Instead, it scanned me in as data. And with that data, Universal Control did its work. It created a perfect replica of me in the next world.
So that's what a loop really is.
I feel like I'm not really grasping what the hell they're even talking about here, so... Okay, one thing that I did, at least on a certain level, seem to recognize is that there seems to be one specific sector. But I thought, wasn't Sector 0... Maybe I misremembered it being 2065. Well, maybe there's some reason why that's specifically Sector 0? But yeah, it seems to me as if there is... So, what she basically just confirmed, right? What we already know is that there isn't time loop stuff going on. Instead, what seems to be happening is that a quote-unquote reset is just... Basically, the city is recreated in another time, but the people occupying it are still the same? Maybe? Like, okay, so then we have one unique sector, and maybe that unique sector is the one where they actually were able to grow up for some reason, and then they realized something, and that made them shift to the other sectors, which tipped off this universal control machine that something's going wrong, and now it's trying to delete everything?
There are 15 humans capable of carrying out the plan.
What plan?
The plan made in the year 2188 to continue the species. But I'm no longer a part. I'm nothing but a doll, held captive in the 5 sectors. I'm incapable of fulfilling my mission.
Wait, aren't there 6 sectors?
So you turn to the version of you who was born into this world. Iori Fuyusaka. In time, she and you would be one and the same. That's how you plan to reclaim your humanity.
Sekigahara-kun, I gather you intended to make use of Sector 0 as well.
You would be correct.
And you planned to put a stop to Operation Aegis, didn't you?
Yes. By killing you.
Huh?
Are you going to shoot me right here and now?
The problem is I'm missing the pieces, right? I'm missing what Aegis is. So, and we also don't know why this project exists in the first place, right? Because what we've seen of 2188, I don't know, I didn't really get the impression that humanity was, like, at a problematic stage. I mean, yeah, we heard something about illegal memory manipulation going on, okay, fair enough, but with all the memory altercation and whatnot that's been going on here, clearly if they intended to... Because for a second here I was thinking, oh, maybe, you know, something about these illegal memory altercations that we heard about with Newman Inc. and everything, maybe that somehow resulted in humanity being, I don't know, everybody turning against each other, them annihilating each other, I don't know, right? Like a really dystopian scenario, okay. But if that would be the case, wouldn't they try to make sure, if there was some sort of Project Arc going on that tried to continue humanity, wouldn't they try to make sure that memory altercation just wasn't a thing in that world? Unless, obviously, memory altercation is the only way to create those worlds, but it doesn't seem right. And also, like, that would explain almost nothing. Why would there be different sectors through like, multiple time periods? Wouldn't they just, like... Usually, right? Usually you'd think of a Project Arc as just, okay, so we're going somewhere and we're just sending our current knowledge and our current whatever there. Well, again, unless there's maybe one specific reason for why humanity annihilated Earth and they were trying to get rid of that one reason, and so they created this Project Arc somehow with that in mind. But, I mean, clearly... everything in this game so far seems like one giant project gone wrong, right? So, And then everything else that we've heard about, like if humanity is capable of literally producing giant robots that are capable of terraforming entire planets, so whatever this Project Arc is, clearly they were capable of traveling 12 light years to another place and create almost entirely faithful recreations of a city throughout multiple stages of time perfectly in dome worlds on another planet somewhere in the universe, right? If that all is possible, then yeah, why do it this way? This is such a strange idea, right? Something that doesn't seem right. Unless they somehow had to... I don't know, maybe they tried to work with some sort of backup here? But, again, what is sort of the point? Why move back in time at all? Right? Why these different time zones? Unless something else just fundamentally didn't work, and maybe this all was set up accidentally? And why these 15 people specifically? So the people that we've seen, or the characters that we play, seem to be clones of the people that were creating Project Arc, right? At least to a degree. I don't really know.
You can't do that!
If Operation Aegis were put into motion, this world would be cut off from universal control. What would become of you then?
Data stored in Sector 0 can function independently of UC.
In other words, you'll continue to live. Human or not. So that's the way it is. Ryoko-san and I, we never had a way out in the first place.
Aikun!
Never had a way out. Well, what does that mean exactly, though? So, this universal control, that's not just the mainframe, I guess. It's all the mainframes combined? It's whatever's controlling all of these sectors, right? Yeah, I don't know. Something still doesn't really add up, but at least, you know, I could see that being a thing. So maybe... If you... The problem is, again, the original sort of reason for why they would be doing it this way is still weird to me. But let's just pretend that there was some sort of reason for why you would like to set up different sort of stages throughout humanity. Maybe Operation Aegis was then thought of as, you know, if one sort of, I guess let's call it a seed of a new human world, if one of those were successful after whatever parameters they would have chosen to, you know, deem it successful, maybe Operation Aegis was then the sort of the thing that needed to be activated in order to basically take that one world and make it independent of this universal control so that it can actually live as this new seed of a human world. But again, somehow a lot of things just wouldn't really add up there. But in a way that seems like what is happening. So Operation Aegis would then be sort of a thing that says, okay, this part of this new world that we created is the way we wanted it. And they would also make it, because the thing is, when we activate Aegis in the destruction part of the game, right? What it does is it shuts out the kaiju, right? So they're then not capable of, quote unquote, resetting the world anymore, right? They're not capable of destroying that certain part. But yeah, that all would still come back to the big question of why you would create these different worlds in the first place. And why would they be set in different points in time? Unless they wanted to find out something about history that they didn't, but that wouldn't really be possible, right? If you were to find out, the only reason why these places exist in the first place is because they probably, accessed some sort of historical data that they had, and based on that data, they recreated these worlds. So, data that they don't have, they can't use to recreate the world, right? So they wouldn't be able to, let's say, this technology existed now, and we wanted to know, I don't know, why a certain war in 860 started, right? We wouldn't be capable of knowing that, because we would only be able to recreate 860, the year, based on the historical data we possess, right? So we wouldn't be capable of literally going back in time and finding out what happened back then, right? So that's not really an explanation either. Unless there was some sort of... if the current world, Earth, humanity, is threatened by something, or somehow destroyed the actual Earth or something, right? Maybe there are a few sort of branches in time where the people that set up Project Ark sort of went and they had certain ideas about what went wrong with humanity, and so they came up with these certain points in time where they would maybe there's a specific piece of information or a specific piece of technology or something. We haven't gotten really any hints towards that from the game so far, so I don't really know if that would be true. I'm just sort of, shooting in any directions now, I guess. But let's say they identified certain key points in humanity's history where going in a certain direction could have potentially been the cause of Earth's annihilation in the future. So when they set up Project Ark, they weren't quite sure which time frame to choose. So they just went with all of them, basically, right? I mean, I could see that being a thing, but again, we haven't really gotten any hints towards that, right? Towards having some sort of specific piece of technology that doesn't exist in these worlds, for example. And then, I mean, the thing that has been going wrong here, basically, is that most of the characters somehow seem to be aware of shifting through the sectors and everything. So clearly this is not, like... That is what is fundamentally sort of contradicting the whole Project Ark thing, right? Again, if you were to create an Ark and recreate humanity somewhere, wouldn't you just go, okay, now we're recreating humanity, and okay, make it a certain point in time, if you will, but why go through the trouble of having these multiple times, but then also somehow make everybody able to shift through them? Aren't you fundamentally manipulating your own project at that point? Unless somehow we still, like, maybe there was something that set that off, right? Maybe they weren't originally meant to be able to do that, but somehow somebody at some point got access to Project Ark, or at least part of its data, and they realized what it was. Though again, that would come back to the question, I'm going in circles now, aren't I? That would come back to the question of why set Project Ark up to be in the past at all? Why not just recreate humans as they were in 2188? No. Okay, let's just go. I honestly don't fucking know what to do anymore. Oh, I'm supposed to go after Sekigahara? Oh, I completely forgot about her as well! Wait, that was Morimura in child form, right? Which, okay, that, at least, that does explain how, was it Nenji? Somebody saw her in a train, right? And she was able to sort of, quote unquote, just flip through the different stages in her life. Well, now we know why, because she's just a projection. So she projected herself differently. But those two were independent of each other, meaning that maybe one of them is still the actual Morimura that somehow transplanted her memories into a small child, maybe? And the other one is the projection caused by universal control. So maybe she wants to manipulate herself into not activating Aegis? But again, no idea why she would do that. Man, it's just getting crazier and crazier.
I'll protect you. Let's do this together.
If only I had the courage to take your hand. That would have been for the best.
I repeat, we interrupt this program to bring you an important emergency broadcast. A large unidentified object has crash-landed in the city. It is headed north toward Kasumicho, destroying everything in its path. A state of emergency has been declared in Ashitama City. The neighboring 3 wards are advised to evacuate immediately.
So this is one of the first scenes that we got in the game.
It really came. The day of the attack. Only one thing left to do.
Sentinel number 15.
Akun Sentinel. Number 15.
Oh, so he gave her his Sentinel?
Wait. Akun, wait!
Oh, the music's really good.
First you show up at school all of a sudden. And then you pull me away to a place like this?
Stay still.
Huh? What?
He's giving her Sentinel access?
I'm not ready for this.
Found it. Odd place to be shot.
Whoa.
Oh.
What is that?
An activation switch. It's used to call your Sentinel.
That's where she was shot by Megumi, right?
That should do it.
So that's why it's
If
on
what
her thigh,
426 said
okay.
is true, that's all I need to do. I registered my Sentinel. Sentinel number 15. It's a robot used to fight the Daimos. It was mine, but it's in better hands with you. It really was worthless in the end.
426.
Don't say that.
Fuyusaka,
Huh?
Never mind. It's nothing. Just forget what Morimura said, all right? Believe in yourself.
Akun. Just as Akun said, I'm going to believe in myself now. Mom, Dad, Miwa-chan and the rest. I can do it. I can protect you all. It's time.
Man, the scene is really cool. Activate
Maybe
Sentinel.
just a schoolgirl. But now, I'm a schoolgirl with a giant robot.
Man, that is such a cool way to set this up. Activate fucking Sentinel. What a cool fucking way to set this up. To the final battle. So we've completed her story. Okay, holy shit. And that gets us to the final battle. Okay, so, I mean, it seems like we got a little bit of a better idea about the picture now. I'm still, again, all of the stuff that I was just speculating about, there are still a lot of questions left to be answered. But I think what is clear now is that somehow, at some point, the older Juro Izumi realized something, right? Maybe even in conjunction with Morimura. Though why would this other Morimura that is apparently an image projected by this universal control thing, why would she tell them that? Unless it's also, like, how do they end up fighting each other? Is now the question. Because, like, they both seem to want almost the same thing, maybe just in a different way. Okay, we still don't really know what Juro Izumi found out, right? Or why he went, quote-unquote, rogue. Amiguchi called him prisoner 426, right? So it does seem to me as if this AI, right, or the original memories of Juro Izumi are somehow how this all was set off. Maybe. Right? Maybe with the help of Morimura and everything. But then again, I mean, the android where the AI was in later on, that was attacked by that Morimura. So, unless the AI of Juro Izumi wants something different than the actual Juro Izumi wanted for some reason. Maybe the AI does just want to take revenge, and that's the whole problem? That... Problem is the bigger thing is still unclear, right? It's still really unclear, okay, where did the Sentinels come from? Why do they exist? What is going on with these sectors? Why are they being destroyed or reset? What the hell is Project Arc, right? What does this universal control thing want? Okay, give me a minute here. I need to take a very quick bathroom break. Okay. Well, first character 100%. Interesting. Let's see what's been updated. Iori Fuyusaka. Oh, 3 things. Fuyusaka is originally a resident of Sector 1. The parents she knows aren't her biological family. Wait, what? That's a weird way to describe that, right? I thought her parents maybe weren't real because they're actually not real, but this makes it seem as if they're just not... Like, I mean, we know that she seems to be a clone of the Morimura somehow. Okay, still, again, there's still like a million different questions that I have no clue how to answer. Morimura was transplanting her own memories into Fuyusaka, but due to 426's influence, Morimura's memories are perceived as a hazy dream. Huh. What did Juro Izumi do and why? When the kaiju appear in 1985, Fuyusaka musters up her courage and activates Sentinel number 15, which Sekigahara passed on to her. Okay. One cool thing that I also do need to keep in mind is that the destruction part of the game actually seems to be that final battle, right? So somehow this still all ends up with humans in Sentinels fighting against the kaiju for whatever reason. Again, possibly for their own freedom, right? It might be that for some reason somebody deemed Project Ark a failure, at least this specific planet or these sectors, right, that were created. And it does seem to me as if the Sentinels are a way for them, like somehow somebody found out that they're part of this Project Ark and they're trying to fight back against being annihilated, basically, right? Question again being why? Why are they annihilated in the first place? Why was Project Ark set up this way? And how did they create Sentinels? Though I do suspect that the Sentinels are it seemed as if they are some sort of accidental revelation. Like somehow somebody was able to access data through this Project Ark about the actual, time in 2188 or something, and that's how they were able to create something like the Sentinels, right? Wait, okay, so her story is cleared. Everybody else is currently locked. So we can look at her chart, which is also interesting. Prologue. Shopping district. So Miri Bridge, dream of shooting Juro. I'm really still not entirely sure about these charts either, right? So there's some sort of almost random collection, it seems, of memories and dreams that somehow all come together to create, or, I don't know, yeah, the memories of the character. Huh. Okay, but what happens if I just now click on her? Is there like an epilogue or something? Wait, what?
Shall we get a bite to eat?
Yeah,
Where's it
good idea.
What?
You can choose, Miwako.
Is something wrong with Sami-chan? First you helped me look for that record. Now this. I feel like you've been extra nice to me lately.
Oh, come on, don't overthink it. I just figured, you know all the best places to go.
Are you sure?
Huh?
Are you sure it's okay for me to decide?
Of course.
In that case...
So can you just replay the last part, or what exactly is the point here?
You cool with that, Iori?
Yes.
Sure.
What do you feel like today?
You're a pet.
Seems to me that's just the last scene that we went through, right? Unless I could have also said that I'm not okay with it, and it would it have given me a different ending?
Was that any? I thought those places didn't open.
They don't.
I mean, this is the same scene, right? That's a bit weird to me. Why can you go into the same scene again?
They say heist, but this isn't.
Just...
Oh.
Well, do you have...
Don't think we... Come on.
I thought we... Are you not... We have a...
Because I'm pretty sure that had I said no to Miwako deciding, the scene still would have progressed the same way. Like, I think I would have had to say yes in order for it to proceed, right?
His name... of all... You know... Well, let's just say... Why? He's involved... I know...
I'm just slightly confused why it plays the last scene specifically.
Fuyusaka.
I mean, with all the available scenes, why would it go back to the last thing?
There's no time to just come.
You're full of... If you...
Do you still have the premonition?
Yeah.
They're not. They're the memory.
Yeah, this is all the same, right?
Correct.
If that are amigo...
Corrupt. Your...
No.
Sure, so that...
What?
If I... No.
From Miss...
We'll be seeing...
But I would have suspected if there is some sort of epilogue, it would probably be after I cleared everybody's stuff, right?
She's at the park? Hey, wait!
But I mean... Okay, let's just end this, because... We're restarting the stage. This doesn't seem like anything... new, right? Let me go... So, okay, technically I need to... Let's actually see. Jewel Korabe's event, Natsuno Minami, story progress, second area, Shibagaki Cityway 5. That's a long way away. See, first area, Ashitaba Cityway 5. Why do they have two different names anyways? Second area, Shibugaki, Ashitaba, is there any meaning to that, specifically? That's 3 waves from now, though, right? I'm at wave 2, so I suspect that Keitaro Miura will be the next person that we unlock. Oh, and we unlock Nenji Ogata in the same wave, okay. Which also might grant us more mystery files? Okay. Let's go into analysis here for a second, though, because now that I've played through everything with Iori Fuyusaka, let's take a look at her event archive. So first of all, there's still a bunch of question mark stuff in here, which I presume are scenes with her, but from other characters' points of view, right? And yeah, there's still a lot of stuff at the end that we don't really know about. Okay, so one of the first scenes is where she meets Sekigahara for the first time. I was slightly confused about this. Tears. Tomi Kisaragi is troubled by the unfamiliar era she's in, but reunites with Megumi Yakushiji in the schoolyard. Kisaragi, who thought that Juro Izumi's attitude was odd, asks Yakushiji the reason for it. See, that is already such a weird description, right? Because, I mean, I don't really remember the scene in its entirety, but if it says Tomi Kisaragi is troubled by the unfamiliar era she's in, does that mean it's already the Juro Izumi android? So, does this mean that basically Kisaragi, with Juro Izumi's AI within her, is confused by the fact that the Juro Izumi of that time is just acting differently compared to how he remembers himself? It's actually hard to tell. Yori Fuyusaka and her good friend Miwako Sawatari get to know their classmate Tomi Kisaragi. So didn't Tomi Kisaragi exist before that? I mean, Yuki said something about there being two Tomi Kisaragis, right? Which I presume to mean that one was the android, one was the actual one. That doesn't really... How does that make sense? Because isn't the whole reason for Amiguchi developing an android of Tomi Kisaragi the fact that the actual Tomi Kisaragi died? How would there be two versions of her then? Huh. And the whole thing with the cat is also still weird. Is that some sort of thing either Universal Control or the 426's AI puts into their memories to manipulate them? So the cat influences Megumi to shoot the others with the nanomachines, right? So whoever made the cat appear wants them to fight. Fuyusaka's been having strange dreams similar. Tells him about the dream of the boy who looked like Amiguchi in the tank with legs. The thing is, all these different memories and scenes, right? There's always the possibility that somehow something tipped somebody off about something. They agreed Tomi Kisaragi she arrives. Fuyusaka tells Kurabe about the UFO dream she had. So somehow all these different sort of interactions where the characters talk to each other about something like the UFO. But, okay, so Morimura said something that 426 made it so that all the memories and stuff, like, they appear as dreams, right? Instead of actual memories. Again, doesn't that sort of contradict everything? Because... Or am I having this wrong? Is this AI 426 thing trying to prevent them from summoning the Sentinels? And something else conjured up the cat to make sure that they still can do that? But... So she shifts through time accidentally, realizes these are not dreams. What's up with Goto in that scene, though? Right, and Tomi Kisaragi, which at this point presumably would be the android with the AI of Juro Izumi is trying to find out something about Shikishima. Man, there's so many small little details. Every scene like this, right? They're like reading through the description, you could come up with like a million different theories about what might have happened or who might have some objective or not. This is Okay, I mean, we're definitely on the right track, but I just need so much connections or puzzle pieces between all of these different things, right? Anyway, let's actually go back into the destruction pod and clear up to, I guess, wave 5, huh? To be able to access more stories. I still find it strange, though, the only mentions so far have been of either Area 1 or 2. Which would be strange if there were only 2 different ones. Because technically we've heard of 5 sectors. But then again, there's also a Sector 5 and a Sector 0. Technically, wouldn't those be 6 sectors? But if we're supposed to defend all of them, well, some of them are already lost, right? Some of them have already been destroyed by the kaiju. So I guess we're supposed to defend the ones that haven't been destroyed. Well, how many would that be? Like either 2 or 3, right? I wonder if there's going to be like a 3rd area at the end, maybe. Oh, this is all so strange. Okay, let's get back into this. Hopefully I still know how this works. And again, how's this connected to like the brain overload stuff and everything? That is still a thing, right? So somehow there's still going on something with the Sentinels. Like, no idea. Okay. Let's go into the whole customization, though. I have 117,000 metachips. Okay, which I guess, do I want to upgrade the meta system first? Probably, right? Score achieved during battle is multiplied by 3. That seems to be a good idea, because that also gives me more meta chips, right? Every time I complete something. Team barrier raises shields on all allies for 10 seconds. Doubles all allies' move speed for... I don't know if it's the best idea to unlock all of this first. Doubles attack of Sentinel support armaments and range for 15 seconds. But since this would be available to all of them, I feel like it makes sense to have it. Meta system to 5. Increases personal meta skill uses to 2. That's also pretty good, I think. Plants a gravity field at target area for 8 seconds, pulling kaiju toward it. Oh, that sounds really good. Deploy Type 98. Summons 4 Type 98 bipeds. Okay. And a score boost. All kaiju within range give ×3 score rewards for a minute. Okay. Weird. Okay, that actually cost a lot more metachips than I thought. I mean, considering how powerful these meta skills seem to be, it might still be worth it to upgrade the amount of times I can use it. Because, to be honest, the weapons that I had on most Sentinels didn't seem too bad when I did the destruction part earlier. Score multiplier, meta chip rewards are multiplied by 1.2. on 1.4. Let's go to level 8 first and do this, because that seems... Holy fuck, how many levels are there? The fuck? Score achieved is multiplied by 5. I don't know if this was the right call to make, but... Let's go with this as well. Again, I thought that most weapons that I was utilizing during the other battles weren't really that bad. Like, I was getting through them quite well, so especially with having 3 meta skills available, this doesn't seem too bad overall. I could still enhance a bunch of stuff. Well, I mean, there's so much that it's actually really hard to tell, right? Let's just enhance a couple of their basic... I know, I already enhanced that. A couple of their basic skills. Okay. But yeah, ultimately, I mean... Everything that we're doing in the story, I do need to remind myself of that. Ultimately, everything is sort of leading up to this moment, right? There is a final battle. There is a final moment. So, yeah, it's just a question of, well, why, right? Why are we fighting the kaiju? Why do we have Sentinels? All of that still sort of unanswered, but... Okay, I guess it doesn't really matter because these guys already have their stuff, right? Let's see. They also have most of their EP. I could change this, right? So we basically want to have Keitaro Miura with us because... Oh, right, I need to think about the bonus objectives. Kisaragi on the strike team. Okay. Maintain a terminal defense rate of 60% or higher. So Kisaragi needs to be part of the whole thing. So... I mean, we do need to... Oh, she's deactivated automatically, right? Oh, no, wait. Who's on the attack here?
Leave it to me.
Okay, yeah. The ones with the orange stuff are on the attack. Okay, so Kisaragi is part of the strike team. I guess I want Sekigahara and Miura in there as well, right? Because they are only at... Like, they're at 0% with their brain overload stuff. So, I guess let's, instead of...
Understood.
Now we're 6 out of 6, right? Instead of having Hijiyama,
Let's go.
I'm taking Sekigahara. Kisaragi is definitely there, and if I want to have... Well, the question is always, it sort of comes back to how many of each generation do I want to have active, right? But since I have 4 Generation 4 Sentinels, it makes sense to me to always have 2 of them, I guess. So let's have the 2 girls for this fight, and the next one I'm switching over to Amiguchi and Goto. I mean, yeah, let's just go with this, huh? Giant all-rounder high court kaiju will appear. We get the Kaiju mystery file for the S rank. 2025 chocolate. Some of these, like, informations in the mystery files now seem to be somewhat unimportant, right? Okay, let's see if I can still do this. It's been such a long while since I did it.
Look at it. It's like a tripod. Oh, that's a high quad. I just bought one earlier. It's basically just a huge crane, though, right?
Don't underestimate it. That thing's set with all kinds of weapons and defensive devices. The plasma cannon's what you need to watch out for. Sentinel armor doesn't stand a chance against it.
But it's just a big dumb crane. Why'd they put all the weapons on it?
Once they started facing resistance, they updated their designs, trying to match our own force.
Ah, okay. Now that makes more sense.
Those things only have weapons because the Sentinels showed up?
Maybe. But we can still take them down. At least, we probably can.
Keep it together. Everything will work out. How do you know that, Megumi? They're coming. Be careful. We're toast if we don't win here, right? So, let's get out there and fight back.
Okay, let me just get this straight. So the sector that we're currently defending is the 1985 sector, right? I think. Okay, so one thing that I was actually wondering about is why do the Kaiju have weapons in the first place, right? If they're supposed to be just terraforming devices, then why do they have weapons? Well, the question obviously would then be, who updated their designs, right? Is there somebody, like, are there humans who decided that Project Arc shouldn't exist anymore and they updated the Kaiju because they realized, oh fuck, we need to? Or is that some AI that was capable of redesigning them? Because the redesign probably happened fairly quickly, right? I mean, like, clearly it didn't take 12 years to do that. So, also, I was just wondering, who is this Tomi Kisaragi here now? Like, is that another android with her, like, memories? Or does Tomi Kisaragi still exist? Was Amiguchi maybe deceived at some point? Or is there still some cloning stuff going on? I don't know. Let's try and get this sorted out, right? Ooh, that's a lot of Kaiju. And they're all kind of all over the place, right? I do need to remind myself that I have 3 uses of the metagauge, right? Wait, how... Do I need to unpause to use it? Okay, yeah. Oh, right, I need to have metagauge first. I forgot about that. Okay, let's see what we can do. Places shields on allies within target area, nullifying attacks from Kaiju. Technically, that might be a good idea because we're still, like, really close together, but I do need to remind myself that it only lasts 6 seconds, so I don't even know if all these other guys would be capable of getting here that quickly. Do I have some sort of other... Deploys a mine at target area. Upon detecting Kaiju, it explodes overheating them. Might not be the worst idea, depending on how quickly they can get here. Or if they're spawning in here, right? Okay, it could also fly over there, but not far enough. probably don't want to spend too much EP here, but let's put the mine here. I feel like that might not be the worst idea. There are more kaiju landing there.
As long as I can keep this thing moving.
Leg spike that's fires convergent laser beams directly forward. I would have to move for that. I could also fly over, but don't have enough range to do that. And the leg spike is a physical attack, right?
Okay, let's do this.
So let's move her forward slightly first. I just need to make sure that the kaiju... I think it might actually be worth it to let them get to us rather than go to them. That being said, I don't know how many ranged attacks they have. So let's move here with her.
I'll take them down quick.
Heavy Knuckles, multi-rocket launchers, Guardian. Places a Guardian in target area, acts as a decoy, distracting kaiju. Might not be the worst idea either. Sentry gun is also always a good idea, or has been a good idea so far anyways. Let's just place that here. I don't know if it's a good idea to place it so close to the terminal, if it'll be of much use here, but...
Turn this around.
Main battery railgun. Oh, even that is almost out of range. Holy shit. I guess we do need to move first here. Rapid cannons. Long-range missiles. It's not that long-range, apparently.
Let's get him.
Okay, so let's move her as well. Let's move over here for the time being.
My turn now.
Electromagnetic pulse shot halts movement, drops the current, distracts leap attack. A leap attack doesn't have that much range, yeah. Anti-air defensive flares. Also not really worth it.
No room for hesitation.
So let's move you as well. Maybe here for the time being.
Stay calm. Remember your training.
His railgun. I mean, I could shoot a couple, but not that much, really.
I won't back down.
Don't really know how I want to move here exactly. Let's get these three just, like, a little bit closer to the front lines, I guess.
Still not used to this thing.
So they're landing here. They're deploying missiles, it seems. Armor piercing. She has a lot of armor piercing stuff, right? Still not really in range for that. The problem is that they're also separate to one another, right? So I would only hit this high quad thing, basically. This attack. Maybe it would be a good idea to use this. Are the big ones typically even moving? I mean, they can, right? I'm kind of wondering why they're shooting missiles sort of towards the side of them. Do they already expect to be...
plan?
Let's just move a little bit further.
Within enemy threat range.
Is there a point to me shooting those? I always, the sort of initial setup of this is always really complicated because I never really know what the right idea would be. Like, where do I want to go? Do I already want to attack them, or do I want to wait a little bit first? Like,
How's the Sentinel?
Like, maybe I should just wait a little bit?
Okay, let's do this.
I mean, these are still armor piercing, right? So that's... That didn't actually do much. Okay. New thing here. They're gonna activate the thing here. Just move slightly away from him with him.
Number 11, what's the plan?
So are they stunned now? His rush attack would be armor piercing. Let's do this.
Good.
Do they, like, have more health than the other ones? Because I remember these things going down quicker than this. Well, the problem is now the shield matrix doesn't really have that much range, right? Then again, I might want to put it on the ones that are actually being attacked. Or is anybody actually being attacked? Not that sure currently. I mean, there are a couple of rockets here now. I don't even know if the rockets would be there within 6 seconds, though. I mean, I could place, if I do this, I could place the shield on both of them at some point. Holy shit! Oh, that was...
God damn it. I'll be fine. Barely felt it.
Oh, that was his laser?
You got your own fight to win.
Wait, that came out way quicker than I expected.
Where were you hit?
I'm fine, Juro. I can still fly.
I probably shouldn't have moved there then.
Don't push yourself too hard. You need to fall back.
Oh hey, Chaos Ghost, I just noticed I was... Thanks for the raid again. So absorbed in this battle. Man, this game really keeps getting crazier and crazier. Okay, so that definitely wasn't good. How do I move them anyways, though? I mean, they're both already being targeted by rockets again, so... In the halting movement option... Wait, how effective... Does it say... Let's see... Power 5, 8 seconds. A Sentinel localized electromagnetic field. So she would have to move there? Can I drop that there? Oh, okay. Wait, that's weird. Why can you target that if... That's really strange. Okay, so, defend... The problem is, if I were to repair here... Well, I can move really, really quickly, right? So let's move her out of range and out of danger. Pulse shot halts movement, drops aerial kaiju, distracts kaiju. I probably want to try and deal with these here now. Still. Wait, the G-Molars typically don't actually have that much armor though, right? So let's just try and get rid of these two. Yeah, that's how I sort of expected these attacks to go. Maybe I just chose like kind of weak ones first. Also, I do think I need the meta gauge. I probably want to take out a lot of these with one of the meta things. I didn't place the Guardian so far, right? Or did I? Wait. Place the sentry gun. Place another one of those? I mean, they're really good. Yeah, instead of the Guardian, another sentry gun just might make sense. And she isn't really in range of anything either currently, so... other sentry gun is sort of in the middle here. If there's more stuff coming from that direction, it might be a good idea to set it there. It's a lot of EP use, though. So he could go with the railgun now. Potentially killing one of these high quads.
They don't stand a chance. Did I get it? Enemy down.
Did I? I won't give up.
It didn't really do too much, right? So let's move her into...
Number 20, got it.
What's the plan?
into safety as well.
As long as I can keep this thing moving.
Wait, what? Oh, that's her. I was gonna say, why does she have full HP? No, that's... So, yeah, let's just try to move her out of danger. Wait, what the hell did they just destroy?
My turn now.
Okay. Terminal unleashes EMP pulse, halts movement, drops aerial kaiju. Recovers 30% of all allies' HP. Don't really need that. When was Sekigahara attacked? Raises shields on all allies, doubles all allies' movement speed, doubles attacks. The EMP pulse, though, doesn't that also deal damage? Yeah. That hopefully got rid of a lot of the smaller kaiju. Okay, I'm just now realizing this thing is attacking him, right? So we probably want to... No, not move. Probably want to do something like a Demolisher Blade. from a space where you can't hit us anymore.
That work?
Nice.
Neutralize.
Thanks. More jumps incoming.
Signatures from above.
More kaiju dropping down. We need to repair that Sentinel as well. Let's get them both to safety for the time being. He still has a lot of stuff. Does he have armor-piercing things? No. I somehow eventually need to take the other high quads down. At least all the small stuff is gone for now. Rapid cannons. I could go with that. I could... That's for aerial kaiju, though. I could use the stun knuckles, potentially. Oh, I need to move for that first. Because I could stun that high quad in front of me, right? Or I could just do this, which could potentially take out that G-Molar.
Leave it to me. Take that. Okay.
Or not.
What's the plan?
Okay, one thing that I definitely have to keep in mind, so for example, like this thing is already attacking, right? Sometimes their attacks are a little bit hard to see, I would say. Like sometimes they're just somehow... I don't know. Let's just move her further back a little bit. I mean, I do have to remind myself that I also still need to... Like, if they resummon their Sentinels, they appear where they are currently, right? I think? What did I just do? The Demolisher Blade against that High Quad? Can I maybe hit both of these somehow? Yeah, if I do that, it should interrupt its attack as well, right?
You're done. Good.
Or maybe not. A bunch of aerial kaiju. I need to move with her anyways. So either I'm doing that. I mean, the long-range missiles do have a cool range, but... Is she moving for that? No, that actually just drops the... Oh, shit. It's actually quite difficult to move her out of range, I just realized. That's only for ground kaiju anyways.
Let's turn this around.
Let's move her first. I need to move her out of range of that railgun attack. Move her here. I could actually put up another sentry gun, right? Might not be the worst idea.
Still not used to this thing.
Right, so let's resummon her Sentinel.
Active. Okay, let's do this.
Nice. Target a bunch of them with that. Do that. Or I could move and do the missile thing. I don't want to get her into threat range of anything else, though. I mean, the missiles aren't too bad. I just because that laser thing is still going on. The leg spike would move her as well. You know what? Let's maybe just start with this. Okay, more kaiju appearing. Let's move her a little bit already.
This isn't so hard.
Okay, so if you sort of keep in mind where they're hitting, right? The only mistake I really made was that I didn't really realize that one of the high quads was already shooting off its giant laser beam. So that's why I had trouble with those two. But as long as you keep that in mind. She has those long-range missiles, right? Probably want to utilize them. Sekigahara is there though, so he might be able to take out that high quad. Technically, the long-range missiles in this case should have those two.
My turn now.
Okay, that definitely did less than I wanted it to. Do you want to shoot off another Demolisher Blade here? Is it shooting... The missiles are only sort of... like to the side, right? They're not actually where this thing is.
Here goes.
So this should take out these two. Nice.
We must win.
She can resummon as well.
Sentinel number 23. Transmitted. Active. I need to think things through.
Okay. Right, she has the shield matrix. Though technically... I mean, yes, Sekigahara's HP are lower, but not, you know, problematically low. So let's try and just get rid of these two that are closer here. Nice.
They're going for me. Within enemy threat range.
I wonder if these are the last ones, though. Right? Because it seems like, at least currently, nothing else is incoming.
Enemy on the move.
It's got the railgun. Problem is the railgun isn't armor piercing, right? So even though it's dealing damage, it has trouble dealing with the... It doesn't really have any armor piercing stuff, though. Is he currently in some sort of threat area? I don't think so, right?
What's our plan?
Let's see and use if I can... Let's see... Oh, wait, you can do that mid-battle? Okay. Terminal unleashes EMP pulse. City is at 87%, but the terminal is still fine, right? The HP recovery option also doesn't really do that much. EP still seems to be fine. Doubles all allies' move speed for 30 seconds. That's actually really powerful, considering how far away those high quads are. That might not be the worst idea. What was this last option? All kaiju within range give ×6 score rewards for a minute. It's not bad, but there are only 3 left, so... Plants a gravity field at target area for 8 seconds, pulling kaiju toward it. I could pull them together. You know what? Let's do the, let's do the move speed. Okay, for the leg spike, I need to move. Those aren't... yeah.
Okay, let's
So I
do this.
basically need to move her towards the high quads, right? One of them is shooting at Sekigahara, so he needs to move as well. Let's move her here.
Don't waste any chances.
Oh shit. Well, he definitely needs to move out of range here. And what's the quickest way for him?
Number 11, don't
Okay.
let up.
That was possibly a good idea to have the movement speed stuff. Well, that would move him back though, right? Distracts Kaiju. Is there a point in doing that? Would it distract them even if I don't really hit them? Probably not, right? Charges towards target area. That still needs the physical movement though. The problem is he only can move on streets, right? So I would have to move back where this thing is currently shooting at.
No room for hesitation. No fight I can't win.
Well, the G-Mola is probably the least threatening out of all of these, so... This is 1800 damage, so I want to use the leg spike basically on this thing, right? Like this.
Nice. Thanks.
Cool. Could shoot off another railgun. Either that one or that one? What else does she have? Well, for everything else I would have to move, right? Unless... But the long-range missiles didn't really do much. Wait, what are they doing? 110 times 6, okay. But I guess it's subtracting the, I guess it's subtracting the strength, or the armor from the strength of them. Have to move for those. Now let's shoot the railgun this way.
Score! I'll take them down quick.
What was that, 600 damage? Wait, did it not really go through its armor? That's definitely interesting. The sentry gun doesn't work. Acts as a decoy. Yeah, none of these things are really all that useful anymore, right? I need to move them so far at this point. Multi-rocket launches, okay. Armored cannons, okay.
I need to think.
So I guess I want to move her, like, towards these. Here, potentially?
Will not beginning movement.
Shield matrix might be a good thing. Well, none of them is currently under attack though, right? And it still requires movement for them to actually get to the kaiju.
We must win.
So it's probably a good idea to move her
Number 23.
here as well, right?
Still home. Within enemy threat range.
Wait, what's this shot? Is that the sentry gun shooting? Might be. Yeah, I really, really like those sentry guns, right? They can sometimes take out, like, close threats. Like, way more effectively. Those are armor piercing as well, so I probably wanna... If they're armor piercing, let's move here.
I won't give up.
And now use the pulse lasers. Oh yeah, I think the sentry gun took out the G-Mola.
Did I?
Still less damage than I expected it to be, right? The leg spike should get rid of it, I think. Yeah.
That do it? Give it up.
I can help.
Okay, so this thing is currently only moving, I think. probably want to try and do the heavy knuckles thing.
I can take them all. Got that attack landed. This is all pretty freaky.
There was the sentry gun. Those sentry guns are incredible! Like, that took away about 50% of the HP that my current attack took away, and it's just sort of passively doing that, right? That's really crazy. Okay, so she also doesn't have any armor-piercing stuff. Wait, did those two, like, sort of change course?
I'll show you. They felt that.
Yuki-chan, you gotta step back. Heal up. God damn it. I'll be fine. Barely felt it. Stop worrying about me. You got your own fight to win.
Wait, so did the two missiles change course, or did I just not really realize that they were there? I mean, let's just repair her again, right? Because, I mean, is currently there isn't really anything else going on.
Got it.
No fight I can't win.
That thing still lives. Yeah, I think there's nothing else coming, to be honest. So this should take it out.
A hit. I did it. Termination of enemy signals confirmed.
Okay, nice. Well, that wasn't too bad. I think the only sort of the biggest mistakes that I made in the beginning. Well, first of all, it was that I put two Sentinels right into that beam because I didn't realize that it.
Aegis activation confirmed.
Already shot, right?
Damn it. The whole city's on fire.
Is that how this is gonna go? Whether we win or lose, we're ruining thousands of people's lives?
We have evacuation measures in place, but they're far from perfect. The efforts still lack direction. We tried to reach out to governments and financial institutions through Shikishima, for all the good that did.
What are we gonna do? Not fight back? This is all we can do if we want to save the world from these creeps. We've got kaiju signals popping up nearby another terminal.
We got tons of civilians over there, thanks to all the highways being backed up.
Come on, Miwako. Please tell me you didn't take a bus. Hey, maybe we could send a drone out to check on Miwako? On it. Worth a shot anyway. Hope my mom and dad made it out. I told them exactly what to do.
Okay, at this point, they still seem to be unaware of what's actually going on, right? I mean, all the people technically stuck on highways, they couldn't really go anywhere, right? Because the highways don't lead anywhere, they just end at the edge of the dome. Okay. I wonder if I'm gonna get an S rating for this battle, because I feel like I took way too much damage with some of the Sentinels. It's pretty hard though, with a couple of things that are happening, right? I mean, like, sometimes it's really, really hard to actually move them to where you want to have the Sentinels, right? Especially in a case like this, where the kaiju were really, like, spread apart in the beginning. Especially for the slower things, if they're spread apart as well, one EMP pulse is pretty good though, right? Especially since I now can actually use the meta gauge multiple times. Just doing an EMP pulse to get rid of most of the smaller ones seems to be a good idea, so that you're only really focusing on the larger ones. Sentry guns as well, they're just really, really good. Their range is good, they're dealing a ton of damage. I think that's a pretty good idea to deploy them, like, typically. Yeah, other than that, well, I definitely made a little bit of a mistake with being hit by that big beam in the beginning, but again, that was just because I, like, didn't realize that was going off, right? If you realize that it's happening, it's quite easy to move out of it, actually. Yeah, anyway, let's see what we got here, right? belt received. Holy shit.
I won't lose to the kaiju.
Ryoko Shinonome level 5 pilot skill, I'll be fine alone acquired, okay? So why did Shinonome actually get so, like, why did she deal so much damage? I think, was that because of the sentry guns? I feel like it was. And Yuki received super, although somehow oh, that's because the scaling's off a little bit, right? The damage dealt scales off of the maximum damage dealt, and the damage received scales off of the maximum damage received. So that's why it's looking a bit skewed. Because, for example, Kisaragi dealt more damage, like over twice as much damage as she received, but the statistical thing here looks as if she's received more damage than she's dealt. Yeah. I'm really struggling to, like, obviously the melee Sentinels are really, really good at taking out the high quads, especially with, like, armor-piercing attacks and stuff. But, yeah, the problem is that you're, like, really in danger, and it's incredibly hard to, like, you don't really have that many defensive capabilities in terms of shields and stuff. And, I don't know, it's really hard to tell sometimes what the best sort of strategy is. Yuki Takamiya, I got this, okay? My soul best friend. Very close to S. Shit. So technically I would have to repeat this in order to get the S rank. That's a bit annoying. That's a lot of mystery points, though. Wait, so what if I were to unlock a mystery... Oh, I guess I just don't have the mystery file that you get for completing it at S rank, rating. Yeah, that's a bit unfortunate. It's only an A rating because I just took too much damage, right? Anyway, let's actually use those mystery points. So I have 4 mystery points, okay? What would be the best thing to unlock here? There's a lot of stuff I already know about, right? Let's go with the stuff in 2188. So for example, Tamara Kurabe, 2188. I don't remember that much about that. So let's unseal that. In 2188, she is Chihiro Morimura's mentor, as well as a leading authority on artificial intelligence. Despite the fact that she's 120 years old, she looks much younger than her true age, thanks to nanomachine treatments. Okay, what does that tell us, though? What does that tell us in terms of the actual story that's going on? That is definitely still... let me think here. So, see, the detail that she is Chihiro Morimura's mentor, I definitely didn't know anymore. So, what does that mean, though, exactly? Are we talking about the older Chihiro Morimura here? Did that Chihiro Morimura get sent to this Project Arc colony somehow? And this Tamao Kurabe, so she somehow also built an android that had her memories in them? Right? But that specific android then later on got taken over by Juro Izumi when it was following around Yuki. I don't know. This is so strange. Like, even though I kind of know that we're somewhere around 2188 in the actual timeline, you know, unlocking stuff like this and looking at this, I don't know, it doesn't really tell us much, right? I mean, obviously it's not supposed to, but yeah, I mean, should I just unlock the other stuff in 1945 and 85? I don't think that's really... Miss Morimura, woman who looks like Miss Morimura. I wonder if there's any point in unlocking this. Tetsuya Ida might not be the worst idea. Or 426, although then again, 426 I know a lot about. Tetsuya Ida, a bit more of a mystery, I feel like. Let's do that. Let's unlock Tetsuya Ida's mystery file. That's a lot. Tetsuya Ida is the substitute teacher assigned to Ryoki Shinonomi's class at Sakura High School. He's actually a member of an unofficial organization who forces Shinonome into battle. Ida is the director of the Special Investigations Unit, government-affiliated spies. He serves as an advisor to an anti-kaiju defense team and helps Morimura gather members for their team. Back when he was a student, he supported Tomi Kisaragi on her singing live streams under the screen name F8. Or Fate, I guess. He used to wear glasses and came off as a studious, serious young man, but he tried to act cooler in high school to catch Kisaragi's attention. But, okay, so the one thing that I really don't understand here is we've seen an older version of Amiguchi that was also called Tetsuya Ida, correct? Why are they so different? Is there also some memory shenanigans going on? Did he insert himself into another body at some point? Back when he was a student, he supported Tomi Kisaragi on her singing live streams. At what point in time did that occur, though? Is that something that he just thinks he remembers, or is that something that actually took place? He was in love with the deceased Kisaragi, so in order to revive her, he developed androids at Shikishima Industries in 2100. He transplanted the past Kisaragi and Tamao Kurabe's AI into androids. It was believed that Ida died when he stayed behind during the 2064 Kaiju invasion. However, he was still actually alive and took Shinonome into custody when she was being interrogated in 1984. But wait, that was still... what? Ida seeks to transplant a simulated personality of the revived Kisaragi android into the physical body of the current Kisaragi, but she rejects the idea. He then realizes that he should have transplanted Kisaragi into the living body of the current Kisaragi to begin with, instead of reviving her as an android first. For that reason, he aims to reset the world and begin anew. I feel like I'm missing like a really big point here, because especially that last sentence, right? It somehow makes it seem as if it's Tetsuya Ida I don't know, there's like a missing point. So the only reason why Kisaragi is deceased, though, isn't that because of Juro Izumi's actions? But then to me it felt like those actions that were taken by Juro Izumi are only had been taken because he might have realized something about the true nature of these colonies, right? But if Tetsuya Ida were to control the colonies to begin with, then what? Like, I don't really get, if he's capable of doing all this, right? And if he can, quote-unquote, reset the world, which I presume would mean using the kaiju to destroy one dome and create another one? Unless I'm misinterpreting that. Like, and again, if there are clones of Kisaragi going around, couldn't he just clone her again? Like, if he realizes that he made the mistake of creating an android body with her, and maybe one transplant into her actual body fails, why not just create another clone? Like, where does this come from? Some of these, like, again, there seems to be some... Well, obviously it's not actually contradicting, because, well, that wouldn't make sense, right? But it does somehow still seem as if there is, I don't know, a really, really big and important chunk of information missing here. Like, is she... Not she, is he actually, Ida, is he actually capable of somehow resetting the world? Or is that just something that he realizes can be done, right? Because that's another, that could be another angle on this entirely. If he just somehow found out, okay, there is this mainframe, there is this, I mean, he probably doesn't know that it's Project Arc then. He finds this technology, he realizes Kisaragi had been killed, and so he somehow knows, hey, some sort of technology seems to exist that can reset the world, right? And so he wants to find out how to do that. Maybe it's talking more about that. He's not actually capable of doing it at this point in time. Oh, this is all... Oh, it seems so crazily complicated, or not complicated, but you know, there are always these hints that seem like they're like this breakthrough information, but in reality they just bring up more questions than answers. Oh boy. Okay, 4 to 6 I feel like I have a pretty good grasp on. Is there anything else? Kisaragi android, the Tamao android, magical gun, pills, drone sprain, ample. So these are places, right? Gas explosion we know about. The shootout dream, that's between Juro Izumi and Morimura, right? Maybe there might be some really cool sort of information here. Or we're going with the Shikishima Interstellar Development Project. I feel like I know a lot about that, though. Wait, the 3 laws? Okay. Oh, I didn't actually read through this. 2025 chocolate. Chocolate sold in 2025. Technological innovation made it possible for cacao to be ground inside a greenhouse in Japan. This gave birth to a new fruity chocolate that melts in your mouth and offers the perfect bittersweetness. Its catchphrase is, no matter how bad your day is going, this chocolate will put a smile on your face. Wait, manufactured by VW Company? That's not actually meant to be Volkswagen though, right? That would be weird. No, the logo's the same though. Wait, what? Why are they actually... What? I guess since they didn't write it out, but isn't VW still a trademark? I mean, or maybe it isn't because it's just 2 letters that can be trademarked? I'm not entirely sure. I mean, the trademark would be Volkswagen. Why would Volkswagen create a fucking chocolate? Well, then again, they're also manufacturing their own currywurst, right? So, like the sausage, curry sausage thing. So, weird. Well, that's not that realistic, though, right? I mean, I do know that in terms of, like, fruits and stuff, Japan does a lot with greenhouses. but growing its own cacao... Well, then again, I mean, technically, wouldn't it already be possible nowadays to grow cacao in greenhouses? It's just that it's way more expensive, and so nobody does it. Like, it's just not really viable to do, right? It's just way cheaper to pay some, you know, cheap farm in third world countries to do it, rather than grow it in greenhouses in first world countries. It's kind of sad, but yeah. What a weird sort of detail, right? Schooling firm... Second Graders magazine? There's a magazine called Second Graders? Shikishima Industries, Sheepskin, Black Wallet, Brown Envelope, Inami's Notebook, Kisaragi's Glasses, Kurabe Residence Layout, Goto's Notebook. Unlocking Shikishima Industries might not be the worst thing. A business affiliated with Shikishima Conglomerate. The conglomerate has political ties and grew to its large size during the Meiji era. They started off their business mainly with shipbuilding, but afterward entered the air transportation sector. During the war, they focused on weapons production, and post-war they became a world-famous machinery maker that makes everything from household electronics to rockets. Somehow I expected there to be a portion here about the Shikishima Industries from 2188, but maybe that's a separate mystery file or something. Okay, wasn't there a file that I wanted to unlock here at the start? Possibly these? I don't know. I mean, there isn't really any point to unlocking these, though, because the Tamao Kurabe of 1945 or 1985, wouldn't that just be some sort of clone? And I don't think that it would have information about that. That would be really helpful. Maybe let's actually go with Miss Murimura. Maybe there's some sort of, not really. The Sakura High School nurse, who is also the homeroom teacher of Class 1B, which Jiro Kurabe and Iori Fuyusaka are in. In order to become compatible, she tried to overwrite her memories and personality into Fuyusaka to take over her body, but gave up on it after hearing that a loop was no longer possible. Wait, isn't she compatible later on, though? That I don't really get. Morimura is still like a giant mystery box to me at this point. There's so much going on with her character, right? Because isn't she still the older version of Iori Fuyusaka? This makes it seem as if they're two completely different people. But or is she not? This didn't really help all that much. Again, especially the pretty big section about Tetsuya Ida actually brought up more questions than answers. Also, didn't I unlock a story now? Yeah. Because I unsealed 10 mystery files, I can continue Tomi Kisaragi's story. Tomi Kisaragi and Megumi Yakushiji were reunited in 1985. Kisaragi heard that Yakushiji's lover, Jiro Izumi, lost his memories. So that's the actual Tomi Kisaragi then, though, right? Because the fact that... So, if at this point the AI of Jiro Izumi is already in Jiro Kurabe's body, basically, then this Kisaragi is definitely not the android, right? Because that would have already been destroyed at this point.
Well, well.
Guess let's continue the story then. Just
In the
still
far-off future, Shikishima planned to colonize other planets.
right. So they found out
Kaiju were
about
tools for terraforming the surface.
the fact that the kaiju
What
are
are they
made
doing
in
here in the
2188,
past?
right? Yeah. They found out about that.
Welcome back, Usami-chan.
Thanks. Did Senpai wake up? Darn.
I'm back.
I've been thinking, when all this happened, we were at school, right? Maybe we should try going there.
You think that'll help?
Well, you know, that's where we time-slipped from. Maybe we can find a clue on how to get back. Anything.
Does make sense.
So how was it?
Well,
Here. Found him at a convenience store over there.
Ah, the chocolate.
For both of you. I'm not a big candy guy, so have at it.
Thank you.
Oh, wait, I skipped those two. Ugh. Or I need to
there's
eat
no
the
time
chocolate
to be
first.
tired. What I need
A little better.
is a sugar rush.
No, okay, now they're back.
You should eat something too.
I've done worse. Don't worry about me. Not a lot we can do from here. If we're gonna go, we gotta head out before it gets dark. What do you think?
You're right. Just let me rest for a sec.
Man, we've gotta do something.
What are they gonna find
How
out
about we
here?
grab something? You know, put up a smoke signal. Might be airplanes flying overhead. That way they could find us.
About my apartment. The whole building was destroyed.
Oh no.
And, well, no one was there.
I'm sure they're out there somewhere. Hiding, maybe.
Right. There's still the whole thing going on with most people just not being here. So would the fact that this has been basically annihilated by the kaiju, would that mean that they were trying to access that mainframe thing, right? I wonder if as soon as they're able to do so, maybe the mainframe gets some sort of information that makes it so that it doesn't display, quote unquote, all the rest of the people anymore. Like, however they're doing that would... Well, that's... The strange thing about that is, though, right, that most sort of perception-based things that we've seen so far, for example, with Juro Korabe, right, the fact that he can see this friend that is in actuality sort of a rogue AI that's living in his brain, that is displaying his friend for him. If all the other people were fake, wouldn't they technically insert that into their nanomachines? And wouldn't that mean that they would still see them somehow? I don't really know. And again, why would Miwako be here?
So that's how it is. I wonder what else we can find.
In general, though, isn't this just kind of weird? I mean, if you... Well, I guess, okay, so one thing that we did learn about, right, in the battle that I just did, is that the kaiju were sort of retroactively equipped with actual weapons, right, because they realized that they needed them. Somebody realized that. No clue who that might be. But this kind of still seems strange. If they're here to, I guess, re-terraform everything, unless they don't really care about... Well, okay, so if they're still sort of on the mission of destroying all of these sectors, then I guess they just destroy one, move on to the next before they start sort of terraforming this again? Or do they just not care that these ruins are still here, right? Because I would have thought that they actually sort of just, what's the word? Like that they would just really not demolish the place, but rather basically delete it, right? Take all the materials, everything that is here, and just, I don't know, either turn it back to how the planet's surface looked originally, or just at least sort of, I don't know, like put it in a state where you could then re-terraform the whole thing or something like that. Like, why just leave it as a destroyed ruin? That seems like a kind of a strange part, to be honest.
You know, you might be onto something, Miwako. The school. Morimura was always there. So I'm thinking, maybe there's a time machine there.
Morimura? You mean our teacher?
Oh yeah, that nurse with the big knockers.
She's from the future too. In fact, she came even farther than me.
You gotta be kidding me.
Question though, is she from 2188?
We checked out the kaiju. Turns out it's not a monster at all. Not an alien weapon either.
It's heavy machinery made by Shikishima Industries.
Heavy machinery? You mean like for construction? We were attacked by something like that?
They're from an interstellar development project even farther into the future.
Guess they were supposed to do work on some other planet. No idea why they went back in time. Or why they're destroying everything here.
Wait, oh, that was one of the options that I didn't have, okay. Okay, so I could go to my apartment, her apartment rather. Or I guess we could go to the school. Wait, why is that a new option though?
I'm gonna check on my house.
Usami-chan!
Hey, wait! You stay here, Miwako.
Like, didn't we already do that at some point? Why were there 3 red dots available?
What is that?
Looks like an RC helicopter. Is that thing with the kaiju?
Was that the drone they were just talking about in the battle that was supposed to check on Miwako? That would be pretty cool, right? The reason why I'm thinking that that makes sense is because, I mean, the game basically would know that you're only able to... I mean, that was the unlock condition, right? The unlock condition was a certain amount of mystery files, which you would only be able to get if you were to do Wave 3, I think. But isn't the... I thought the city that we're defending in that specific instance is 1985. Don't know anymore. Okay, so how do I check on my apartment again? Doesn't seem like I can click on anything here. Or do we have to go after that drone? Turn to base. I guess it brings... It was kind of weird.
Welcome back, Usami-chan.
Thanks. Did Senpai... Darn.
I've been...
Okay.
When all this happened, maybe
I'm back. You think that'll...
Well, that's where... Maybe Annie...
Kind of strange that it now just sort of cycles back, right? So I guess I have to go through their dialogue again? Oh, we can just go to the high...
You know, you might be on to the school. So I'm thinking maybe there's a...
Morimura.
Oh, yeah.
She's from the... In fact...
You got it.
Okay, so it was supposed to talk... So now I can talk to him about that and we can go to the
Let's
school.
go back to the school.
What about that second year? We're just gonna leave her here?
Oh, yeah.
I'll stay here with Senpai. You two go on ahead.
Appreciate it.
We'll come back as soon as we can.
Unless they accidentally shift in
If
time.
you keep running like that. Rough roads over here.
Well, aren't you cool? It took a while to get here with that blocked off road. Some of us have our eye on the time.
Oh, hello. Oh, that's the Sentinel. It's Juro Izumi's Sentinel, right? Where he defended the city for... Right. For like 2 hours alone in the Sentinel?
That's one gnarly robot. Another kaiju thing?
No. This is... Sentinel number 13. A robot that fought to protect the city.
We got kaiju fighting robots now? The future's wild, man. But I guess in the end, it lost, huh?
Seems to be the
The
case.
last time I saw this thing, it was right before I got taken away.
Taken away? So now we get to see how she actually ended up in, like, the...
Mom! She's
Oh.
not here either.
Kisaragi-kun. Please don't trouble me any further. Come. We must evacuate.
Just give me a second. I'm not leaving without my mom.
You must. You're the only one capable. The Deimos invasion has already begun. Listen to me.
No!
We're already within their attack range. Sentinel. It's too soon for another deployment.
This is Juro.
Izumi,
I'm going to take them on.
what are you doing piloting that?
This is Sentinel number 13. There's no one else who can pilot it but me. Sorry to rush you, but we're running out of time.
I'll go when I find my mom.
Miss Morimura.
Change of plans. Juro Izumi's made his choice. His nanomachines aren't going to hold much longer. If we don't begin the test now, we'll miss our chance. The evacuation can wait. Hurry and bring that girl over.
Test? What kind of test, though? What is Morimura doing? I feel like I'm missing something really, really important with her character still. I mean, it's also really hard to tell. So, that could have still just been her projection, right? Juro Izumi's made his choice. Well, again, the problem is I don't even really know how much Morimura would know at that point, right? Or if it's like, or her projection. Either way, right? It's really, really difficult to tell what kind of assumptions they work off of. So it's kind of hard to tell, or kind of hard to know. Like, is she following some sort of specific plan still, or... It does look like at some point she might have changed her mind about defending against the kaiju with the Sentinels, and instead was opting for Project Aegis. But yeah, question still remains, like, what does that mean in the grand scheme of things, right? So that's where Kisaragi came from originally, though. You know what I just realized? I don't know, but that doesn't really make sense. Fuck! Sometimes you get these, like, random thoughts that seem to fit, like, at first, but then don't make any sense anymore, because I was just thinking, right? Aren't they all like 16 years old, roundabout? So that would be the exact same time that we've heard a bunch of times already, right? And would also be the difference in age between 16 and 32, potentially for those older versions of Morimura and Juro. But, well, so I was just thinking, right? If, like, all of these are sort of clones that have been put into these specific timelines, maybe 16 years have already progressed in these domes. But that can't really be true, because we've also heard about them having, like, fake memories, right? About who were their, like, childhood friends and stuff. So why would they have fake memories if they actually grew up, right? Unless the fake memories are only really there to make the whole city seem more real? But they did... I mean, so if they are clones, they still had to have grown up somewhere, right? So they would have to have lived for 16 years. But yeah, somehow that doesn't really add up, right? Because then that would basically mean that the 16-year younger version of Morimura would have still been a child, right? So it wouldn't really make sense. Like, how would she have gotten to this place from Earth or something? That doesn't really add up either. It was just sort of a random thought that doesn't really seem to make sense. 2025 Kaiju Invasion. Juro Kurabi Izumi tries to protect the city by himself, but ends up losing. What kind of choice was Morimura, like, talking about? Why do that in the first place? And also, how are Sekigahara and Megumi there then later on and find him? Like, following Kurabi's defeat, Megumi Yakushiji manages to find him in the ruins, but Kurabi had already suffered immense brain damage from piloting the Sentinels for 2 hours straight. He loses consciousness in Yakushiji's arms. Because of this battle, Kurabi ends up completely losing his memories. Yeah, see, that is something... So, for example, if, like, Goto there and Morimura basically took away Kisaragi into another sector, why wouldn't they do the same thing with Sekigahara and Yakushiji? In Sekigahara, I can see if he's coming from somewhere entirely different, but Yakushiji? Renya Goto and Morimura snatched Tomi Kisaragi away while she was searching for her mother in a commercial building of Kamazumi Ward. Yeah, why would they do that, right? I mean, absolutely no idea. You can still continue her story, though. So it seemed like instead of going to the school, we can also go somewhere else. Stranded Day 2.
Miwako?
Usami-chan, this is bad.
Something going on with Shinonome?
What's up?
What happened?
Shinonome-senpai, she's gone.
Oh.
What?
I only looked away for a second. What should we do, Usami-chan? What should we do? Usami-chan.
Huh. So, where the hell did she go then? She had... wait, did she have those interactions with Sekigahara? No, those were before they came here, right? Didn't these guys find Shinonome here after her interactions with Sekigahara?
How far could she be? She wasn't exactly in a state to be running any marathons. We need to find her.
Like, didn't she get additional pills from Sekigahara as well?
She might still be nearby. Let's split up and look around.
Got it.
Okay.
I'll go check across the street.
Thanks.
Maybe she went off to the shopping district.
Like, did somebody come here and shift her again or something?
Senpai! Where could she have gone? I don't know what to do.
Any luck?
Not a trace. She must have gone real far.
Or she's just not here anymore.
So what now? Should we keep looking?
Why is that all shown as new options? That's weird, isn't it? Yeah, maybe she went to the Sentinel to try to shift. Wait. We were already at that thing. Well... Wait, weren't we at all those places already? Or I guess we need to look everywhere to find her, maybe? Now let's go there again. Let's see.
I'm gonna go check out the kaiju.
You stay here, Miwako. You never know when that second year might come back.
Yeah, this clearly wasn't the right option, right?
Shinonome-senpai?
Or maybe it was.
This thing's dangerous. You know that, right?
But...
10 minutes. I'm not hanging around here any longer than that.
I don't see her. Nothing in there.
Okay, so she didn't come here. Come here. I guess we're supposed to check out all the different places.
Did you find find footprints?
Thought I had something. Nope. No good, huh?
Looks that way.
Alright, let's check somewhere else.
I mean, I have a feeling that she might have, like, just shifted, right? But...
Usami-chan.
Did Senpai come back?
Did you see her?
Nope. There's no sign of her anywhere.
Wait, 4 red bubbles again? Go back to the school.
Let's try checking the school. Senpai might have had the same thought.
Because isn't she still looking for more pills and suspected that they were in the nurse's office?
We'll be back in a jiffy.
I think that might have been it. Whoa, that's a giant hole. Holy shit!
The hell? The north building's gone.
And the schoolyard's totally caved in. Oh, look at that! Over in the pit.
That another construction machine?
I bet that's what dug the hole.
Huh. So... is that a hint towards something? Like, are those terminal access points also the points where you can shift? And that's why it's... because aren't they trying to get to that mainframe thing? I mean, that's what we've heard, right? So, would it be trying to dig the hole over a shifting site? And maybe Shinonome went here because she... I don't know, it's sort of hard to tell. Wait, okay.
What's the point? They trying to make a nest or something?
Didn't really go that far, though, right? I mean... can still see it. Well, it's 300 meters underground, right? The mainframe thing. It's actually not that far. I mean, it's pretty far, but not that far. Like, if you look at this pole, this is definitely already something like 60 meters, right?
That thing's a construction machine for developing planets, right? Would it dig up a hole for no reason? Maybe there's something down there. Underground.
Like what? More dirt?
I'm just saying.
Well, so much for this place. There's not a single person here.
Let's keep looking around.
Speak of the devil.
Oh, hello. What are they... the hell are the androids doing here?
Senpai.
Hey, wait! That can't be good. It's that android from before.
Oh, right. They were already attacked by one of them as well, right?
Guess there's our answer. Run!
Wait, how many of them are here?
Serves you right.
Hello. The hell are you doing here? Hey, what's going on with these androids? Why are they here? Why did they attack Shinonome? And completely forgot that it... how were they rescued again the first time they saw one of them? I'm just wondering, were the other androids maybe set up by Jiro Izumi as well? Like by his AI thing, right? Or is that something... like, why would they attack them? Or are they part of the kaiju?
Hey,
There's definitely some missing information there as well.
Who are you?
The name's Sekigahara. You're Tomi Kisaragi, right? Didn't know any of you were left.
Huh.
Are you the only ones here?
Oh. Shinonome-senpai is...
Gone. What the hell?
She was there.
Dude, it was just a second ago.
I guess she ran away from the androids.
So Ryoko-san's here too.
Wait, so this is before those scenes that we've seen with Shinonome and him then? Wait, is it... did we ever get to see how Shinonome got here in the first place? And what she tried to do?
Are you with Morimura?
Maybe.
I mean, you've got to be from the future, right?
Yes. Quite a ways away.
Now listen here. How do you know Kisaragi?
That's...
A drone. It's a probe that found you two on its patrol. To think you were still here. I honestly didn't expect it.
So it told you about us.
Sorry you got caught up in this mess. In any case, you need to go to the underground gate. I'll take you there.
Okay, so now they're going into the mainframe thing, right? And possibly shifting from there. But why? What is Sekigahara's objective? Why is he here? Where did he originally come from?
Ryoko-san was with you, correct? I thought you would have returned already.
So he's going to go look for her, right? Which will lead to the other scenes that we've seen in Shinonome's story, where she tried to remember that.
All the gates above ground are locked. I've been struggling to find my way out of here.
You too?
We need to go underground. The primary shifter should be there. The other gates all connect to that one from afar. They're merely access points.
Underground? You mean... down there? That's where we need to go?
Correct.
So is the implication here that the kaiju didn't really reach the mainframe yet? Or are they not even really trying to do that? Or... huh? And what is this shifting technology anyways? Is it teleportation, really? Maybe I'm a little bit too hung up on the fact that this seems to be 12 years away from Earth. Like, maybe there is teleportation technology, but then again, technically teleportation technology would be time travel. If you're, like, creating some sort of information paradox, right? Because instantly teleporting to a place 12 light years away doesn't really work, as far as we know, right? It would take... like, the information, basically, would take 12 years to get there. But I guess you yourself wouldn't really... like, depending on the technology, you wouldn't really perceive it as such. Would you perceive it at all? I don't really know. I really don't know what's going on here. And I honestly feel like I'm already getting further away from the truth again. Because the weird thing that's tripping me up so much is that even Sekigahara and Murimura, who seem to know quite a lot, or even like Murimura, who seems to have like specific objectives and everything, still don't know the full picture, apparently, right? There is a giant abyss where Sakura High School used to be. So one thing that confirms, though, is that it seems like that primary shifter thing is more or less directly below the school. Which again, like, I mean, I get that all of these children are going to the same school, so, yeah, but that goes back to the question of how this all exists in the first place, right? Like, what is Project Arc? Why use these children specifically? I don't know. Oh, we can still continue. Okay.
Usami-chan. Did you find Shinonome-senpai?
In a word, yes, but...
She ran off somewhere near the school. A guy named Sekigahara is looking for her right now.
Who's that?
The only other guy we've seen here besides us.
So this is all before they get to 1985, though, then, right? I'm just trying to, like, remember what kind of other interactions. I mean, Hisaragi then already knew Sekigahara when he was taking Iori away, right? That's not really telling us much, right?
Anyway, it seems like we've got a way home.
To 1985? Really?
We came here to get you. You ready?
Yeah.
Hard to say if we can trust this Sekigahara guy. But let's hurry.
Hold on.
I mean, he saved your lives, so... And it's the only thing that is sometimes really strange, right? Is that... Well, maybe not that strange. It's sometimes maybe difficult to tell because, obviously, you know, I've never been in, like, a life-threatening situation, thankfully, so... I don't really know how I would react, but typically I would trust a person that saves, like, literally saves my life, right? If they were to say something, unless, like, it had to be, like, in order to not trust a person like that, they would have to say something really, really, really strange, right? I don't know, something that would, like, very obviously not add up, I think.
Stick with me, okay? Let's head to the school.
There's a huge crater by the school.
That's where we're going.
Oh, really?
One other thing that I'm wondering about is how... unless this crater is already 300 meters deep, but how would you normally access? Well, I guess without the city being destroyed, you can use the gates to get to the main gate in the mainframe thing, right? But if this hole was not here, they wouldn't really have any kind of way to access that, right? The main shifter. So I guess in that case they would just be stranded here? Yeah, see, it's little details like that can really easily trip you up, because now I'm thinking, well, maybe the only reason why the kaiju are trying to reach the mainframe is so that there is an access point for any survivors to actually get to the main shifter, right? Because again, like, this kaiju also seems to be deactivated. Like, what's the point of them digging down to that mainframe? Unless, of course, well, the other option would be they're trying to completely destroy it, right? Because they would try to get rid of any sort of thing that would be associated with Project Arc. And would also be trying to cut this thing off from universal control. But then again, would they, though, right? I mean, because if Aegis, which seems to be a thing against the kaiju, also means that a specific sector would be cut off from whatever this universal control AI seems to be, then why would the kaiju have that as their objective? That doesn't really make that much sense, right?
Is this that robot you were talking about?
That's weird. Wasn't there more than one android here?
Now that you mention it, yeah.
And what is going on with these androids as well? So, are they, like, almost immortal? I mean, they're machines, obviously, but, like, they were shot earlier. This one still seems to be deactivated, but the other two, I guess, were activated again? Or did somebody take them with them? And that might also be an option.
Ryoko-san.
Oh, hello.
So you still don't remember? They're taking advantage of your hazy memory.
Stop this. Get him. 426, your time is up.
Is she trying to beat me down there?
What about this 426 thing? How did Shinonome, why does she think that Izumi went into Sekigahara's body? Unless he actually did. Right, wasn't that actually one thing I was speculating about? I mean, there has to be a reason why Sekigahara lost his memories at some point, right? And I was speculating that was due to the fact that he also got somehow attacked by Jiro Izumi's AI. Which also might have been why Morimura. So, would that be an explanation? Oh. But wait, isn't... So, another thing that's confusing me here is, like, if that rogue AI of Jiro Izumi, if that's only in his body, then it wouldn't make sense that Morimura with, like, if that Jiro Izumi's AI thing were to jump to Morimura somehow, then it would make sense that Morimura and Jiro Kurabe exist at the same point in time, right? I mean, unless they never did, and I just think that they did, I don't know. But I mean, obviously there are a few possibilities here, right? Either that AI of Izumi actually got to Morimura, which is why she was killed, but before she was killed, it jumped over to Sekigahara, and now Sekigahara is that Izumi AI thing. Or other people just think that that's what happened. That's still an option. But then, if in this example Sekigahara is the Izumi AI, why would he help Kisaragi and the others? And what's going on with these androids? Why are they suddenly capable of being controlled by Shinonome? Or do they for some reason don't have, like... What would be going on with those androids in the first place? Wouldn't they have been set up because they were in that underground lab, right? So when the Izumi AI took over Kisaragi's, like android Kisaragi's body, was it also simultaneously? No, wait, it changed places, didn't it? Which meant that Kisaragi was back in that android's body? Huh. I'm just wondering whether or not some AI messed with these androids, and that's why they're constantly attacking. But either way doesn't really make sense, right? If it was the Izumi AI that set them up, why would they attack Kisaragi and the others, but not Shinonome? And if it's the other way around, and it's the Kisaragi AI that had been developed by the older Amaguchi, then same question, right? Why would it attack these guys? It's all really, really difficult.
Shinonome-senpai can control the androids?
Yeah, that's strange.
She's being manipulated by the one in charge of them.
Okay, so...
We need to go after her. If she seals off the gate, it's all over.
I mean, that kind of confirms... Okay, so... Shinonome's being manipulated by 426 into thinking that Sekigahara's 426, or was Sekigahara just now lying and he is 426, meaning the Izumi AI. And she's tricking the others. But the only way...
What's the report?
Identified evidence of activity. A human likely utilized a crane to descend.
Sounds like Ryoko-san's gone ahead. Secure the crane. Don't let her lock it up.
I mean, the only way this really makes sense with her being able to control the androids, though, is if the Izumi AI is actually manipulating Shinonome in this case, right? And Sekigahara is not the Izumi AI, because otherwise it wouldn't make sense that the robots attack him, right?
So how are we supposed to get down there? Isn't it really deep?
300 meters. That quadruped's got a crane equipped.
A crane? That does sound like construction equipment.
We'll use it like an elevator. It'll take us all the way to the bottom.
See, doesn't it almost seem like the kaiju are more here to rescue them rather than attack them in this particular instance? This is all so crazy. Like, I flipped around so many times on how to, like, see certain characters or things or actions in this game that is crazy.
What about your friends?
What's on your mind?
That guy just now. Are you sure he's safe to be around? He has a gun.
He just saves our lives, though.
They don't have much of a choice.
Let's go.
Wait for us!
Well, now I wonder how this is going to end.
Ryoko-san! Wait. What in the fresh hell is this? You recognize me?
Why am I here? Why are you here?
Looks like you got some memories back. Do you have your pills?
Not anymore. I'm all out.
Hang on a little longer. We need to get back to 1985. Miura, help me out. The pills are in Sector 4.
I already forgot completely that the fucking robot is called Miura as well. Why is he talking about it like 1985? I mean, well, that's sort of the easiest way to refer to it, right? Just because he's calling it 1985 doesn't really mean that he doesn't know about what its actual sort of meaning is, right?
Is she okay?
She will be. I was worried for a moment, but she seems to be fine for now.
What happened to her? Is she ill?
An incident occurred during our fight in the Sentinels. From that point on, we began having memory issues. Unfortunately, someone's been taking advantage of that. Her condition is far more serious than mine. She can't prevent it. In any case, looks like we can travel to 1985 without issue. It'll be ready soon. Just wait here for a moment.
I mean, so again, we've found out so many pieces, right? So we've actually seen that moment happen in like the sector that is 2065, right? We've seen the point in time where something manipulated everything. And that was due to, I think, that rogue Izumi AI already being in Erika Iba's android body. And she somehow snuck like a virus into one of the Sentinels that ultimately affected a lot of the other Sentinels as well. And then it kind of got spread to all of the sectors because in an attempt to save the Sentinels and be able to repair them and everything, they shifted them to different sectors, right? So does Shinonome think that Sekigahara is the culprit because it was his Sentinel that spread the stuff? But it wasn't actually Sekigahara, it was, you know, Erika Iba's android thing that inserted the code? So is that the reason why their brains overload? Like they... But... The thing is, though, that knowledge alone doesn't really explain anything, right?
This machine. Is Morimura using it too?
She's the reason we're able to use it at all. This functionality was her handiwork.
What exactly does that mean? So Morimura might have been the person who originally found out about this, and found out about the fact that Project Ark and everything existed, and then maybe she was the one that came up with the plan, like Aegis, but still doesn't answer the question where Morimura originally came from, right? And how this all started in the first place.
This is too much for me.
You gonna be okay?
I'm not good with heights. I didn't realize just how deep it was until we were right there. I thought I was going to die.
Look, the same kind of gadgets we saw in that dead kaiju. They're all over the damn place. Almost like we're in the belly of the boss.
Yeah, that's actually quite a good comparison, I feel like.
Usami-chan? The way we came in is completely dark. I never want to do that again.
Don't worry. We'll be home soon.
Wouldn't be potentially, well, I guess we can shift to the 1985 gates, like any gates still, because they're still active.
Looks like something out of a movie set.
What is this?
What could this be? Oops. Sorry.
What's going on?
Please, respond. This is number 16.
Number 16. That's the one who's been missing.
What?
Is everything okay?
I finally got through.
Kisaragi, what are your coordinates?
Kisaragi?
What?
That's...
My current location is unknown. My Sentinel, and even myself. I don't know what condition we're in.
And it's gone as suddenly as it appeared.
Is that the Android version of Kisaragi or something that has somehow been just sort of transferred into some sort of memory? Is that what Kisaragi here was able to activate it? The others probably wouldn't have seen this activation button at all?
Sentinel number 16 went completely off the radar after that incident I mentioned. What did you do? How did you make contact?
All I did was poke this thing.
16 went completely off the radar. Was it maybe trapped somewhere? Because it was Kisaragi's, maybe the Izumi AI had to trap it somewhere or something to prevent the Kisaragi android from telling the others about the Kizumi AI's plans or something?
That voice from the TV screen. Didn't it kind of sound like you?
You think so? Hey, just now... Did you call that person Kisaragi?
Kisaragi is the control system for Sentinel number 16.
Why do we have the same name?
Because she is you. Rather, a different you.
Huh?
I get it now.
You do? The control system makes it seem like they're all just androids, right? But I don't think that's right. Maybe.
Tell me, Kisaragi. It's your biometric ID.
The line of communication opened due to her ID being authenticated.
Give it another try.
Kisaragi, please respond.
If you're there, answer us.
I managed to connect to the system and determine my location. The answer is troubling.
Is it?
I'm outside the world.
What does that mean?
This place is not recognized in any era. This is bad. I'm being denied access to all sectors. It's universal control. It's trying to get rid of me. At this rate,
Doesn't outside of this world in this particular case just mean that she's out in space, though? So does Universal Control getting rid of her mean that Universal Control is somehow trying to literally delete her? Or does it just mean that she somehow got sort of ejected from the planet and now she's just being denied entrance again? Because, I mean, like, Amiguchi, for example, he flew with the Sentinel outside of the dome, but was able to return still, right?
It just closes right away now. universal thing?
Universal control. It's here, where the primary gate is housed. This underground mainframe monitors the world.
Current location. It appears the mainframe does not want us to know.
Looks that way.
Which makes sense, because her location seems to be sort of outside the dome worlds, right? Where Amiguchi went once. It's just so interesting. So they're all still, like, they know so much, yet they still know so little at the same time, right? They don't know that they're not on Earth. And that it's not actually different times, but rather sectors, and this dome world and everything. So now I'm wondering what was going on with Amiguchi then, and the girl, like that idol in his TV. I guess whoever that is, or whoever future version or whatever thing that is, somehow got through universal control, possibly through some sort of firewall or something, and was able to sort of insert that information and give it to Amiguchi through the TV means, basically. But I don't even know.
This is bad. The
Oh.
androids are coming.
Again?
Shit! They're over here, too.
Stop. The command's not working.
I'm out of ammo.
We've seen this place previously with dead androids inside it, right?
Now!
When Okino was here as well. So now they are all back.
This is...
Wait, where's Miwako?
I know this shrine. It's by the school.
Sweet. You hear that, Miwako? We're almost home. Miwako?
The hell did she go? Or can she not shift? Was her shift somehow prevented by universal control? That's another thing that seems so contradicting, though. So, whatever this universal control is, right, this mainframe, whatever, it's able and also willing to prevent them from knowing that they're not on Earth and that they're in this dome world, basically, right? Yet at the same time, it allows them to shift. How exactly does that fit together? Wouldn't it try to prevent them from knowing anything at all outside of the ordinary? Or is there some other reason for why it cannot do that? Or is there, like, did Morimura or somebody else at some point do something that opened up their ability to shift? I don't really get it. Isn't that sort of a contradiction?
Kayaki chose down that way. I'll be damned. We really made it back.
We're missing Miwako.
What? Wasn't she right next to you?
Miwako!
So maybe this finally explains who she actually is, or why she's not a playable character, possibly?
We must have left her behind. Let's go back. It's no use. She's not like us.
Ah.
The people here, everyone in the city,
they're not real.
we're all managed by that computer underground. Isn't that right, Akun?
To make sure no one impacts this world. To make sure no one finds out the truth. Universal Control pulls the strings. Behind the scenes, it handles our lives as it sees fit. It must have determined that she was an inconvenience to this world. She knew too much.
Okay, so again, that brings up the question though, why didn't it do that for all of them? Wouldn't it have determined that they're all a threat to that world, now knowing that there are different quote-unquote times or sectors? Unless somehow... I guess it all sort of comes back to how they were able to develop the Sentinels in the first place, right? What Okino was about and everything. I feel like at some point, right, there had to have been somebody who somehow found out at least something about universal control and everything, right? And somehow through that, they were able to reprogram something that then allowed them to shift and do all this stuff, right? Without universal control being able to manipulate them any longer. Or at least, you know, maybe that's what the Deimos Code is. Maybe that is like this whole... But see, that doesn't really work either. So, or maybe I'm just confusing two different things here. So, on the one hand, there's clearly like whatever Izumi did, right? And whatever ultimately infected the Sentinels as well. But at that point, the Sentinels already existed, right? So if I'm going off of the theory that somebody found out about universal control and therefore was somehow able to develop the Sentinels in the first place, right? Then at that point, like, that's the thing, right? As soon as somebody would have found out something, however faint, about universal control, wouldn't this universal control basically tried everything in its power to prevent that knowledge from getting out? Unless, well, what could have also happened is that maybe that's what Sekigahara is about, or Okino. Maybe that's what. So maybe an outside influence, right? So somebody from 2188, like who's somehow part. So Shinonomi, for example, right? She at one point saw this sort of transmission to herself that talked about the entire project, right? So somehow information about the entire project arc and everything sort of got into these sectors where it originally wasn't really meant to be. So somehow through that, I guess, something must have also gotten through that allowed somebody to not be influenced by universal control anymore, and might have therefore been able to develop the Sentinels, right? But that does somehow bring up the question of, well, are there two different things going on? So, does that mean that, for example, like that whatever that Izumi AI is doing, is that completely separate from whatever allowed them to shift and all of that? UFO, also called a saucer. That name hasn't come up in a while. Giant circular structure with a diameter of 30 kilometers. It is 300 meters underground Ashitaba City. houses a giant infrastructural control system constructed with 2188 technology called Universal Control. Universal Control is the underground mainframe. The town residents are all controlled by Universal Control, which sometimes adjusts the residents' memories or situations and twists the truth in order to eliminate any possible inconsistencies in the world. Almost like the Matrix, right? Okay, so, doesn't answer the question, though, of whether or not the other humans are actually real, right? A giant disc-shaped structure with a diameter of 30 kilometers, 300 meters below Ashitaba City. Also doesn't answer the question of, there have to be multiple instances of them, right? The center device of the terminal is used to authenticate biometric IDs required when shifting to other sectors or accessing personal logs. So, yeah, somebody had to have manipulated the mainframe into thinking that it is fine for a couple of biometric IDs to shift, but not fine for others, right? So how exactly was that possible? Or isn't even intended for some reason? Maybe it's some sort of backup function by the people that designed Project Arc? Ah, okay. I see. So it seems like the second area, Shibugaki City Wave 10, is possibly some sort of endpoint where all of the stories converge, because I seem to have multiple characters that are locked by that specific unlock condition now. A lot of them, actually. More than I thought. Holy shit. 4? She's cleared. Okay. His story is the next I can unlock, I think, right? Ah, his story as well. So Nenji and Miura are the ones that'll unlock next. Okay. I know that I'm repeating myself here, but it just feels like I'm so close to the conclusion, yet so far away at the same time, right? That's... Okay, anyway, I'm taking a very small toilet break. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. Right, so we need to continue with the destruction pod, right? Everybody's locked again? Yeah, good. Okay. I do find it quite strange, though, looking at it like this. Especially if it takes so long for... well, then again... I mean, if you consider what the story really is, right, then I guess it makes sense that it takes quite a long time to actually get to this destruction pod, because I guess, you know, this is the final battle, right? This is what we're trying to get to, I guess. The resolution of the story, if you will. So in that regard, it does make sense that it takes some time to get there, but I do find it quite strange just how long you play through the normal story before this comes up again, right? Don't really know. It's just, I don't mind it, but it's definitely strange. Okay, bonus objectives, clear within 60 seconds. City defense rate at time of clearing 60% or higher. Okay. Fair enough. Self-destruct drum mine kaiju will appear. Oh god, that sounds bad.
Allow me. I got this.
Okay, so now we're taking these Generation 4 Sentinels. Oh, I just realized. Oh no, they're gonna reset, right? Right. Okay. Yeah. So there's nobody that they have to use though, right? It's the long range flight support. So flight support are typically the best ones, I would say, because they allow you to very quickly move, right? The long range aren't too bad either, but they're also I don't know. Generation 1. Wait, how many did I typically have of every generation? So now I'm definitely gonna use Fuyusaka again, right?
Leave it to me. I'll go.
Because she won't get overloaded quite yet. So I don't know if in this particular case, if we have like mines that self-destruct, are melee Sentinels really going to be a good idea? Right, Fuyusaka would definitely be able to be used again next time, right? So if I used Kurabe, I would have Fuyusaka and Shinonome next time as Generation 2 Sentinels. So I could use Kurabe as well if I wanted to. Let me see. It doesn't really make any sense, or it doesn't have any difference. I could use Sekigahara here. This seems to be fine. That's fine. Maybe use Natsuno instead of Miura because she's only level 2.
Here goes.
Yeah. And then go with Kurabe as well because I don't know. I just have a feeling that melee Sentinels might not be the best for this. Wait, what was this about recovering anyways? All pilots BOL will return to 0, but the following will reset. Oh, right. Okay, so if I somehow desperately wanted to use somebody, then I would reset my win streak. Oh, well, that's not too bad then. I guess it would, I thought there was actually no way at all to use them. Okay. Let's see, 25k meta chips. Well, the meta system is actually pretty strong at this point, right? I mean, I have 3 meta skills available, and I can't upgrade to level 10 and also upgrade the meta skill use level 4. Well, it actually says maximum though, so I guess it would be a good idea to have this at some point though, right? But again, upgrading to level 9 to level 10 and updating this isn't actually possible. And last time I only used 1 meta gauge level thing, so you know, 3 seems to be fine for the time being. Honestly, I probably, now that I've played a little bit more, it feels like I can possibly gauge what else I might want to use. Or upgrade. I think... So something like the... was it the Demolisher Blade? Demolisher Blade might be good to upgrade, because it's armor piercing, right? Do they all have that? Yeah. Like, the armor-piercing stuff is probably a good idea to upgrade. Who has sentry gun? Because his sentry guns were stuff that I was using quite frequently as well, right? The railgun wasn't too bad either. Railgun. Lock-on range. Yeah, sure, why not? Let's upgrade the shield matrix. Mounted pulse laser I had already upgraded. Leg spike. The leg spike's pretty good, right? Maybe it would also make sense to give her a shield matrix as well, considering that she's quite often, like, on the front lines. Yeah, that might not be the worst idea. Put that... Goto I haven't used that much, right? Let's upgrade this. Maguchi. Shield matrix upgrade. The multi-lock missiles I've been using quite a lot as well. Okay, I still have quite a lot of meta chips. Honestly, let's upgrade the sentry guns further, because they're really, really good, I feel like. At least I like them a lot. Could even go one step further as well, right? Oh, she has a railgun as well. I don't know if this is a bit too much, but yeah. Just really like the sentry gun. It's going to be interesting to see how much of this you can actually upgrade. Like if you can actually, at the end of the game, will have upgraded everything. I mean, you can repeat these battles as well, right? So technically, I guess you could grind for meta chips if you wanted to. Like, if you really want to 100% this game, you'd also want to unlock all the mystery files and stuff, so you'd have to S-rank every battle anyway, which probably means that you get more meta chips in order to upgrade more stuff, if you really wanted to. Do I want to upgrade the long-range missiles, or do I just want to unlock something else entirely? Rains down countless missiles in a wide area in front of the Sentinel. Floating mine. Shield repair. Places a shield and recovers 30% HP of an ally. That sounds really effective. Who has that? Huh. Let's just get that. He still has a place free, right? She's flying, right? So the multi-lock missiles upgrade might be a good idea. She actually doesn't have that much else, right? So let's get this to level 2. Long-range missiles. They weren't that great, to be honest. I mean, obviously they would become better if you were to upgrade them, but... The Guardian... I don't really know. I upgraded the Demolisher Blades as well, right? Leap attack, tackle, rush attack. Well, at this point, I can only upgrade something that I haven't upgraded yet. That's his basic stuff, right? So let's go with that. Okay. Deploy! Let's see what this is going to be.
We have to deal with these now? This isn't gonna be pretty.
What, these wheelie guys? Are they really that bad?
Drum mines. They're bombs originally intended for excavation support. Its entire body is filled with RDX. Once a target's within blast range, the whole kaiju detonates.
A single drum mine self-destructing could cause incredible damage to our Sentinels.
You know, that sounds like something we might be able to use.
True. If we knock them away just before detonation, that could wipe out a whole swarm of kaiju at once.
We use their own weapons against them. But is it really going to be that easy?
I was gonna say, that sounds pretty hard to pull off.
We'll give them a taste of their own damn medicine.
Okay, so I need to keep those in mind and make sure that nobody, like no melee Sentinel is too close to them.
Now, I deny you!
Okay, so that's these big things. I wonder how fast they are. Okay, who can set the sentry guns?
Gonna be okay. Definitely focused.
The Generation 2 ones, right? Oh, something's gonna land here as well. Place the sentry gun here.
Okay.
Place the sentry gun here. Oh, that's one of our defensive systems. Oh! Ooh, I just realized something else. So, since I have so many with brain overload at this point, I have less defensive Sentinels. Ooh, okay. So you really want to avoid that. Well, I mean, you can't really, right? Unless you're So I just realized, so I only have 3 Sentinels defending now. I need to keep that in mind. So that definitely makes things harder.
Gotta keep my spirits up.
Long-range missiles, that hits everything. Let's see how much damage that does. Oh, they're almost dead already. Well, that's not too bad.
Hope I can pull my weight.
That would hit that one. I guess they're not too complicated to take out. I would have to move for that. That's probably not a good idea. I mean, they do still... Wait. Let's...
Don't waste any chances.
I definitely want to avoid him moving towards them, right?
No room for hesitation.
I still got Goto and Amiguchi though. So let's... Because he's further back.
Here's the plan.
Let's move him real quick.
Number 22. And now then.
Oh. Nice. It was easier than expected. Does that hit?
Hit. Target destroyed.
Perfect. Okay. Still got Sekigahara in this battle. It was definitely a good choice only to take one. One melee, right? These are aerial kaiju, though. Can only do that in front of me. He really doesn't have that much, right? If you can't attack, but can do this, though. Probably do want to keep him further back, though. I know this is not going to hit everything, but...
Man, we've got it rough. Hope I can pull my weight.
Let's move him a little bit over here. Move him over here. I can hit them with the long-range missiles. Honestly, those are pretty good against them, I think.
Stay calm. I can do this.
Does it hit both of them? I think so, right? Well, at least one is dead.
Stay on guard.
So that'll take him out.
Good. That's my win. Gotta think.
Okay, I guess I want to wait for them to... I never quite know if it's a good idea to defend and charge EP. Ooh, I could place another sentry gun, though. So we have one there, one here, one there. Let's just place another one.
What do I do?
Well, we do have 3 now, so, oh, fuck.
Stay calm.
Let's just wait for her action. Him, I might want to move up a bit. Just so that he can do anything at all. Let's move him here.
Moving out. Don't let up.
Okay. Wait, what was I using earlier? The EMP attractor, right? Yeah, let's just fire that into them. That sounds like a good idea.
That work? Target destroyed. Are we?
The sentry gun just annihilated a bunch of the smaller ones. Do I just want to move him? I'll move him further over here. There's more long-range missiles? Yeah, sure.
Always think ahead.
Still a little bit further away from them.
Stay on guard.
Let's move him up a bit. Or something else hit them. Oh, that was the sentry gun. Nice. They're quite easy to take out, though. Which I find interesting. Okay, they're landing there, so... Let's move them over. The EMP attractor is still really good, though. Oh, are they... Fuck, are they gonna explode immediately because they're so close to the sentry gun?
Don't let up.
Let's move him here.
Moving out. Here's the plan.
Probably want to move him back then.
Number 22, stay on guard.
Yeah, I think they're all just gonna explode, right? Since they think that the sentry gun is... Huh. So let's try and hit the ones back here then.
Stop them. Hit. That's that. What's the plan?
So if they're gonna... Oh, so that does mean if I just take them out, they're not exploding then though, right? Because I can't activate that anymore. They only seem to activate that when they're sort of closed, right? Okay.
Don't waste any chances.
Let's move him. It's always so difficult to actually move these guys. Let's move him over here again.
Okay.
Sentry gun. Do I want to defend with him? Because maybe I could place another sentry gun, right?
Don't let up. Defensive mode active.
It takes a long time for them to explode, though.
Number 11. Don't waste any chances.
Okay, those are gone now. Okay, they did take out the sentry gun, but they also killed themselves. The problem is they're blocking the path for Sekigahara to move over to the other ones. It's really annoying.
Number 11. Moving out. Hope I can pull my weight.
Shield repair, shield matrix. So we was doing this earlier, right? A couple more landing over there. Do I just want to try and hit them, or do I want to move over? He still has a bunch of EP, right? So I could literally just move here. Problem is I don't know how quickly he could move back. Wait, is the sentry gun still there? Did it not... What? I just try to hit them. I don't want to move over too far. Now I can use the EMP attractor again to hit all of them.
How was that? Neutralized.
Okay, so most of those are gone. She still has her long-range missiles. Should hit most of them. More. Wait, where's the rest of them landing?
What now?
It's only here, right? The smaller ones don't really matter that much. This technically should hit all of them. Yeah, easy.
There you go.
smaller one's still there. I was gonna say, the smaller one's still there. Boom! Sentry gun just shoots through it. Okay, Karabe's still defending, but he's recharging a bunch of EP, so...
Next move.
I guess I'm just gonna move him over.
Number 22, advancing.
Move him over as well.
Number 11, moving out. Always think ahead. Number
Slightly more.
What's optimal?
So it's kind of hard to hit their specific point of impact, right?
Stay on guard.
Like, they're still not here.
Next move.
Now they're here, okay. Ooh, a bunch of these guys. Just do this.
Good.
That wasn't as effective as I thought it would be. EMP attractor. Should hit most of them.
Good. Hope I can pull my weight.
I need to move him over. Probably close to the other two. Multi-rocket launches. Oh, this thing is going for the sentry gun. Ah, well, I can ignore that. Easy. Another long-range missile to hit those two. Well, that was easy. I didn't even need my meta gauge. Holy shit. Yeah, if I hadn't made that one really dumb mistake in the previous battle, I think it would have been just as easy.
I used to hang out there all the time back in middle school. Damn it. Hope everyone got out okay.
It's never easy to see your own home up in flames. I know this must be hard.
We're fighting to defend our homeland. We knew going in we wouldn't come out unscathed.
Even if we win this fight, how many people are we gonna lose? God damn it. Is any of this city even gonna be left?
Get a hold of yourself, Ogata. If we lose here, nobody makes it out alive.
Even if it ends up tearing this city apart, what else can we do but fight back?
Well, I feel like the solution would be, or it is going to be, that we're not actually defending the city at all. we're probably going to be just sort of escaping from this world at some point, maybe. I wonder if that's going to be what's going to happen in the end, that these guys are just going to take the Sentinels and, I don't know, maybe try to actually fly back to Earth or something? I took no damage at all in that entire... Holy shit. Wait, Minami was the MVP? Oh, I didn't actually check out what these other skills do. The other ones. Do I have to specifically equip those? No combo attack. Bento with meatballs. 2 mystery points, okay. I wonder, so are the mystery points that you get, are they fixed? I guess they are, huh? Wait, oh, okay. Well, now I know why something is locked behind it if it's going to be... So there are boss encounters. Interesting. Okay, so I didn't unlock any story with this, right? No. So let's go to the mystery files and check out which ones did we get. Cockpit. This is where the pilots control the Sentinel. They appear to lose their clothes on entry. That is still... It's kind of weird, right? This game just doesn't have a lot of the sort of typical anime tropes, if you will, but then just a few sort of details are still there, right? Because that's sort of like, why? So that is so random, right? And again, they're not even really doing anything with it, right? I am like, if I think about other anime series that potentially do something like that, it's typically to, you know, well, show you, I don't know, their boobs or whatever, right? This game doesn't even really do that. Like, they're like hinting at it a little bit, but they might very well be just sort of skin-tight suits or something. I don't know. The only person that is really sort of sexualized in a way is Morimura, right? In her, like, leather suit. Weird. Bento with meatballs. A bento with meatballs that Megumi Yakushiji made. Kaitaro Miura supposedly enjoyed this while on top of the riverbed, enjoying the view of Kaede River. Aside from the meatballs, the bento has a large umeboshi, ichiki, boiled spinach, kinpira gobo, an omelette, and butter sauteed squash. Why this focus on this specific bento? I guess the important point here is that at that point, Miura already lived with like Juro and Megumi. Because otherwise, what's the point of even drawing like attention to that? Okay, we have 2 mystery points. What the hell can I do with those? Do I maybe want to unlock the Tamao Kurabe part? Why not? She lives in 1945 with Keitaro Miura's little sister Chihiro. I completely forgot that. Huh. Sorry. I completely forgot that his little sister was called Chihiro. How does it fit together, though? Is that just a projection, again, of the Morimura, like the older one? What is the connection there? What? Tamao Kurabe has repeatedly been receiving medicine from Renya Goto, which causes her to suddenly remember strange dreams. However, she starts receiving a different type of medicine one day and has the opposite effect, causing her to forget what she sees in her dreams. We had like one scene with her and Yuki, right, in 1945. That is actually really strange, because the only other place this character shows up is as Erika Aiba, but at that point she's already an android and she's been taken over by Izumi's AI thing, right? But I guess she actually does exist in 1945, but why though? Wait, let's unlock this as well. Question mark. The landlady of the Kurabe house. She's Juro Kurabe's grandmother, who's also close with Natsuno Minami through her long-standing friendship with the neighboring Minami house. She's currently visiting her relatives over in Shimane. I feel like that's some sort of important hint towards something. I can't quite put my finger on it. What? Because isn't she, in these 2 cases, isn't she just a recreation by the central control system to I don't know, facilitate all the other sort of actions, but why does she also receive medicine here in 1945? Unless she's already some sort of android, but why would an android need medicine? And what's that? But again, that doesn't really tell us much, right? The fact that apparently her little sister's Chihiro, like, okay, fine, but is that really connected to Morimura in the future at all? Or is that just some sort of recreation that... Like, how does that connect with everything else? Well, I guess we need to do this boss battle then. That's going to be an interesting thing. I wonder if there's going to be some sort of special big kaiju showing up? Anyway, I am going to take a lunch break now. As always, well, I hope it doesn't take as long as it did yesterday. Hopefully 20 to 30 minutes. And I'll be back after that. And then we continue and we see, well, first of all, what this boss battle is about, and then hopefully also how the other stories continue afterwards, right? Because we can unlock, what was it? Keitaro Miura and somebody else that were locked behind this boss battle. But as I said, until then, lunch break. See you in a bit. Okay, I'm back. Holy shit, that was maybe a bit too much. Sometimes after your lunch you just feel a bit sort of stuffed. Whatever. That's not important right now. What is important is that we're getting through whatever this boss battle seems to be. Let's see, it sounds really interesting. So once again, we have 5 people being brain overloaded again. It's a bit unfortunate, but that just happens, right? You can't really prevent that. Tutorial EMP, you'll face large aerial kaiju in this wave. I already know how to deal with them though, right? These aerial kaiju have high HP, and anti-air armaments aren't very effective against them, given their low power. Anti-ground armaments, though powerful, won't even reach the enemies. This is where EMP skills such as the EMP Attractor come in handy, allowing first-generation Sentinels to attack enemies with their powerful anti-ground armaments. Unlock and equip an EMP skill from ARM's customization. Yeah, it's a bit strange that they're sort of explaining that again, because, I mean, that's not exactly new. I guess up until this point it wasn't really that important, but bonus objectives. Maximum 4 strike team members? That's a weird bonus objective, okay? Clear without a sentinel being immobilized. City defense rate at the time of declaring certain. Do I want to do that? Why? Why would I want that? Giant aerial Terra Carrier kaiju will appear. Okay. It sounds interesting. So, I need to make sure... Who has the EMP stuff? Let's customize here. We only have 12,000 chips, so... I guess I won't upgrade the meta stuff, meta level gauge thing. Well, I should actually probably think about who to put in first, right?
Okay, I'm there.
I'm ready.
Right, so I probably don't want...
Let's go.
Let's see, so they both have the EMP Attractor thing, right? Which is going to be important, I guess. Because then they themselves can take down the aerial stuff and attack it with their ground-based attacks. She has the sentry gun, which is going to come in really, really handy. I guess I could go with Shinonome as well, because she also has the sentry gun. But then I'd have to take somebody else out. Guardian, sentry gun. She has Guardian, but she would get overloaded. So technically, I should probably focus on Shinonome. I'd only have one sentry gun, but then again, you know, sentry guns are really, really good, so having one is already pretty good. Also, you can just set 2 anyways, right? I don't need multiple characters being able to set them down, because one can just set down multiple of them.
Understood.
He has the long-range missiles and stuff, and the railgun, which also hits anti-air stuff, anti-air bombardment. I mean, I have her though, right? She has an EMP stunner, the railgun, long-range missiles. That sounds really good. And they have shield matrix and flare torpedoes. Yeah, I think that's a pretty good setup overall, to be honest. It's a bit unfortunate that we have 5 people that are not going to be able to defend. But to be honest, again, at this point, stuff doesn't seem... So, I mean, then again, what's very, very interesting is that if you do get hit, I think it can very, very quickly sort of spiral out of control, right? Where you very quickly can't do anything anymore, right? So I do think there's a high possibility that you can lose very quickly if you don't pay attention. But other than that, it should be fine mostly. Okay, so Ogata, Hijiyama, Shinonome. Let's see, so if I want to customize these 2, I probably enact short hearts movement, drops the kaiju, distracts kaiju. Probably want to upgrade the EMP attractor stuff then, right? In both of them. Since I'm going to use that this time. Maybe even upgrade it twice, to be honest. Why not? Defense mode. Durability quadrupled. Interesting. Remove Sentinel limiter. Oh. Anti-ground multi-lock missiles. Random barrage of missiles toward ground kaiju. What's on it? I mean, most of what they have is pretty good, obviously. Honestly. Let's see. So, I upgraded the EMP attractor. She has the already upgraded sentry gun. Don't know if I want to upgrade the Guardian stuff. Multi-rocket launchers. Also not the worst idea. The long-range missiles could use an upgrade, maybe? And the EMP stunner as well. Let's upgrade this at least once. And upgrade the long-range missiles. Multi-lock missiles is upgraded here. Were the arm-mounted convergent lasers good? Honestly, maybe it would be a good idea to actually unlock more stuff for her, right? Forced cooling device, recovery speed increases by 30% due to a powerful cooling device. Shield recovers 30% HP of an ally, might not be the worst idea. Gravity forces pull kaiju towards the impact zone. That could also be really, really good, to be honest. Let's actually unlock that and equip it as well. Gravity missiles. Ooh, Interceptors releases a swarm of drones that auto-fire on kaiju, ignores armor. 4 units. That doesn't sound too bad either, with the armor ignoring stuff. Okay, I don't have enough to unlock more stuff though, so... EMP stunner... I already upgraded the rush attack though. What else would there be to upgrade? Long-range missiles are upgraded. For sentry gun, guardian... heavy knuckles. Maybe the arm-mounted machine cannons? Do want to use them? Yeah, why not? Honestly, the long-range missiles might be good to enhance them again as well. And then I can just enhance something else that doesn't have an enhancement quite yet. Do I actually want to... I could upgrade the gravity missiles, right? Yeah, why not? Sounds like a really cool thing, so... Sure. Let's do that. Let's see what this boss enemy is going to be.
Warning. Daimos signatures identified. Enemy in range. Preparing to intercept. Initiating tactical analysis.
Oh, that's the thing?
An aerial enemy.
Ooh, hello.
Is that a bomber?
You see that, Ogata? Looks familiar, right?
It does?
Oh, that interstellar development stuff we saw. Back in the dead kaiju.
Yeah. Can we get any more info out of the Sentinel computers?
Wait, I think I've seen this. The command ship had some data on this trilobite guy. Hold on.
Trilobite?
Looks like we're seeing a Terra carrier. It's a transport craft for carrying resources.
Okay, but what's it carrying? This thing's gotta be more than just a big-ass turnip truck.
It says here it can take atmospheric movement and re-entry. The hull's surrounded by magnetic repulsion.
Oh.
A magnetic field? So, like, it'll deflect our shots?
We don't know anything about its payload, but it seems hell-bent on delivering it. Whatever the hell it is, it ain't gonna be fun. Let's take it out before it can drop the goods.
So I wonder if it's going to spawn, like, new kaiju every now and then? To win this battle, you must destroy all Terra carriers. Okay, there's going to be multiple that appear, and I guess I have to EMP them down first before I can attack them. Oh, now they also have their... I forgot to look at that stuff again. Like, it just popped up. Can I access that somewhere? Like, my sole best friend, pilot skills displayed. If Kisaragi is in the strike team, WT recovery speed increases. Oh, so they're... Oh, that's cool. So they're passive abilities. Okay.
Let's turn this around.
She doesn't have that yet?
Like any other punk.
I'll be fine. Increases all stats when no allies are nearby.
What next?
As long as I can keep this thing moving.
The less members on the strike team, the higher all stats increase. Oh. Interesting to me that you can, in fact, decide to only have, like, let's say 4 members on the strike team. I guess it does make sense if you take somebody like Yuki, right? So you can play around with that, which is really, really interesting. Well, yeah, that's... funny. Okay, let's drop the sentry gun here.
Okay, what's the plan?
She can fly, right? Those are ground-based. I don't know if I want to...
As long as I can keep this thing moving.
She's pretty fast, so let's just move her forwards for the time being.
I'll try.
And in order to be able to utilize the EMP attractor, I definitely need to move them forwards as well. So let's try and move him here and see what the kaiju are doing.
There's still hope.
Okay.
I won't give up.
I probably shouldn't move too far out, though.
This isn't so hard.
Oh, railgun, EMP stunner, can't really be used.
This is all pretty freaky.
Let's just all move them up a little bit, right? Fujiyama still missing, where are you?
I
Here.
guess life comes at you fast.
I just need to make sure that they're sort of not too far away if they drop somewhere else, but then again, I think... Okay, sentry gun already doing what? Gravity missile. Do want to see how that works? It's pretty expensive though, right? Oh, well, 150 is not that expensive. I could just shoot though, so... Because that also hits the aerial ones.
I'm acting like an amateur.
Okay, so I can already hit a bunch of them. Let's just do that.
Yes. Humanity stands. I'm not used to this thing.
Pulse lasers. I mean, they also hit the aerial ones, so... Let's just go with that.
Say your prayers.
No point over.
Oh wait, is it sending like small ones out as well? Seems like it's sending out the hunters. Interesting. Does that hit? Let's move him up slightly. Just want to make sure that he actually hits.
They ought to be used to fights by now. I'm right here. Get bit.
Okay, now the big thing is on the ground.
The practice round's over.
Okay, so far so good. The problem is I actually now need to move towards them, right? So it's actually not that great that I dropped it there, but now it shouldn't be able to spawn new ones, I guess.
I'll make it work. I guess life comes at you fast.
Or I could do the rush attack on these. At least that'll move me up a little bit. Could I use the railgun to hit it? I can. Do I want to? He has the long-range missiles as well, right? That's probably a good idea. That thing really does have a lot of HP. I could take out those two, but that's something for the sentry gun as well.
We will not lose.
Do I want to hit it with those missiles? I don't know if that's really a good idea, or if it's a bit too... I don't know. This won't reach it though. Let's just move up a little bit. She can move very quickly, so... Wait, how much is the Demolisher Blade? That's a lot of damage, right? I can't actually reach it. Shit. I could go with the rush attack. That's also... Don't have enough movement. Like, can I leap over to it? No. Shit. Tackle? Well, that would move me far enough. Well, you know what? I can also just move. Are new things spawning in already? Doesn't seem to be the case. Right, there are a bunch of the normal ones here still. Do I just want to shoot them? Probably a good idea. I don't want them doing some weird stuff over here. Okay, pulse lasers. I don't know if it's really effective hitting it with that though. No, it's alright, it's not too bad. So can I use my Demolisher Blade now? I can.
Here comes the pain. Yeah.
That was effective. Holy shit, okay.
Like an amateur.
Can I rush these two guys? Yes. Wait, did I only hit one of them? Oh, that was unfortunate. Anyways, the other thing was taken out by the sentry gun. Okay, so she could place another sentry gun. Can the sentry gun actually shoot that thing as well? I think it can, right?
I can help.
I'll take them down quick.
Let's actually move up a little bit with her as well, because that would allow me to place another sentry gun further away if I want to.
The practice round's over.
Ooh, nice. I can hit it with the rush attack. Does that mean I can also hit it with the Demolisher Blade? I can.
They're finished. How's that? Bow down.
It's actually already gone.
Terror Carrier Daimo signature. Warning. Daimo signatures identified. Enemy in range. Preparing to intercept.
Shit.
Tactical analysis.
Hijiyama-kun, use the phase plasma EMP. The flying kaiju will lose control and drop out of the sky. If you get surrounded, it's a good fallback.
Good for me, but what about the city?
I need to think things through.
Right, I should probably use my meta gauge because these two are in trouble otherwise. I think they would be attacked by a lot of stuff, right? If I don't EMP things down. Also, I have 3 uses of that, so... you know...
I'll make it work.
Phase plasma EMP.
The practice round's over.
Because that also means that I can now just demolish a blade, attack them. That's half of its HP, holy shit. That was close. Long-range missile, probably a good idea. I could take out the first one and hit the other ones, or I'll attack these guys. Let's attack over here, just because the other ones are closer. I know they're all stunned anyways, right? They're stunned by the EMP. Oh, hi! Welcome back. What difficulty am I on? I'm on, like, the... There are only 3, right? I'm on the highest? Like the, what's it called? It does have a specific name, right? The third one. Right? One step above normal, I guess. Though, I have to admit, so far it doesn't seem too difficult. Intense, right? That's the name.
It went down, but where's the wreckage?
There's still another in the air. Was that okay? What's the situation?
I mean, I find the battle stuff really interesting because it feels like if you make a mistake, they can be really, really quickly, or not eliminated, but you can very, very quickly lose HP, right? If one attack hits you, like a powerful attack from an opponent, it can drop your HP quite dramatically. So, because I made one like sort of bigger mistake in like 2 battles prior. But if you're careful not getting hit, then honestly it doesn't seem too difficult to take them out. Okay, so I don't know if there's going to be more carriers, so let's just place another sentry gun somewhere in the middle here. That can also take care of the old ones. And then, I'm running out of EP though. Can I reach it from here? That's too too far if I move. Oh, that's not actually a street. I was slightly confused by that blue. Does it hit all of them? No. Whatever. It'll deal a bunch of damage.
Take it. You like that?
Let's see.
Yeah, it would definitely be. I mean, it seems like you can sort of. So, for example, for this battle, the game, like one of the bonus objectives was that I would only have 4 people on the strike team. I decided against it because I thought that, you know, especially my first time through, it's probably a better idea to, like, get through the. Like, I don't want to already introduce more challenge if it's not really necessary, right? And, like, it's only one bonus objective, it's probably just a bunch of meta chips or something. So, like, if you really wanted to challenge in these battles, you can definitely make it more challenging by just having less pilots there, for example. But yeah, so far it seems... I mean, it kind of probably also depends on how you're playing the game as well. So since I've done a bunch of the story first, you just get an insane number of meta chips and upgrades already. Like my meta gauge is level 8, right? I can use 3, I don't know, EMP pulses or something, which is obviously really effective. So if I didn't have those, it might also be more difficult. Okay, let's see. Can I just use a normal rush attack here? I may want to conserve the EP as well. Ooh, that's... Wait. That does almost as much damage as the other one. I was gonna say, isn't he...
The practice round's over.
Shouldn't he at some point come back up into the air again? It just did, but it was also the last one of them, and it didn't have much HP left. Yeah, this was definitely... I expected a lot more resistance, I guess.
The terminal is now completely sealed off.
We did it.
They've changed targets. The next terminal is just over there.
They're already on the move.
Can't even let us catch our breath, huh? I haven't hit my operating limit yet, but I'll be dismounting the Sentinel temporarily.
Whoa, hey, then who's taking point?
We don't need orders to kick some ass. Sentinel, activate.
Yuki in her element again.
You can relax, kids. I'm back in the fight.
I won't be long. I'll leave the rest to you.
Fine then. Let's roll, Yuki-chan.
So we made it through.
Okay. It was still a lot of fun. Like, the game mode is pretty fun. Yeah, for the S rank you always get additional intel pages. Yeah, I'm trying to get those. Sadly, I missed, like, what I was talking about, the mistake that I made. I missed one objective because I only got A instead of S. But I can always go back and get that, probably. But the other bonus objectives, I think they only give you additional meta chips, right? I thought? There's, like, bonus objectives, and then there's also... What are the other ones called? There's definitely something that they're called.
Area secure. Heading to next terminal.
A die-hard Patriot. Think we'll go viral? Oh, right. For some reason, I always completely forget that Kisaragi at some point was like a streamer or something. Yeah, I don't know about the whole destruction part of the game. I kind of have the feeling that they maybe thought that it was a bit too, well, not too complicated, but the mode definitely has quite a lot of intricacies that you wouldn't necessarily expect right away. And I feel like if you can criticize the game for one thing, it might be that the introduction to this whole game mode isn't that great. like, they're actually doing a good job of, like, teaching you how it works, but I feel like there are a few details they gloss over, and also it's just, I don't know if it's the UI or something, but it does feel, I wouldn't say overwhelming, but certainly, like, there is a certain depth to it that is hard to understand at first. And I don't know if maybe that's why they felt like they couldn't make it too hard, because otherwise people would struggle to get through it. But then again, that's what the difficulties are for, right? So yeah, especially after how actually pretty easy the tutorial was. I mean, that's the whole point why I put it on the higher difficulty, because I felt like the tutorial was pretty easy. But now it hasn't really increased in difficulty, I feel like. So maybe it's just that the difference between normal and intense isn't as big as they wanted it to be or something. I don't know. I mean, obviously there's still a lot more to come, so maybe the later ones do get more intense as well. But you also get more stuff the entire time, right? I'm constantly upgrading things, and yeah, I don't know. I mean, this mode in general does have a lot of potential. The only thing that is really a bit weird about it, I feel like, is the whole part about, like, it's sort of real, like, it's not really turn-based, but it kind of is, right? It has this sort of real-time component to it, but then you also have, like, seconds that need to run down until you can act again. So in that sense, it's like this, almost like a hybrid thing between real-time and turn-based. Which I like a lot, but I feel like the real-time portion is sometimes a bit weird, right? There are definitely points where you kind of have to let the time just run a bit until something happens, and yeah, I don't know. But then again, if I were to think about how to improve it, I don't necessarily think you have to improve anything. It's really just more about the more intense the battles get and the more difficult they are, I feel like the better the flow is, because you'll constantly have something to do, right? It's more, the weirdest part is sort of the downtime sometimes when you actually clear everything, but you are not through the stage yet, so you're kind of awkwardly waiting for the next wave. Yeah, so if I feel like if the difficulty was higher, then that would already be better. So the mode in and of itself, I think, is pretty good. Yeah, Half-Baked. Half-Baked is... that's almost more critique than I would give it. I don't know, but I get your point. Like, it feels sort of... It's actually quite hard to put my... To like really put my finger on it, but maybe it is also, and that's always a little bit the problem, right? If you introduce something like this and then you don't really make it hard, or at least you don't put in a challenge that actually requires the player to use all the stuff they've been given, then it very quickly comes off as sort of being not necessarily tagged on, but certainly, I don't know, you have all of these different abilities, and there's a lot with, like, armor piercing, and you can put down mines and everything, and most of that sort of feels almost pointless, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the thing itself is bad. It just means that the challenge just isn't there that forces you to really utilize those things, right? I don't really know. But then there's also a certain kind of, I don't know, with how the battle map works and stuff, it's just not as tight as it could be, maybe? I don't know. I do think that it has a lot of potential. It's just not really being completely utilized, I guess. Oh, really? There was... I did hear about that the PS4 seemed to have some... Were you on the Pro or the original PS4? Yeah, it feels not very deep because it's not really challenging you, right? I think it could be deeper if they, were, as you said, if they were to have some sort of additional difficulty or something. It's definitely a bit unfortunate. Also, looking at it now, I do find it sort of strange. I felt like the game actually had a pretty good flow to it, with like doing a tutorial, then there was a prologue section to a character, another tutorial, prologue section to a character, and I felt like this back and forth almost worked better than just having a chunk of story to play through and then going back to these areas. I don't know. There's definitely room for improvement here, but then again, it's also sometimes difficult to navigate because obviously the story is really, really good, and I wouldn't want anything to sort of mess with that, right? So I do appreciate that it feels like they were maybe hesitant on pushing this mode too much or making it too intricate because it would maybe take away from the story the game presents. So I do appreciate that they're doing it this way around, right? Instead of the other way around where maybe the story's taking a backseat to this mode. That would have been, I feel like that would have been not such a great decision. So I do appreciate that they've done it this way around, but yeah, it does mean that it's sometimes not as in-depth as it could be, maybe. Oh, the OG PS4. I did read, I don't know when it was. Maybe it was in someone's Twitch chat at some point. At least, but I did read that the PS4 had some performance issues with it, which I find strange. I mean, it's not really, doesn't seem like it would be too graphically demanding, right? Unless they maybe did some weird stuff with the AI in the background or something. Strange. And also, wasn't the game a PS4 exclusive at that point? Or did it also release on PC right away? Because that would be even more strange if an exclusive would have performance issues like that. Okay, let's see. I do have 2 mystery points, but then again, I don't really know which kind of... Oh, I should maybe unlock this one. The small Chihiro. Keitaro Miura's little sister. She loves Miura and calls him Big Brother. She's under Tamao Kurabe's care in 1945. That is something that didn't really come up again. I wonder why that's a thing. Why is she in her child form in 1945? That is something that I can't quite... struggling to understand why that would be a thing. She is Chihiro Morimura's clone, created from the compatibility experiment. Upon birth, her original memories were sealed by Morimura, and she lived a normal life as Miura's little sister. However, once Renya Goto saw Morimura's experiment log from March 2nd, 2100, he abducted her from the Miura house and awakened Morimura's sealed memories. Goto is also the one who prepared her kindergarten outfit. That's a lot of information. I mean, I have that information, or I saw stuff about that, but her original memories were sealed. Alright, so... Well, if it was only 2 fights, then at least it's not too bad. The last line is a bit like, why? Cool, I guess, that you would do that? Okay, so, but why does she suddenly have a child clone compared to the other ones? And then seal her memories and... Well, it was not herself who unsealed the memories, it was Goto. Well, the problem is that I still don't know who Morimura, the real Morimura, actually is. It's definitely a piece that I'm still missing here. Like, obviously that's her clone, and now I know that later on she's also like a projection by that central control system, universal control system, that's being projected to other people, but like, what's her original deal? Like, why compatibility experiments? I mean, we've heard quite a lot about the compatibility experiment, but the thing is that but does it mean that she's just running some memory experiments? What kind of experiments would she have to run, though? I mean, most of these memory altercation things already seem to work quite well. So what do they still have to research? Yeah, just as it's vitally important to the story that they're naked inside the Sentinels. I guess that kind of stuff just has to be in these games, right? Do I want to unlock this one? But then again, does it really help me? What else is there that might be a good idea to unlock? Maybe the android portion? Because that was also a weird thing where, like, what's up with the other androids? Oh, Hunter. Officially called high-speed transporter, utilizes two giant tilt rotors to fly at high speeds. These are 5-meter tall aerial scout drone kaiju. They fly information and attack with small excavator lasers. Actually, looking at these kinds of things, considering that this is supposed to be technology from like 170 years into our future, they're actually not that advanced, right? I mean, they're still somewhat based on stuff that already exists nowadays. Huh. Just way, way bigger and use this construction equipment. I don't know if these... There's a lot here that... Oh, I did want to unlock the shootout dream eventually last time already. Yeah, so let's go back to this. This is still a scene that I don't quite understand. The dream that Juro Korabi told Iori Fuyusaka about the science room. It's a dream about two rebels who travel back in time to bomb an interstellar development facility they believe to be the cause of an apocalypse. Korabi claims that the woman who appears in a leather jumpsuit looked just like Fuyusaka. Interstellar development facility. So the strange part about this is that I feel like a couple of the memories that we've seen, I don't know, they seem to be so... I mean, when does this take place? This isn't in 2188 on Earth, right? Isn't this technically still in the past? Do they just think that they're attacking an interstellar development facility in the past? Why is that happening? Do they think that by attacking it, they're preventing the kaiju invasion? But they don't realize that they're like off, that they're not actually on Earth, and the interstellar development program has been set in motion a long time ago? Or... Okay, anything else? No. Okay, that does mean that I can go back to the story, though. There should be two characters that I can unlock, right? Nenji and... Keitaro. It's been a while since I did his story. Reunited with Natsuno Minami, whom he first met in 1945 and ended up staying at the Kurabe house at her suggestion. background makes it look like we're going back to 1945, potentially.
Yes.
Let's see where this goes. No, we're still in 85, okay. Monitoring the Sentinels from Kaida River.
No matter where I am, at least the sunset is always the same.
Right, that's where we stopped his story. So apparently that building that's under construction that houses his Sentinel?
I met Natsuno-san over at the shrine. She ended up dodging my question. What was she doing there? She attends the same school as Juro-kun. At least that's what he told me.
It's so interesting to me. It's been quite a while since I've progressed his story. And when I last did it, I still, like, had no idea about a lot of stuff that has now happened. So now I'm really intrigued by what kind of additional information we can get from the story. Even though I already know quite a lot.
Nothing's changed today either.
Maybe we can finally find out who really came up, or who came up with the Sentinels. I guess Okino came up with the Sentinels, at least partly, right? But I still have absolutely no idea why or how.
I need to figure out how to take back the Sentinel. Then I can find a way to return to 1945. Though, I can't seem to reactivate it. I've tried countless times, too. I hope I didn't break it. If there's a mechanical issue, I'd love to take a look at it. But security around the building's been tight lately. Now I can't get too close.
He can't reactivate it? Why? Do the nanomachines sometimes need to be updated for that to happen, or...?
I can't just sit here. Actually, that factory at the mountain pass may have survived the air raid. It might still be standing in this era.
Side of the factory? Is he gonna find another Sentinel?
Why were just the Sentinel and I brought here? That thing is beyond me. I'm no expert. But I know it's capable of some extraordinary feats. Time travel, though. Could the Sentinel possess an ability like that? I saw when the war supposedly ends in that history book. August of 1945. If that's true, then Japan loses the war in just 3 months.
It's really interesting that we now go back to a character that has absolutely not the slightest clue what's happening. Oh, am I supposed to do something?
Ayame Park. This is where the factory used to be.
I wonder if this is actually some sort of reference to a place that exists in reality. Oh, hello. What the hell are you doing here? Oh, wait, so this must be shortly after the scene that I saw with Sekigahara, Iori, and Morimura here, where Sekigahara takes Iori to this place and confronts Morimura about this. And the projected Morimura was here, and this girl, which technically is his little sister, right? Well, this is gonna be awkward.
Chihiro? Is it really you?
What business do you have with my little sister?
What?
Who are you?
I'm that child's older brother. Is there something you need from her?
No. She just looks like a relative of mine.
Let's get going.
What? What's up? Like, shouldn't she still remember Keitaro, though? Or maybe she did? Or maybe she wasn't sure?
Chihiro. If she's still alive, she'd be over 40 by now. If she's... We don't have a family burial plot where I'd find her. I have no idea what's happened to her. She's either alive somewhere in this world, or... Chihiro, I'm going to find my way back to you.
There's still so much with Morimura that's going on that I just don't understand. About her objectives, about where she's been at certain points in time. Or why or how she moves. Did go to get her, or... Can I look at something else here?
In any case, I should go talk to Natsuno-san. She must know something.
Visiting my alma mater.
Sakura High School.
He knows the school though, right?
It looks nothing like the school I attended.
The old building still exists, though.
Natsuno-san. Get it together, Keitaro. She certainly is quite... Yes. I admit, she's bright, cheerful, attractive. But right now, I have more urgent matters to tend to. If she's... We don't have a family burial plot where I'd find her. I have no idea what's happened to her. She's either alive or...
Okay, I already... Wait, was that the new one? Okay. Oh, hello, Fluffy. What are you doing here? Still don't know who you are, either. Possibly also some projection from that universal control system, for some reason. Or maybe not.
It's still here. It's been renovated. But I do recognize this building. If this is the school building, then over there's where the potato field used to be. Looks like that plot of land got bigger. I wonder if there's a way in.
I mean, it seems like everybody else can just walk in anytime they want, so shouldn't be too difficult. Wait, is there something hidden in this building at this point in time? Because there were multiple things that have been hidden in here, right? At one point, even the destroyed android body of Tomi Kisaragi? So... Trying to think back if I already saw a scene with him...
no one here. Do they not use this building?
In this old building. I have asked myself the same thing. I mean, it seems like they're not really using it, but It still seems to be quite packed, right? It doesn't look like an unused building, right?
This building was brand new. Now the floorboards creak. The pillars are all scratched up. It really has been 40 years.
Remembering his old friend.
This is where I waited for Takatoshi-san. And where Tamao-san came to see me off. How strange. It almost feels like it was all just a distant dream.
Yeah, that's a recurring theme.
This isn't the time to be getting sentimental.
Which, that's another thing that I have absolutely... Tamao-san in 1945? What's her deal? Wait, can I not do anything in here? Guess not at this point in time. Oh, hello.
Oh, Miura-kun.
Megumi-san, thank you again for the bento you gave me.
Fluffy ran away.
I found a nice spot to eat it by the Kaide River. A bento with meatballs. Quite luxurious. I was very impressed.
Oh, they were just regular old meatballs. Nothing special, but I'm glad you liked it.
I mean, meatballs are always a good meal, so...
What are you doing out here? Are you looking for someone?
I'm trying to find Natsuno-san. Would you happen to know where she is?
Minami-san? She should be in the track room. The athletic building's over that way. Want me to go check?
No, that's okay.
Oh yeah, so for dinner tonight, I think I'll make Hamburg steak. You seem to really like it.
You mean that giant ball of meat?
Hamburger meat, yeah. It's Jiro's favorite. So try not to come home too late.
That is actually something that I find quite curious. I do think that's actually like a bigger thing in Japan, that they eat basically hamburger, but without anything, like without the bun. Okay. I mean, we do that here too, but we don't call it a hamburger. I guess it's just that they're calling it by different name. Hamburger?
Those meatballs they call hamburger. I've never had anything so delicious. Enough. This is no time to be distracted by food.
Does he just not know how it's written? It's actually quite funny. Okay, at what point in time do we now maybe find Natsuno, though?
Natsuno-san's over there.
Let's go over to the athletics building. They eat it with sides, yeah. That's actually something, I think, like a burger restaurant here.
Everyone's staring at me.
Technically also has that as an option.
I'm glad I found Natsuno-san. But I don't like all this attention.
It's just so strange because it's like the concept itself is like it's a completely different meal from my perspective. It's also called something completely different usually. It's weird that they combine it with hamburger. It makes sense though, right? I mean, it's still quite funny.
You've been standing there an awfully long time. What are you doing?
I'm waiting for Natsuno Minami.
Minami? How do you know her?
And how old are you?
Looks like a middle school uniform to me.
No, I'm,
Seriously? You guys have to be so nosy?
Natsuno-san.
Come on, let's go. So, Minami's got a boyfriend, huh?
Yeah, sure. Every boy a girl talks to automatically has to be either their boyfriend or girlfriend.
Sorry I took a while getting changed.
It's fine. I said I'd wait. So, whenever you exercise, you all change into outfits that show your legs?
I mean, her skirt isn't really that different.
Fascinating.
Anyway, you kinda showed up at school out of nowhere. Everything okay?
Which is... Now that I see it, like... Is that the first time she's actually changed after gym class? Or for... It's not gym class, right? It's her, like, club thing.
Everything okay?
Natsuno-san. I met you before. Back in 1945. And now, here you are.
Huh?
You must know something about all this. About how I ended up in this era. Please, tell me what you know.
That's, Jeez, how do I put this? Look, I can't really talk about it here.
Then let's talk about it somewhere else.
There's gotta be a good place. Somewhere with no one around.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
The building I used back in my time. It seemed to be empty.
The old school building. We can go in there?
Yes, it was open.
All right, then we'll talk about it there. Let's go.
Wait, didn't we see her already in there at some point? Or was it somebody else? That might have been Yuki?
I always thought this place would be locked up. We should be good here.
That is actually really strange, right? There has to be... Things like that are almost too... As if this building has been specifically set up so that somebody could use it for stuff like this, right? Huh.
Miura-kun, can you keep a secret?
Of course.
Okay. Then I'll tell you. Don't freak out, okay? This is BJ. He's an alien from the future.
He spells him completely differently again. That's actually a really cool detail. Like, he thinks about him as BJ, like, not the two letters, but the whole word.
BJ's looking for the robot he used to get here. And I'm helping him find it.
A robot?
Does the word Sentinel ring a bell? That Sentinel from back in 1945 belongs to BJ's alien friend. There are a few of them, too.
How does she know about the Sentinel? And did she say it was made by aliens? It's a top-secret military weapon created by Japan.
I don't need to tell you this, but those babies are capable of time travel.
I also just remembered that it was Sekigahara, right? Sekigahara's BJ robot. For some reason it's called Miura, which I presume means that maybe somehow Miura's memories at some point have been put into it? But that's a detail that I have absolutely no clue. Like where would come from or why it would be a thing.
I don't care who's responsible for creating the Sentinel. I need it to save my country. But what do I do? The circuit should have repaired itself by now. But I can't seem to reactivate it.
How would you know that it can self-repair, though?
So, what do you think? Pretty crazy stuff, huh?
This BJ. I have some questions about it. I've heard Shikishima engineers talk about something like this. Isn't this actually a type of scout unit?
Shikishima? They don't dabble in alien technology. All they do is make weapons, and BJ is no weapon.
But...
Keitaro. Miura.
If he's just a scout unit, explain how he can talk. Don't be a jerk, Miura-kun. BJ isn't some kind of robot. This is just a spacesuit. Aliens come in all shapes and sizes. My guess is, the only thing inside that suit is BJ's brain.
Her guess? So is this before she sees the destroyed one? Because they actually do have, funnily enough, they actually do have like a small brain inside them, apparently. So this must be before she finds that?
So, you're an alien? Interesting. Why are you searching for the Sentinel? What's your objective?
To uncover the truth.
The truth?
You wish to know where you came from. Do you not?
What are you talking about? I came from 1945.
Incorrect. Your log proves otherwise.
My log?
Yeah, show us.
Why would this little, like, drone robot know about this, though? Or did somebody specifically send these little robots? Because they've been... I wouldn't really say the connecting factor here, but I don't even know if it's always the same one. I suspect not, but we've seen a robot show that seemingly really important message to Shinio Nome at some point, that she was the one who apparently messed with the project. Then we had the robot tell Sekigahara about his potentially true self, or why he is here. And then we had Sekigahara call the robot Miura as well. So, why these robots specifically? Why would these guys know so much more?
This log. If you really have it, I'd like to see it.
Professor, I have switched over to a private channel. Professor Takamiya, can you hear me?
Takamiya?
Is that...
Miura-kun?
Professor Takamiya.
Well, hello.
I'm connected now. Thanks, Miura-kun.
What the heck? Yuki-chan?
Everything goes smoothly with the shuttle?
I was able to secure a seat thanks to you. It'll probably be the last shuttle. This place will be lost by tomorrow, too.
Has the front line advanced that much already?
Afraid so. If anything, they're picking up speed. Did Natsuno get out safely?
She arrived in Sector 4 about 5 hours ago.
Ah, so she's there with you. You know, you two... I never approved of your relationship.
What?
Mom!
Mom?
Girl. You know I'm only kidding. I didn't think you wanted to talk to me anymore.
Of course I do.
I'm sorry about all the trouble with your father. He and I haven't been on good terms since we split up.
It's okay, Mom. I want to be with you.
I know. Me too, Not-chan.
Yuki-chan's my mom?
Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
I'm sorry, Professor Takamiya. The shuttle's about to take off.
All right.
What
I'll
shuttle?
see you at Sector 3 in 14 hours.
We'll be waiting for you at Landing Zone 10.
Looking forward to it.
The destruction is spreading. It's only a matter of time until the surface is lost.
The hell are they talking about?
What the heck was all that?
Okay, so what? The entire time I thought that they were doing some sort of experiment here, and then now they are also talking about some sort of destruction? They can't be talking about the same destruction here, right? They're not talking about the kaiju. The surface is lost? Are these... Those can't be different sectors that they're talking about, right? That has to be these ones. I guess. Maybe? But during another scene, Kaijiro Miura, he wanted to create a clone of himself, right? In 1945, which that's at least one of the details that made me assume that this is some sort of experiment, right? That they're doing. Also, aren't they in like a giant space station? At least at some point? Why exactly are they caring about some sort of... And I thought we weren't on Earth to begin with? Why care about this surface exactly? Couldn't they just go to another planet? I'm definitely still missing like a huge point here, I think. And also, if for some reason they were to recreate themselves as clones, then why would they all suddenly be the exact same age? Although I guess that... that could kind of make sense, right? If you were to... But again, it doesn't really fit together with the rest of the different... Like the sectors seemingly being different timelines throughout humanity's history. But if the clones were technically all born at the same time for whatever reason, then they'd be all the same age, right? Even if they were like... Oh, that would actually be really strange, right? Now that I'm thinking about it. Like if you would do that at some point in real life, and we would actually, as humans, send, I don't know, a spacecraft with DNA to another planet, and then they would basically be clones, but suddenly they're all the same age instead of being different ages. That would be kind of strange, but only strange if they know about their actual past, right? But still, what exactly are they talking about here? Like, what kind of surface is lost? Why couldn't they just... What is going on here? With the kaiju and everything. I guess I just have to continue. I really...
I have to know. When was that log recorded?
In the year 2188.
That doesn't make sense. How's this even possible? Yuki-chan's my mom in the future?
I mean, the weirdest part is we're still in the same year, I guess. Or not the same... Not necessarily in the same year, right? But close to it, I guess. Definitely after that, though. But... that actually brought up even more questions then. Like, what the hell? Whatever this project is, though, they clearly all seem to be connected to it in some form, right? I mean, the fact that Yuki apparently seems to be a professor, it does suggest that she's probably partly responsible for whatever this Project Arc was at some point. Maybe they were talking about different sectors. I don't really, like... And what about this parent shuttle? Like, why is there a shuttle that's going from sector, what was it, 4 to 3? What does that mean? What the hell? I just... How the hell is that connected to everything else that has been going on? Holy hell, okay. Natsuno Minami, 2188. The 2188 Natsuno Minami is Professor Yuki Takamiya's daughter, as well as Keitaro Miura's girlfriend. The 2188 Minami explains to Shikishima's top figure, Nenji Ogata, the meaning of Professor Takamiya's research. Right. We had already seen that. Somehow I didn't really connect that was Takamiya. Okay. She goes over details such as the fact that the top prospect out of the 117 planets being considered is a planetary system 12 light years ahead. The ship will only carry their DNA, and they're planning for a population of 6 million people. But Ogata calls it an impractical, self-satisfying endeavor and rejects the plan. Maybe... did I somehow misinterpret this? Maybe they settled for something different then? And wherever they build these dome cities, it's actually not 12 light years away? Also, why does it say a planetary system 12 light years ahead? So maybe something did happen to Earth and they're like fleeing Earth for some reason, and maybe they're trying to, like, is their plan to, are they maybe fleeing from Earth in like a giant spaceship, and they're basically looking ahead and scouting out planets that could be a potential new home, and instead of terraforming it once they get there, they're instead basically sending stuff up ahead. Which could make sense, right? But then that still doesn't really fit together with everything that we've seen, though, right? What? Or maybe it does? I mean, there's still a big possibility that we're actually not in 2188, but rather in like 2200 or something, right? So basically years after all of this took place. But still, like, how would that be connected with some sort of kaiju invasion? Why would that happen? That doesn't really... And it still doesn't make sense if they're building some sort of new planet for humanity. Why would they not use their current technology? Why would they recreate old sort of snippets out of humanity's history? Like, that doesn't really make sense either. It has to be some sort of experiment, right? But how does that connect to everything else? After shifting to 1985, Miura ends up staying at the Kurabe residence. Thanks to Natsuno Mina's referral, that same day Megumi Yakishiji, who happens to be staying there, cooks up some meat he knows only as hamburger. How did you pronounce it? Hamburger. Whatever. Which had him in awe for his first delicious bite. Keitaro Miura of 2188. He's an engineer, Natsuno Minami's boyfriend. So he seems to be like somewhat of an important engineer, right? How old is he exactly there? I mean, he does look older, but also not that old. Like, if he's Natsuno Minami's boyfriend, and I mean, Natsuno is Professor Takayama's daughter, then he can't be older than like 22, right? Probably. He's also an acquaintance of Professor Yuki Takamiya, Minami's mother. As a history buff, he's particularly fascinated by the Pacific War that occurred 200 years ago. Yeah, I don't... Like, why would he have a clone? What the hell is going on there? Yuki Takamiya, 2188. In the 2188 world is Natsuno Minami's mother. She uses her maiden name Takamiya as she's already divorced her husband. Wonder who that is. She feels bad that her daughter Minami had to go through the divorce. Her age is kind of hard to gauge, but there's still... Well, I mean, yeah, the ages are really, really hard to gauge just by their portraits, right? I mean, whether or not she would be 16 years older than the Yuki Takamiya that we've seen is hard to tell. The one thing that did confuse me a little bit is that the Nenji, who seems to have been taking over Shikishima in 2188, he looked older than like 33 or something. He looked like middle 40s, so... But again, I don't know whether or not their ages even are that important. I felt like they might be in like when you consider Morimura and Juro, because those two still seem to have been playing some sort of special role within all of this, but... Yeah, I don't know. Ayame Park is located at the top of a small hill. It used to be called Ayame Pass, back when the munitions factory was still there. At least we are finally getting some new information about 2188. See how this continues. It's just... Back here again?
No matter where I am, at least the sunset is always the same.
Yeah, I have absolutely no clue what has been happening. Like, Thing is also, they're really clever about sort of putting in a lot of details that could mean a lot of different things, and you're just not really sure what of those details are actually important for the 2188 timeline thing.
That scout unit is an alien from the future. At least that's what Natsuno-san says. The footage he showed us is allegedly from the future. If it's real, then how am I still alive 200 years from now? All I know for certain is that it's no ordinary scout unit. Before the war, my uncle gave me a sci-fi novel. A story about traveling through time to the future. It only ever felt like a far-off fantasy. To think it ever become a reality. She's from 1985. She seems to know about the existence of other Sentinels. Is that how she's able to travel through time? Maybe there's another way. In any case, she appears to be a central figure in all this. Could she still be at school?
I guess I want to go back there? And also, how does BJ have all these logs? And why shouldn't it be capable of giving us even more information? She's talking to Fluffy again?
Oh, Miura-kun.
Megumi-san.
You know where the track room is?
Yes.
Cat runs away real quick.
Right. Have you seen Juro around anywhere?
No.
I see. Maybe he went home already. For dinner tonight, what should I make?
We could have hamburger.
Again?
No, that's all right. I'm fine with anything.
Well, let's see. We've had nothing but meat these last few days. I think I want to make some fish for Juro. Okay, I better run to the store. I'll see you later.
The time when she makes the fish, is that when she also shoots all of them? With the nanomachine gun? There might have been that scene, right? So, am I supposed to go see Natsuno? Guess she's not here yet.
You again.
Indeed.
Minami isn't here today. Must have been really important. She even ditched practice.
Is that so?
Hey, are you Minami-san's boyfriend?
How far have you two gone?
What? No, you've got it all wrong.
They are really nosy, aren't they? Okay, so, this is then after that scene where Minami, wait, where did she actually go? When I played her story. That was the scene where this girl here, I think, sort of cut her off, and she explained that she needed to do something real quick. But I don't entirely remember why. Like, what made her go that quickly, and where did she go? There was something that prompted that, right? Was it Erika Iva, or... Wait, was she... I don't remember.
Do you happen to know where she went?
Oh.
All she said was that she was in a hurry. But I don't know where she went.
I know where. She went over to Tokisaka Shrine.
What's she doing there?
Not sure. I didn't ask.
Right. Why exactly did she want to shift through time again?
Tokisaka Shrine, huh? That's where I first met her. But it was back in my own era.
Let's go there. No idea why Shinonomi's following us, though?
Amazing. The shrine's hardly changed at all. The surrounding thicket, on the other hand, that has changed considerably.
Man, I can't... I don't remember where she went. I could definitely remember doing that scene with her, where she ran past, like, her, gym clubmate and ended up here, and she actually shifted through time, well, not through time, but she shifted with BJ, right? Where'd she end up, though? Or did the scene just stop there? Or did she meet somebody? I don't remember.
I don't see Natsuno-san anywhere. I wonder if she's hiding behind the trees again. What I'd give to see that.
No luck. We couldn't find it. I wonder where it could be.
Oh, didn't she end up in... Right, now I remember. That was the scene where she ended up in 2065, right? And found that destroyed BJ unit? The brain, basically? Yeah, I think that was that scene. Did she already also meet somebody else there?
Whoa, hey, what are you doing out so late? And why are you here, of all places?
Natsuno-san, what was that just now? There was a big flash of light and you just appeared. Just like when I came to this era in my Sentinel. Same flash of light and everything.
I mean, just tell him, he already knows.
This happened at the shrine back when we first met, too. There was a similar flash, almost like lightning. I get it now. You have to come here to travel through time.
What do we do, BJ?
Please, tell me what's going on. I just want to go home.
Keitaro is actually really intelligent, right? He picks up on this stuff really, really quickly.
Are you just going to leave your Sentinel behind?
Oh yeah, that's how you got here. What are you going to do with it?
It's also just such an intriguing comment from BJ there, right? Almost like it knows that he's not going to do that. And he's going to try and take the Sentinel, because otherwise there's no point for him to go back in time, right? Because he still thinks that he can win the war if he somehow was able to take that Sentinel back to 1945. Almost as if BJ really knows most of this, but just doesn't, like... Why does it give those so specific information?
You're dead set on this, then? You definitely want to go home?
I'll figure out how to deal with the Sentinel later. It's Chihiro, my little sister. If there's any chance she made it out of that hell alive, then I have to find out.
Okay, that makes sense. BJ, think you can make it happen?
Somehow I have a feeling Chihiro's not gonna be there anymore. She's already in this time, right? For some reason.
Please.
Fine. Activate gate. Setting coordinates to Sector 5.
Sector 5, huh?
That data unit. So it was with Natsuno Minami all this time.
Is that BJ the one that she originally had, though?
Are we
Hmm. The whole sector thing also, it still seems really, really weird to me. So this is called Sector 5? Almost as if it was the last one that they built? Yeah, I still have absolutely no clue where they're, like, different timelines.
Is it really that easy to travel through time?
Pretty cool, huh?
Also, this still makes me wonder how the shifting works. Maybe that's the key to all of this? Is it actually teleportation? For a second there, I was wondering if... So we know that there's like this universal control thing, right? So I was just wondering if maybe it is actually only one Dome City. And somehow they're changing their perspective to make them think that it's different time periods. But that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense, right? Because the kaiju do actually attack and they do actually take out certain sectors. So I don't think that's true. It is still quite weird though that this apparent teleport technology exists, right? Well, then again, Sekigahara basically confirmed in another scene that it is this. I mean, at least we know that there's basically one central shifter down in the terminal, and all the other ones are basically just connected to that one.
If we have the power to travel freely through time, can't I just send the Sentinel back to before the war starts?
Nope, that's impossible. We can't just jump around as far as we want. We can only travel 40 years at a time. Besides, this is as far back in the past as we can go.
I see.
Aren't you wondering why, though?
Unfortunate.
Like, obviously, before I knew about the fact that it's probably not time travel, I was wondering about that, right? Which is actually also quite cool, because I know that at one point I was comparing it to that Netflix series, Dark, right? Where they do actually travel through time in 33-year intervals. So it did seem sort of similar to that, right? But apparently it's not. It still doesn't explain that why whoever set it up at these specific times, though, right? That is such a random... I don't know. It seems so random.
For now, let's find Chihiro.
All right, let's go.
I wonder if we're now going to be taking another look at that Sentinel factory.
She's most likely at an evacuation shelter. If not, then I might find her at the Kurabe's house.
Let's move then.
What's going on? The place is deserted. The factory and station are both empty. Radios are down. No one's answering. Where is everyone?
That's the big question, right? Do they all have been deleted by the universal control thing? Also, has this time actually... So, 1945, right? Is there even still a Sentinel here? Did any Sentinel ever defend this timeline? I'm just wondering, because what are these kaiju actually doing here? Are they just sort of... Did they turn off on their own? Or Did they fulfill whatever they came here to do, and they just decided, oh, okay, let's just shut off? Wouldn't they move to, like, the next zone instead of just staying around here? Why are they still here?
You see that?
It's that creature.
Okay, so... that thing is an alien weapon, and it's here to invade Earth. The Sentinels were created to fight them off. This is just like what happened in the city from the future. After the aliens invaded, everyone was gone. Wait. If people are disappearing in the past, what's happening to everyone in my era?
It's actually a clever question, right? Because from their perspective, if 1945 were to change this dramatically, then surely it should affect 1985 as well. So I guess they would at least think of it as like a different branching timeline, right? So there has to be a point in their past where these things didn't invade, right?
Despite a catastrophic loss, Japan recovered quite well. It seems to have entered a prosperous new era. Almost too prosperous. The kaiju aren't secret US military weapons. They're alien invaders from the future. And the Sentinels are the tools we need to defeat them.
Can I take a closer look at them? Also, by the way, so just to make, or, well, not to make sure, but to be clear on this, technically, right? Technically, those things that are in the back are just construction equipment. So, even though they do serve another purpose now, and even though, when you're looking at actual construction equipment, that's the thing though, right? I mean, imagine like a normal, any vehicle that you see on a construction site, right? Imagine it being painted black and having red lights. It would still come across as incredibly threatening, right? So, that's just actually kind of funny to me that, if these things were bright yellow with like red stripes on them or something and like a big company logo on them, then they would be way less threatening, right? Even though if they could still technically have the same capabilities, obviously, but it's just sort of an interesting side fact, right? That they're almost purposely threateningly built. Is that a sentence? Oh, hello. You an android or the actual one?
What happened?
Vital signs are failing. Condition is too critical for life support.
Tamao-san, where's Chihiro?
Chihiro-chan is...
Tamao Kurabe's flashback.
Goto-san, what are you doing?
Wait, she knows Goto?
Please calm down, Miss Morimura.
Chihiro-chan! Where do you plan on taking her?
I apologize for what I've done to you. But you have no reason to worry.
Wait.
Done to her?
Goto. The one who was giving you medicine. Tamaho-san!
Huh?
She disappeared.
Universal control has shifted her.
Does that
Oh.
mean the aliens got her?
Probably. It's likely that everyone is being held there. Until this world comes to an end.
What? The hell does that mean? Explain! What? So, okay, I wasn't correct then. It's not that they are not real and universal control just pretends that other humans exist. It's that they are also just being shifted, apparently, when they... Wait, when they die? How does that make sense? I mean, wasn't she actually dying, though? What? Why would they shift corpses around? Still no idea what's going on with Morimura. Find it quite funny, though, that he's calling her Miss Morimura, even though she's like 7 years old. What? Why exactly would bodies be shifted somewhere? Also, wasn't the animation different? Hey, I'm calling it an animation, but I mean, that didn't look like the shifting that we're constantly doing, right? So, is it like another process? Are they being sort of, I don't know, made into DNA again to then live through another timeline? What? I thought I was going to get some answers. I'm just, there's just still a stack of like 1,000 questions here somewhere. What could this mean? Like, seriously, what does it mean? So universal control, why would that be happening? I mean, that in and of itself, that's so strange, right? So they somehow recreated 1945, and then the kaiju attack later on, but the quote-unquote actual World War II still happened for some reason. I don't know why you would do that. Like, why would you build up, I don't know, a city and then make it like play pretend to destroy it the way it was destroyed in the actual World War II? And what is this talk that BJ had about this world, like, ending or being destroyed? Because, I mean, the kaiju, the construction machines were just sitting there, right? I mean, is there something else going on that is destroying the world, or... the hell? Renya Goto. Comes from the future, destroyed world of 2065, with common patience brings Sentinel pilots together. After seeing Morimura's locks in the mainframe, Goto visits the Kurabe house in 1945 to abduct Morimura's clone, Chihiro, and restore her original memories. After seeing her locks in the mainframe, so I still somehow think that they were able to access the mainframe even though they were not supposed to. Potentially. But then, I mean, yeah, once again, that doesn't explain anything, really, that's been going on. In 1945, Tamao exhausts herself in the burning ruins of the post-kaiju invasion, disappears as Keitaro, Miura, and the others watch. However, she's not truly dead. Instead, she remains under life support inside her pod. Waiting for the end. Inside her pot? The hell does that mean? Is it actually like the Matrix, where they are in like sort of weird pots and all of this is just pretend inside their brain? Does nothing of this actually exist? Is it not a dome city at all? But why would you... No, that doesn't make sense, right? If you would sort of like the Matrix, right? If you were to insert all of this in their brain rather than in a real setting, then why would you need to restrict the city? You could just simulate the entire Earth, right? Also, I don't really, I don't think that this game works exactly like the Matrix, because that would be boring. So I don't think that's it. I mean, it could still be similar in some ways, obviously, but... Okay, so, but what if I combine this piece of information with what we've heard earlier? So they're planning for a population of like 6 million, right? Is what they were talking about. What the hell are they doing? Like, what? What could this mean? I don't get it. Can still continue a story, interestingly enough.
Chihiro.
Ooh, a bunch of new thoughts.
Renya Goto. He's the one who took Chihiro from me. He might be the same guy that Tamao-san gets her pills from.
Also, you've literally seen Goto together with Chihiro in that park, right? So...
That scout unit is an alien from the future. At least that's what Natsuno-san says. The footage he showed us is allegedly from the future. If it's real, then how am I still alive 200 years from now? All I know for certain is that it's no ordinary scout unit. According to Natsuno-san, a boy named Renya Goto attends school in this era. He can apparently travel through time too. And BJ said he's from 80 years in the future.
Hmm. Years in the future. Goto is also still such a kind of a mysterious character. I feel like there's still a lot more to him that I don't know.
Back in 1945, everyone mysteriously vanished. But here in 1985, 40 years later, there's no historical evidence or impact from that event. It reminds me of a concept I read about in a science book. The idea of two similar parallel worlds.
Somewhat on the right track there. But yeah, that whole vanishing of people. How does that work exactly? And it's not like they suddenly appear in the other time, right? It's not like they're vanishing in 1945 and then they're suddenly appearing in 1985 either. Everyone just straight up vanishes more or less at the same time, but they're not somewhere else, right? We do know about 2065 and there's nobody there anymore. We know about 2025 and there's nobody there anymore. 1945, there's nobody there anymore. I mean, where would those people have gone?
According to the history of this era, it has indeed been 40 years. But this era doesn't seem to be based on the era I'm from. The two aren't connected. Perhaps this isn't really time travel after all.
He is definitely on the right track.
Renya Goto. He's the one who took Chihiro from me. If he's in 1985, then Chihiro will be with him. Even if I do bring the Sentinel back home, how can I bring myself to fight? The ones I swore to protect are gone.
Yeah, there's literally nobody there you could protect, right?
Our mother's terrible at sewing. I'd never seen her struggle with its piece together with even still.
An old thought, right? Yeah, it's old.
The kaiju aren't secret; they're alien, and the Sentinels.
Okay.
Natsuno-san. Get it together, Keitaro. She's certainly, I admit, but I have more.
Again, I wonder, right? If they're clones and the people they're based on are basically involved with each other, right? Then it does make sense that the clones would have sort of a natural draw to whomever they're in a relationship with in actuality, or the person they're based on, basically.
Could he be at the school? I don't care what it takes. I'm going to find him. And I'm going to get Chihiro back.
I mean, Gota has been hanging around with all kinds of people, right? He's usually following Shinonome around. A couple of other people as well.
Renya Goto is Natsuno-san's senpai. He also attends the school in 1985. And according to BJ, he's from even further into the future.
So, can I just go into the school, or... Because the athletics building doesn't really make much sense in this regard, right? Unless we have to find Natsuno again and ask her about where Goto might be? Hey, Fluffy's here again. Always sees us and just runs away. Still no idea what that's about. Oh, hello.
Miura-kun.
Natsuno-san. Perfect timing. I was just about to go looking for you.
Same here. I've been worried about you, Miura-kun. That was some rough stuff. I can't even imagine how you must be feeling. You okay?
Some really good music. Sometimes I almost wish they wouldn't keep the music quite as much in the background and put it, like, more into the forefront, because it's just really, really good.
Thanks, but I'm fine. In fact, I came here to find Renya Goto. But I have no idea what he looks like or how he dresses. Could you point him out to me?
That might be a little tough. Goto-senpai hasn't been back on campus. I asked around and no teacher knows where he lives.
Well, that's a problem.
Right, he hasn't been back on campus since when?
Oh, Natsuno-chan.
Miwako!
Done with practice already?
Oh, you have that picture of Goto-senpai, right? The one you took when he wasn't looking?
Hey! Not so loud!
Sorry. So do you have it?
Yeah.
Yes, this is it! Miura-kun! Look, I've got a picture of Goto-senpai.
Pardon my interruption.
He's the tall guy in the back.
This here is Renya Goto? The one with the glasses?
Yep, that's him. Thanks, Miwako.
Does Keitaro remember meeting him in the park?
How could this be? The man I saw at the park
Yeah,
was
okay.
Renya Goto. The bastard who kidnapped Chihiro.
Well, that would be strange if he would be back at the park. Well, then again, why was he there in the first place, right? Maybe there's some reason why they were here? Oh, hello. What are you doing here?
Chihiro? It really is you, isn't it? Please say something.
So, does she already have all her memories, and she's kind of sad because she can't really admit all of that to him? Or what exactly is going on here?
Chihiro.
Oh, right,
I
yes.
found this. It survived the air raid. I meant to give it back to you earlier. This is your favorite stuffed animal, isn't it?
Big brother.
Don't lose it again, all right?
I won't.
Chihiro, it really is you. I'm so relieved you're safe.
Stuffed Rabbit looks really sad, though.
I suppose it's true. It's not like my memories were displaced. My blissful dependency as your little sister. It's become part of my identity. Denial can cause enormous strain to one's psyche.
Chihiro?
So, she isn't actually his little sister then. At least that's what it sounds like. She was just sort of set up as that for some reason, but now she's, I guess, overwritten her memories with the actual Morimora's memories, but a part of that old self of supposedly being his little sister is still there.
Are you okay?
Better than okay. I've regained my original memories. I'm Chihiro Morimura.
Morimura?
There you go, too.
You're the one who insisted on keeping that a secret. Yet you gave it away in the end.
It's you.
Sometimes a bold change in plans is necessary. You'd know that better than anyone. Wouldn't you, Goto-kun?
It seems like your bold change of plans happen, like, all the time. And you're, like, doing 180s all over the place. At least that's what it seems like. I still can't figure out what the hell they're even about. Like, do they want the Sentinels to succeed? Do they want the Kaiju to succeed? Is there some sort of Dimus code they want to succeed? Is there, like, what the hell do they actually want?
I didn't expect to see you here.
Renya Goto, what the hell did you do to Chihiro?
I don't appreciate the hostility.
Yeah, then just explain.
See, here's Chihiro in her original state. She was never your little sister to begin with.
Shut up! I'm not listening to a word you say. I won't forgive you. And I will avenge Tamao-san.
Well, that's not his fault, right?
You misunderstand the situation.
But this is still an actual little girl, though, right? It's not a projection or something, as she claimed to be later on.
Chihiro, listen to your big brother and come with me. We're going.
Where exactly? Back to 1945 where no one's left? Don't you see? It doesn't matter where we run.
So what are we doing then?
If we have any hopes of preventing the loop, we need to prioritize gaining control over all systems. You've always been the dependable type. You used to be an excellent design engineer.
What are you talking about?
I'll always be on your side, Chihiro. That's what you told me, remember? So please, cooperate. Is everything prepared, Goto-kun?
Already.
Good. Then I shouldn't waste any more time. Let's hurry.
Chihiro!
Don't even bother.
Get out of my way. Chihiro is coming with me.
She's being targeted for assassination. And I highly doubt you have the capacity to protect her.
What? Who would...
Hey, Sekigahara. Should you decide to cooperate, let me know.
That is... What kind of loop is she talking about? I think there is no loop. Or is there? I don't know anymore. Like, is there... Maybe there is some sort of time loop, and they just did a complete fake out, right? And saying, hey, there is no time loop at all. Maybe there is one. I don't think so, but this all... Like, is she... What is she assuming anyways? It certainly doesn't seem like as if this Morimura knows everything, right? I mean, clearly she has some sort of really important plan. Clearly she knows a lot, but it somehow doesn't really seem as if she's aware of like a greater picture. But then again, at this point in time, now I'm even doubting myself and whether or not what I thought was right, that they're in this dome world with like on another planet, whether or not that's even correct. And why does Goto know about Sekigahara chasing after her? Where does Sekigahara originally stem from? And why, like most of the actions that we've seen Sekigahara take, except for the fact that he did wake up next to the dead Morimura, but everything else that he's done so far was, I would say, morally good, right? I mean, huh?
Sekigahara. Did he travel through time too? Is that how he got here?
Right, did he see Sekigahara in 1944? I don't even remember that.
Tamao-san. The military police are gone for now.
How are things looking?
They're searching for Kiriko-san.
I can't believe she's a spy.
They seem to think she's associated with him. He must have dragged her into this. I just don't understand. Why protect a wanted man?
That woman... Her name isn't Kiriko Doji. And she doesn't come from this world.
Ah, right. They're now talking about Okino, right? Completely forgot about Doji, Kiriko Doji, like his alter ego thing name.
You're a lunatic.
I don't get it. What could she want with the Sentinel?
You know about the Sentinel? You really are a spy.
If she were to try and escape, She'd likely use the gate. If we leave now, we might be able to catch up to her.
Sekigahara-san.
Is he talking about Morimura?
I have to know the truth. I was told that my parents aren't really my parents.
Who told you that?
And that I was brought here from the future.
Is that what Kiriko Doji told you?
I don't know why she'd lie. But I think that explains the dreams I keep having.
She's tampered with your memories.
Wait, Okino tampered with the memories? I mean, yeah, Okino has definitely been sort of a potential for, well, I don't know what exactly, but, So, now the question is if there's still some rogue AI running around, right? In these kinds of scenes? I'm not entirely sure, but... What is up with Okino? And have we seen another scene with Sekigahara where he seemed somewhat trusting of Okino?
He's out of his mind. Don't listen to a word he says, Tamao-san. We should just turn him in.
Keitaro-san, please. I don't want it to come to that.
Keitaro? As in Keitaro Miura?
Like your droid?
How the hell do you know my name?
I see. So it's you.
What are you on about now?
You and I have been fighting alongside each other.
Yeah?
I've never seen you before in my life.
The Miura of this era hasn't. The Miura of the future has.
The future?
Yes. He no longer has his physical body.
What?
His consciousness is currently stored inside a scout unit.
Then, Keitaro-san is...
One and the same.
I've had enough of this nonsense.
Wait, what? So that Keitaro Miura we've seen in 2188 does not exist anymore for some reason? Why is he talking about like that's the future though? I thought it was not. Or is he just referencing it as the future to make it easier to understand? Because while Sekigahara did seem to know a lot, it also seemed like he wasn't really aware of the bigger picture sometimes. But if he's now saying that they fought alongside each other, then I guess Sekigahara is actually from, like, potentially that spaceship where we've constantly seen the actual Keitaro Miura and Natsuno Minami be on. But what would he do here? Like, what the hell?
You, come with me. I'm taking you in.
Don't move.
Sekigahara-san!
You bastard.
Like you said, I'm out of my mind. Poison is coursing through my brain as we speak.
Because they're all been infected by something? But why? So has there been some sort of tampering going on with the nanomachines that he's aware of but they can't prevent from happening? But how would that be connected to anything else? Unless they're playing some sort of weird, well, not really game, but maybe this is one giant elaborate setup to make sure that memories are retained of somebody or some, like, maybe throughout all of these different weird timelines that they created, they want to prevent some sort of memory altercation that might have been going on in 2188. That is also strange, but why? So, he knows, or Sekigahara seems to know, who his droid is actually based on, right? And apparently they knew each other. But then why does that Keitaro Miura not exist anymore in physical form, but A Sekigahara still does? Like, what would cause something like that? And what would be Sekigahara's deal here? Is it really to kill Morimura? But why? I mean, what would that change? Unless there is an actual time loop, but even that, like, why would there be? And how? And between what? And... Tamao Kurabe. Once Tamao hears from Kiriko Doji that her parents aren't her real ones and that she was brought here from the future, she can't help but sense that it's the truth. And still, like, how does that fit together with Okino? What did he do? Did he find out anything? It was why? I don't get it. Oh boy. Anyway, let's return to Nenji, I guess, and see if we can find out anything more about what he knows. Okay, so I do remember the last time that I did his story that we definitely had like a weird situation going on where Morimura appeared and sort of shifted through different like stages of herself in different ages for some reason, which must have been that projection that she herself talked about, that universal control can sort of project, but again, why? Nenji Ogata and Tomi Kisaragi left the station to break free from the repeating train accident, only to find that the kaiju have already invaded the town. Huh.
I guess when you put it like that, maybe you've got a point. I should slow down and think a little. Still, though... Hey, are you even listening?
I'm back. It's happening all over again.
Also, I completely forgot that this particular scene seemed to actually be a loop. So maybe there's some sort of loop going on after all? What the hell? But it doesn't... Well, is it really a time loop? Or is it rather something else? Is it... So there's some weird voice, right? From, I don't know, 2188, that space station, whatever. That told him to find a key. And they're constantly sending him back to the same scene, so... How can you explain that? Doesn't that technically mean that these scenes are all just imagined? They're not actually taking place? But that would be... Why? I don't get it. Like, what exactly would be the point of that? Again, that sort of contradicts with a lot of the other stuff that we've seen so far. And I guess you could come up with explanations for it somehow, maybe, but... I guess I just have to continue the scene, and...
Who even is that voice? How'd I end up in this mess? And where the hell was I? It was like... I don't know. I feel like I saw it on some UFO show. Like an alien lab or something. It looked just like that. I was... butt naked, too. It doesn't matter if we run. We never make it out in time. We only got a couple minutes until they ruin this place. Even if I told someone about this, nobody would believe me.
I was just thinking, haven't we seen Tomi Kisaragi be in that one sort of office building type thing when the attack starts? And that's where I think, was it Goto finds her and shifts her? So maybe that's where we're supposed to go from here?
You're acting kind of weird.
Yeah, it's really getting to me. I'm already sick of all this shit. But what can I do?
I guess we're still looking for some sort of key. For whatever reason.
Hey, where are you going? Hey, you don't look so good. Seriously, you're being really weird.
The gang isn't the right solution, right?
Hey, Kisaragi. You don't have some kind of key handy, right?
What does that even mean?
I already talked to her about that.
My house.
Is this it? Nah, I mean, hell, even I've...
Okino. Technically, Okino should be the key, right?
Yo.
Ogata-kun, what are you doing? Osami-chan, you trying to pick on Iori now?
Please, Kisaragi. Just relax for a sec.
What?
I'm begging you here. I mean, the key. You told me something like, I used to carry this key, right?
Ogata-kun, I'm really not sure I follow.
Wait, she told him that?
Ah, damn it. I gotta figure out how to say this right. Okay, so you haven't said it yet, but you're going to tell me soon. You know what I'm saying, right? I just want to know what it all means.
I really don't know what you're talking about.
Man, this shit's so hard to explain.
Can I not talk to fucking Okino?
Fuyusaka. That wasn't some magic trick, right?
What do you mean? The train's leaving soon. Let's go, Okino-kun.
Can I follow both of them? Isn't that what I already did, though?
Seriously, you're being really weird.
The hell am I supposed to go? I feel like Okino is the only one that really would make sense in terms of maybe holding a key or being a key or I don't know. There isn't really anything that you can do here. Oh, hello. What the hell are you doing here?
Hey, it's Shinonome-senpai. You're here too?
Shinonome-senpai.
Maybe she's the key? Or maybe she's the one that's actually talking to him?
Hey, you okay?
I have to go.
Senpai, you don't have some kind of key on you, right? Though I guess it's not really a normal key. Probably. Man, how do I say this?
A key?
Yeah, a key.
Shouldn't we call someone over?
Someone like who?
Like a station worker?
Waste of time.
Why's that?
It's just gonna throw us back to the beginning.
Hey, what's going on with you?
Ah! Need to follow her.
The wrong train.
Oh, hello. What the hell are you doing here?
Hey, what happened?
What the fuck is going on here?
Shinonome-senpai, are you okay? Must have been
Wait,
her
did
symptoms
they...
again. Looks like she passed out.
Is this after they shifted back from 2025?
This guy too. I know him. It's Sekigahara, from back in the ruined city. Why is he with her? Why are they both knocked out?
The ruined city, yeah, so he... Didn't he see Shinonome-senpai there as well?
Something in his hand.
His motorcycle key?
426.
Maybe that's...
There's some kind of medicine? Label's not telling me much.
That's poison.
Wait, did he... those nanomachines? Why does he have that?
Poison the D-forces. They ended up as collateral damage.
What are you talking about, old man?
It sounds like you know about Shinonome-kun's condition. So you should already understand. The symptoms she endures come from that poison. Their nanomachines are infected. They're beyond saving. But even with all their sacrifices, they cannot stop the D-force's attack.
Okay, so... he thinks... or at least he... from his viewpoint, I guess. He's saying they developed this quote-unquote poison, which I suspect is some sort of nanomachine virus, that was only supposed to infect the kaiju forces, but ended up also infecting Sentinels and or the people piloting them. But how does that connect back to Juro Izumi being called Prisoner 426? Or did somebody maybe use that sort of imprisoned AI from Juro Izumi to test this virus on, and because Juro Izumi got free, like that AI switched bodies with Tomi Kisaragi, that meant that the virus also got out? Something like that, but that still wouldn't really explain anything about the kaiju or anything, but maybe that's... I mean, it's from their viewpoint, right? They want to stop the kaiju attack and develop the Sentinels, but it's still... how's that connect back to some potential non-time traveling that's going on?
Guys. That's all the big mecha kaiju, right?
A living apocalypse. Born in our future, crossing time to destroy us. It all comes down to 15 teenagers. The commanders of the D-forces. Ninji Ogata-kun. It is a curse. One we cannot escape.
Commanders of the D-forces? The hell? D-command?
Where's all this weird shit coming from? Who even are you?
It doesn't matter anymore. I'm just a man in the past now. But it was never the kaiju. The problem, the true blot on this world, was always the D-Force's creator. It's us. Mankind was the cancer all along.
Pretty cool scene. I mean, we kind of knew that already, but I'm not entirely sure what he's referencing there. That the Tomi Kisaragi we were trying to contact?
When I got on the train, I found her out cold. Sounded like the poison got to her. Poison? A guy named Sekigahara was knocked out too. That got anything to do with your key?
I think I get what's going on here. But those two don't match up with my information. It's definitely someone else. When you see this key, well, no matter what it looks like, you should know it's the key.
What's going on in that train? Something's not right there. When I'm inside the train, things always seem messed up.
You need to take a closer look. This isn't going to end until
Oh, hello.
Search everywhere. Beat people up if you need to. Whatever it takes.
Wait!
That's Ogino.
I know that guy. He was with Fuyusaka.
See? That's the one we need to talk to. Okay, so... Oh, that unlocked Takatoshi Hijiyama? That's been an eternity since we played him. Okay, so, So we were talking to Okino. A couple of interesting details there in that scene that I think I didn't really think about when I last saw that particular scene is that they're out in space, right? And Ninja here seems to be in a Sentinel. Which gets me thinking, why? Like, is it after the last battle, or... Like, why are they out in space? I presume... Maybe somehow Okino was able to, I don't know, grab his Sentinel or influence his Sentinel to fly up through the dome in order to reach him, right? I mean, if this control system, right, is blocking incoming communication. What we've also seen when Kisaragi apparently was trying to talk to herself somehow, right, and the system prevented that from happening. Yeah, maybe Okino was trying to, or was capable of contacting him because he somehow drew his Sentinel out to space. But that still leaves the question of, well, how is he capable of making him relive a certain scene over and over again? So strange, man. So strange. What the hell does it mean? And I presume the person he mentioned with actually being behind the D-Forces and everything, it's supposed to be Jiro Izumi? Maybe? And why was Ida talking so weirdly about the Sentinel pilots being the D-Command? Humanity was the cancer all along. How does it make sense in this context? I mean, the fact that the kaiju were developed by humans, okay, yeah, fair enough. Clearly something completely fucked up is going on that obviously humans are responsible for, but that doesn't get us any closer to finding out what it actually is. So I guess I need to talk to Okino again, huh? Or rather, I didn't even talk to him in that particular scene.
Maybe you've got to...
You know, need to talk to him in the first place.
One step.
Oh, wait, what?
Don't move.
Okay.
So the world's gonna end. And it's all because of these 15 people? Because they're sending out this command to the kaiju?
Well, accidentally, probably.
Why should I trust that shady egghead?
I mean, that is still like a thing that doesn't really quite add up, right? Because at certain points in time, I was already thinking about the fact that maybe, you know, I mean, so maybe the reason why they're trying to get rid of whatever this, I'm still calling it an experiment, but whatever it is, right? The only reason why the kaiju are coming is because they potentially found out something about this whole world that they weren't meant to find out, right? And so somebody or something, some AI or whatever decided, oh, well, if they know about what they are, then, you know, we should get rid of them, right? But maybe Okino or somebody else realized what was happening, and so they brought the whole Sentinel project into being, right? But yeah, that still doesn't really explain anything, right? That still doesn't really explain. Well, first of all, how are they able to create the Sentinels? Then, I mean, there still seems to be something going on with how the Sentinels were manipulated or how the nanomachines are manipulated, right? Some sort of virus. At least that's how they're describing it. Yet at the same time, they also make it seem as if the kaiju are only attacking because the Sentinels exist. And then now he was talking about it as if they're actually commanding the kaiju, which I don't think they're doing, right? I mean, the kaiju are attacking maybe because the Sentinels exist, but that's something else than commanding them. Unless they're doing that somehow subconsciously, but even then, it wouldn't really fit in terms of word choice, right? And also, the Sentinel pilots are still fighting against them, or will fight against them, depending on how you look at it, so it's not like they're just, you know, not caring about that.
I saw that person trying to order me around in the capsule. I only caught a flash, but it's that guy hanging out with Fuyusaka. Doesn't matter if we run. We never make it out, and we only got a couple minutes until even if I told someone about this. That weird voice. It's gotta be him. I want to ask you something. If you knew the world was gonna end in a couple of minutes, how would you spend them?
Where's all this coming from?
I just want to know how you feel.
Whoa. A few minutes, huh? That's not a lot of time.
It's true.
Well, I can't really get anywhere in a few minutes. So I guess I'd spend them with you.
I'll just be a second. I just need you to wait here for me. That okay?
Fine.
So now we can talk to Okino?
Oh, Ogata-kun. What's wrong?
Out of my way. That weird voice. That has to be him. Okino, you're the one. I saw you, you asshole.
Oh, what are you talking about?
Drop the act. How'd you put me in that capsule? Why do you keep putting me back here?
I really have no idea what you're saying.
Bullshit, you don't!
We got two ways to do this, kid. Either you talk, or I make you talk. That League of Darkness lady. She said something. She said I was the one who had, but none of this can't fix.
Guess I need to go after him, right?
Oh, you know, you asshole.
What's going on here? Can he see me?
I'm on to you, bastard. Get me out of this capsule thing.
Capsule?
Did he figure it out? What's our next move?
What?
Wait, you're the... Now I remember. Hichiyama. You came out of nowhere with that sucker punch.
I gave you plenty warning. Don't act like I pulled some low-down trick.
Where the heck are they?
If you can't take a punch.
You son of a...
Can you stop talking about unimportant stuff and focus on what's important here? Oh,
well, he's
hello.
awake. What do we do now?
Don't worry about it. We're not done yet.
Where am I? What's going on here?
You don't have to know. You're going right back in.
Okay, so they can make people relive certain memories, I guess, and trying to figure out certain things. Well, now this puts a whole new perspective on everything. Holy fuck. Okay, so now we can't even really be sure if the scenes that we've been seeing actually ever happened, right? I mean, I guess they must have happened. Wait, is it a memory of his, or is it something else? Like, I mean, the kaiju attack couldn't have happened yet, right? Because isn't this the factory in, like, 1985? What the hell?
What are you doing to me?
You're just full of surprises. How did you break out?
So, I guess they weren't in space after all? What's with the imagery of him being... Maybe that was just a coincidence that he was in a Sentinel or something?
This place. What is it, some kind of factory? What time is it?
The hell are they trying to do?
Hey!
Keep quiet. Unless you want another beating. If you help us, this will be over soon.
Okino, you said you'd help us, right? Then you gotta do something before the attack hits. Can't you save any of the others?
An attack? Wait, you mean... those things are the true foes of the Sentinels?
Exactly. What I need to find is the reason for the attack. So now we're here, trying to find the key that controls the D-forces.
Reason for the attack? So maybe he doesn't know as much as I thought? Because that doesn't sound right. I mean, it kind of does, because yes, the kaiju are attacking because they're trying to, well, get rid of these dome cities, I guess. I don't know at this point, but I mean, there could theoretically still be something like, I don't know, a code fragment or something that where they go, right? That points them in the right direction. But I don't know, like, why would that be a thing? Man, what? Is he does he just not know better, or is he just talking very convoluted?
And these D-forces, That means the kaiju, right? This key's gonna let you control them?
Maybe that's what he's hoping?
One person's commanding these kaiju to come here, right? One out of these 15 people?
So you knew. Yes. 15 children's lives were manipulated so that they would destroy the world. They broadcast command signals from their body, even if they don't want to, or don't even know. Those signals create the kaiju, and then beckon them here.
Like the old guy was saying. So, are there lots of keys?
No, just one. Out of all 15, only one has the key that controls them.
But something still doesn't really add up here. I mean, this might come back to the point that whatever kind of experiment they're running here, maybe something went wrong, right? Maybe one of the kids somehow got information they weren't meant to have or something, but I don't know. Honestly, once again, it just feels like I'm further from the truth than ever.
So you need a key to command them. Wait, didn't she say something about that? The first person who had this key.
That was Morimura that he's thinking of, right?
That League of Darkness lady said something about this. She said I was the one who had the key first. But I don't know anything about that. I don't remember anything anyway.
Of course you don't. The control key is a code for a program. You're one of those 15 people. Up until 2 months ago, the commands were coming from you.
Seriously? It was me?
2 months ago?
It used to be. Now, though? Well, from what I hear, that had already changed by the time we caught you.
Now another person's got the key. And they're the ones sending out the signal to start an apocalypse.
That's still a very weird setup, though. Like, okay? So are they talking about, like, something akin to Juro Izumi's AI sort of jumping from body to body? Or is it nanomachines jumping from body to body? Why would it only ever be one person, though? I mean, that one scene in, like, 2065 or whatever, it seemed like one was infecting all the others? 1 out of 15 is calling the kaiju here? Is that really true? I mean, yeah, it could be true in a way, I can see that, but isn't there still, like, a large puzzle piece missing?
So all the kaiju attacks, that's my fault?
Remember, they haven't gotten here yet. But whatever you saw in there is going to come true soon enough.
What is happening here, though? Are they simulating the future, or is there something with the time going on and they are accessing past events?
Okay, so this key is actually a program. How do you even look for something like that?
Well, to you, it'll look like a standard metal key.
Really?
At least within that station.
So it was...
What do you mean?
Tomi Kisaragi.
I need to see who got the control key after you. The idea was to just pull the data out of you. But whatever happened is really bound up in your personal memories. Which means you're the only one who can dig that information out. That's why you're in the chair, and I'm on the tech side.
Couldn't you have explained that to him?
So you can find that key for me.
First?
Hold on a sec. You're telling me that whole station's...
You've been in this chair this whole time. That station is an illusion created from your memories. You gotta be kidding.
All in my head. I mean, Tomi Kisaragi had a metal key though, right? She said it was for her home, but it could just be coincidence, but...
I see now. That's how you broke out of the simulation. Even I'm there at the station. You piggybacked on my access ID. I guess that'd get you clear of control. Well, I can fix that right now. Okay, now we're all on the same page. So, let's jump back in.
Hey, hold on!
Don't squirm. Trust me, you don't want that tech coming off by force. You might never wake up. Find the key.
My apologies for hitting you. But you need to take this seriously. If you want to be free, help us. That's your only option.
Yeah, maybe if you had explained that to him earlier, it might have been easier to do. I don't... Well, now I'm wondering if it's Tomi Kisaragi. But... all comes back to the... Well, are they talking about that rogue AI? Is that... maybe I'm just... like I misinterpreted what it is or who it is? In order to prevent the kaiju from destroying the world, Okino searches for whoever is sending the decode signal that calls the kaiju. That's still so strange, though! Why would something call the kaiju? Decode signal? Ooh. Nice. Okay, we can continue with his story, though. Where's this going?
I guess when you put it like that, maybe you've got a point. I should slow down and think a little. What's wrong?
Why would the key even actually represent as a metal key? That's kind of a weird thing as well, right?
It's all some big dream in my head? This Kisaragi, and that Fuyusaka, and Wajima, none of them are real? So the world's gonna end. And it's all because of these 15 people? Because they're sending out this command to the kaiju? If he's right, I'm one of those people too.
Oh, you know what? So I guess the reason why he had the key to begin with is because he wanted to scrap the project, potentially? I wonder if that's somehow related. I can't really see how it would be, right? Because his true self, for the lack of a better word, he's the new, I guess, CEO of Shikishima, right? So, and he seems to have scrapped this entire project, or wanted to scrap it anyways. So maybe he got wind of somebody going through with the project anyways, and so he inserted some sort of code into the whole thing so that he would know, you know what? If they're talking about calling the kaiju somewhere, does that maybe mean that whoever wants to scrap the project, so to speak, didn't know where the project actually took place? So maybe when he became CEO of Shikishima, he wanted to scrap the project. Somebody did it anyways, and he either got wind of that or something happened, and he decided to put some sort of tracer or something into the whole thing, into the code base of the project or whatever. so that he would see where they were going and he could sort of get rid of it when he wanted to, right? And maybe that's what they mean when they say they're calling the kaiju, like, and why he had the key to begin with, because maybe he inserted that particular key in himself. Don't know if that would be the most intelligent thing to do, but maybe that's what they're talking about.
So this key is a program that's calling the kaiju out. Except, I'm just gonna see it as a normal-ass key, I guess.
How is he able to give it to somebody else?
You're not the real Kisaragi. You're just some ghost of her in my brain.
What are you talking about? Is your head okay? Did you eat something bad?
Don't even talk to me.
What's wrong? I didn't cross a line, did I?
So I guess I also need to talk to somebody else?
Did you not ignore me?
Ah, Okino's gone. Okay.
Ogata-kun. What's wrong?
Not here.
Who are you looking for?
Hey, Fuyusaka. Where'd Okino go?
Okino? Who's that? Fancy meeting you
I
here.
get it.
Usami-chan.
Said he was gonna fix it.
Iori,
Guess
your
this
place
is what he
isn't
meant.
this way, right? Where are you going? I've just got a thing over.
Hello.
Karabe. Looks like he got himself out. But where the hell does that leave me? If Okino's not here, I can't chase after him to get out of here.
Interesting that we've seen Karabe be in this station at some other point in time, but I never saw him again, for some reason.
Hey, it's you.
If I remember right, you don't take the train to school, do you?
Guess I don't, but who cares? I can still take the train if I want. It's not a crime.
Huh. He's so different to usually.
Something ain't right here.
This how you get your kicks? Picking some random kid to bully?
So, you got a key on you?
What kind of key?
The key to summon the kaiju.
Summoning kaiju, huh?
What? That weird?
I don't really have time to indulge those childish fantasies.
Now that's weird. Last I heard, you were way into that shit.
Well, what a shame. Looks like my train's here. Which means this conversation is over.
Not if we go after you.
Hey, that's the wrong train.
I wonder what this actually means. So if we're currently in his brain, are we basically trying to access some code base in his nanomachines that is represented as Juro Karabe here?
So you followed me.
Why'd you run? Huh?
You're on the wrong train, Nenji Ogata.
Doesn't matter which one I take. Same damn thing happens anyway. I always get taken out by the kaiju.
Yeah, that about sums it up.
You're not Karabe.
Well, that's just embarrassing.
What?
I really need to hide my tracks better. I've been getting sloppy.
Hello.
Never figured you'd come looking to take it back.
Who the hell are you? He disappeared.
It's been a while since we've seen his older version. Oh, hello. The fuck?
That's Minami behind you. And look what she's got.
I don't know how I know, but...
That's the
it's
key.
the key. Gotta be.
Do you know anything about what kind of code this is? Do you even know what you've been looking for?
Well, obviously not.
I finally found it. It's her. Minami's the one with the key.
And Juro's the one who gave it to her?
I know the key's a program that controls the kaiju. And now I know Natsuno Minami's got it.
If you know that, then why are you on their side? You think you know what they're gonna do with it? They can't save anyone. Don't trust them. You know what they'll do to her. Do you have any idea what Natsuno Minami will go through?
Maybe if you were to elaborate a little bit more, we could actually have a conversation about what the hell is happening.
What, like I'm supposed to trust you instead? I don't even know who you are.
I'm Juro Izumi. A version of Juro Kurabe from another world.
What the hell?
I've come to save you. That's why I'm here. To protect her control key.
You're telling us the other ones don't know how to save anyone, but you're capable of saving anyone? That, like...
Fine. Trust me or don't. I don't care. Just forget about finding the key.
I can't do that. That key's gonna destroy the world, right?
If you let me handle this, you won't regret it. But if they found out that Natsuno Minami has the key, you think they'd be nice about getting it out of her?
Got a point. These sickos already kidnapped me and messed with my brain. Minami might end up the same way.
They might break her. Leave her like Ryoko Shinonome. Or they might just kill her. She's a pawn in their game. Just another sacrifice.
Didn't you kill a bunch of people too, though?
Think this through.
How, if we don't have all the information? The hell?
Report. Did you find it?
No.
I analyzed the station you're seeing. Basically, it's a visual representation of a kind of database. It kind of got tangled with your memories, so not everyone there will be relevant. But at least one of them has accessed the decode. You just need to find out who.
Say I find this person with the key, right? What are you gonna do to him?
Do you even need to ask? I'm going to cut off the D-Force's appearance. Once I control the commander, I control the kaiju. If that's impossible, I'll just destroy the control key. Don't worry. You'll be free to go.
Alright.
I didn't say this before, but this is an inherently risky process. The more loops we do, the more stress your brain gets put under. If you don't find it soon, I can't promise you'll survive. Am I clear? You need to investigate the people on that platform closely. Let's run it again.
What the hell am I supposed to do?
Oh, so that's what Morimura at some point referred to as loops, I guess. Okay, so I still have absolutely no clue what Juro Izumi wants. So it seems like they're basically working towards the same goal, but sort of against each other for some reason. So clearly there's somebody who maybe created this key for whatever reason. And maybe there is a reason for why the kaiju are coming in the first place, right? Beyond just the key. I mean, the key is just, I guess, how they know where they have to go, right? It's not the reason for the key existing in the first place. And it seems like Juro Izumi wants to do this a certain way. So, or maybe Okino was the one who originally started the whole thing and wanted to, well, kind of find out how this all came together, why the D-Forces are thing, what this D-Key is, whatever, right? But somehow Juro Izumi realized that whatever Okino was doing wasn't actually helping, or it wasn't going to lead to everybody being saved. And so he kind of went rogue and started his own sort of way of saving people. What's up with that scene where he actually killed people, though? Like, how does that fit together? And also, we actually haven't seen that much of the adult Juro, right? So, the hell is he trying to do? And what's going on with these loops? Is everybody going through them or not? Like, because some of the scenes feel like they are loops. So maybe that's Okino messing with all of them? But Nenji here is the only one who's ever giving commands. Like, what would the other... Why would the other people go through something like this? It is interesting, though, right? Because there are scenes that feel like actual loops, and then there are other scenes that feel way more linear. I wonder if that's a hint towards something. It would be very hard to tell them apart, though. What was Izumi talking about with them already having broken Shinonome? So is that why she's so weird? Did they somehow try to split off the decode from her, and that meant that she lost her memories? Is that maybe what the whole Sentinel project is? But then again, the Sentinels are also actually fighting the Kaiju, right? So how would that fit together? What the fuck? Ogata was the original holder of the decode key, but Natsuno Minami is the one who currently has it. Why her, by the way? That where she finds BJ? Because BJ is drawn to her? He knows she has the code? Or did we get any hint as to why she could be the one that has this code? I mean, she lives close to Juro, right? But then again, does that really mean anything? Right. I also forgot about the whole thing with Morimura here, right? When Ogata was 7 years old. I completely forgot that that was a thing as well. I feel like my brain has a Deimos code in it too. Also called a decode for short. It is broadcasted by someone designated the commander, which gives the signal for the Kaiju to attack. Just sort of to think back to what Project Aegis might be, right? If Aegis, for some reason, is some sort of way of cutting off this decode, then maybe what Aegis is also doing is that it shuts off the Sentinel pilots as well. So maybe that's what Izumi doesn't want to go along with? Like, would Project Aegis basically also kill these 15 Sentinel pilots in the long run? And he didn't agree with that? But again, that comes back to the question, what the hell are they trying to prevent here in the first place? Aren't they all part of some sort of colony of humans that was created by humans and now seems to have been designated as having to be destroyed, or like, ugh, this is so hard to see through. Based on what the Juro Izumi from Another World said. Also, wait, does he say from another world? Like, what? Why? Ninja Ogata realized that Natsuno Minami was the one with the key. However, he also learned that sharing this information might jeopardize Minami's safety. So now, what are we gonna do?
I guess when you put it like that, maybe you've got a point. I should slow down and think a little. What's wrong?
What the hell do I do now? I finally found this damn key. What's gonna happen to Minami if I snitch on her?
Yeah, how are we getting out of this loop if...
Minami's got the key. But if I let Okino know, I'd be throwing her under the bus. That Izumi guy, he said he'd handle it. Can I even trust him?
Maybe we need to go after him again? Can he somehow get us out of this loop,
So the world's
potentially?
gonna end. And it's all because of these 15 people. Because they're sending out this command to the kaiju? If he's right, I'm one of those people too. So the one who has the key, they're the one calling these monsters out. Even if they don't want to. Never thought Minami would have it. So that guy Izumi, he's a Juro Karabe from another world? If that's really true, that League of Darkness lady's gotta be a Fuyusaka from another world.
Basically.
When I was a kid, she did something to my key. I remember now. She said something about the Sentinels. Probably talking about that robot I saw in the future ruins.
Yeah, so... She said something along the lines of preparing him for the Sentinels, right? Where it even says in the mystery files that it was so that they could prepare a Sentinel for him, basically? So maybe, did she either knowingly or unknowingly also insert the decode into him? Why, though? Or how, rather? Why him, specifically? I mean, we still have zero clue where the hell those older Morimura and Izumis come from, right? I mean...
I want to ask you something. If you knew the world was gonna end in a couple of minutes, how would you spend...
Where's all this?
Same as before, right?
Well, I can't
Wait, what? Why was it shown as something new, though?
What's wrong? I didn't cross a... Hey, could you not...
Oh, oops.
Well, look what we got.
Wait, why is something new in my...
Same dumbass look. This asshole looks as real as he ever did.
The hell are you muttering about? Hey! Hey, don't you try to run!
Oh. He lost.
He's had enough, okay?
Ain't that the saddest shit? Gotta have your girl rescue you. Move it. Listen up. No more warnings. If you ever talk shit on Kurihai again, you know what's gonna happen. Let's go.
Dissing Nigakuri?
I remember now.
Why is that a new thought
This
all of a
place.
sudden?
It's what I remember from that day.
Are you okay?
She was here too. We had a big fight. Ended up splitting off.
What the hell?
Look, fighting wasn't gonna prove anything. Those guys aren't worth your time, okay?
Damn it. Already 5:20. Third train is already gone. They're gonna show up any second now. Wasted too much damn time.
So maybe that was part of his original memory, the fight?
Report. Not this time, from the looks of things.
So put me back. That's how this goes, right?
You realize your life is at stake here. I suggest you take this seriously.
Yeah, I know.
I guess when you put it like that, maybe you've got to... I should slow... What's...
What the hell? I finally found that. What's gonna happen to me?
It's just a thought that I already had but don't have anymore, or...
Guess Okino's not here. Okay, the first train is gonna be Fuyusaka and... Karabe.
Fancy meeting you here. Usami-chan! Iori, your place is...
Do I need to talk to him again?
Hey. Huh? Oh, Ogata-kun. That's weird. Seems like plain old Karabe again.
Actually, this is pretty good timing. Someone was just looking for you.
They were?
Asked me to give you this.
Oh, hello.
Here you go.
Who's this from?
Izumi, I think he said. Well, that's my train. I'd better go.
Tsutsuji-bound Semi-Express, departing at 5:12, first car. Who is this guy? What's his angle? Let's see, the 5:12. That's the third train. The one Kisaragi gets on. And the first car. That one stops over at the end of the platform.
Well then, let's go there. Wait, do I have to wait for it, or?
What's wrong? I didn't...
Tsutsuji-bound... Who is this? Let's see. That's the third train. And the first... That one's...
Hey, could you not...
Do I actually have to wait for the train to arrive here, or?
Okay. Ryoko Shinonome gets on the second
Oh,
train.
okay. We need to sort of go through the trains, I guess.
Hey, Shinonome-senpai. Are you okay? I have to go.
Still wonder what they did to her. So they're trying to split off the Diamond Code. That's... How does that relate back to all the scenes that we've seen with her, though? Now what's up with the, like, different medications and stuff? How does it all fit together? So now what?
so I'm gonna go.
So, can I just... Oh, hello.
Hey. You even listening? Jeez. If I get on the train now, is it even gonna change anything?
Is she the one I'm meant to follow? Is the whole Fluffy thing maybe related to Izumi? Is that him sort of manipulating everything?
I'm back here.
Why, how, and...
Something popped up.
Oh, hello.
Now you're messing with me too? You're from Inami's class. You another of Okino's goons?
Okino? I don't know who that is.
Then why are you here?
I was told to come here so I could save Nenji Ogata.
You're here to save
How is that word?
But Nenji Ogata's right here. So, why are you appearing on this screen?
That's like a version of me inside my own head.
So, I just need to pull this thing off your head?
Oh.
Hey, don't do that! They said if it gets forced off, I might never wake up again. Jeez. Call the police, I guess?
My contact wants to keep this discreet.
Okay, then call your contact. Get them to do something.
Well, he's a cat, so his options are limited.
He's a what?
He's a talking cat who's here to save the world.
What the shit are you talking about?
Yeah, I don't really get it either.
Any kind of, I don't know, a power button?
None here.
Well, what do you see?
A button that says, reinitialize.
Okay, don't touch that. Probably dumps me back at the station.
Something here about a restriction?
Maybe that's it. You think you can turn that restriction off?
I can try.
How's it looking?
Hold on. Still checking.
I don't know if that's a good idea, to be honest.
Hey, you talked about saving the world. You mean from the kaiju, right?
Right.
So, all that stuff I saw on the train, it really could happen.
Or it already happened?
If you could fight back, would you?
Hell yeah, I would.
Then, I'll cast a spell on you.
What the? Some kind of robot?
I think I just lifted the restriction.
Really? Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Now try pressing that reinitialize thing.
Okay, so now he's capable of using his Sentinel again? Oh, is he now capable of calling a Sentinel into his memory and starting the last battle? Ah, okay, yeah, that would make sense. Okay, so I guess it confirms that what Juro Izumi is trying to do is to give all of them access to the Sentinels, right? That's basically what he's trying. But isn't that what Morimura also originally tried? I guess she doesn't want that anymore. She, for some reason, switched over to something else and is potentially working with Okino. But still, I mean, that doesn't really explain anything. Man, holy fuck. Like, okay, good, I get it. There are some, like, multiple factions that are trying multiple different angles on how to resolve whatever this crisis is. But what is the actual crisis? It's not just that the kaiju are here, right? It still has to do something with, I don't know, with whatever is going on here in the first place, right? And also, how the hell... What is up with Fluffy? Is that, like, a version of Juro Izumi that he inserted into everybody? To be able to manipulate their memories or something? And he's appearing as a cat so that he seems, like, inconspicuous or something? I could see that, right? So maybe when people were trying to look back at memories or something, they wouldn't necessarily suspect a cat to be the one that's manipulating stuff. So I guess in a way that's really clever. I wonder if I can continue a story now. No. Okay, makes sense. Though, at this point, I actually do think that the last scene here is going to be that he can basically now call his Sentinel, right? And that'll get him out of everything and be able to actually participate in the last battle. But doesn't that mean that in that particular case, Okino was trying to prevent that from happening? Or am I getting that wrong? Because in other scenes, Okino seemed to be the one who actually came up with the Sentinel project, right? So would he then manipulate it himself? Or, I mean, yeah, I guess that comes back to the question of, was there something going on that had been manipulated that now he, for whatever reason, deemed it unsuccessful or thought that it wouldn't really help, or... So now we can actually continue Takatoshi Hijiyama. Which is kind of crazy because he's one of the first prologues you play, right? I mean, wasn't his like the fourth prologue or something like that? And since then he's basically been locked. There's also still a lot with Renya Goto going on, obviously. Everybody else is quite high already, so it's basically Takatoshi Hijiyama and Renya Goto that I need to progress. Protagonists with story progress at 80% or over 12. Still only at 6 though. Yeah, that's because a lot of them are at like... We have 71, 71, or 62, okay, 75... 75, right? So they're close, but not over. Okay. Well, it has been a very long stream, though. And I think this is a good stopping point, since this would now get us into a completely different character story that I have absolutely no idea where it's going. I mean, I guess it's at some point going to end up with him capturing Ninji for Okino to interrogate him, but that might have meant that Okino might have manipulated him into doing that, right? So at least I guess so. The weird thing is, now a lot sort of seems to go towards the final battle, right? But obviously the final battle still doesn't really explain what the kaiju are about, right? So I wonder how that's gonna come into play. I mean, I guess maybe that's Goto's story at the end. I mean, beyond all of these characters, there might also still be some sort of cool epilogue event thing that explains everything, right? So, no idea. But yeah, as I said, this seems like a good stopping point. Not only is my brain already blowing up again because of everything that I've learned, and I can't seem to make out where it's going. I seem to be forgetting all kinds of like little secrets. For example, why Morimura was able to access 7-year-old Nenji Ogata? Does that mean that all these clones actually did live for 16 years already? Like, right? There are all these kinds of little questions that are just impossible to answer currently, so... Oh well. Let's save this whole thing. 44 hours, holy shit. 71% through the story, but only 31% through the destruction stuff. So there's still going to be a lot to come there as well. Yeah, this is just Holy fuck. Okay. As I said though, it's been an incredible time. I kind of wish to, I would like to continue, but I also need to do some other stuff as well, and it was a long stream already again. Man, So, the thing that makes me confident in this game having a really satisfying conclusion is that everybody, that's been talking about it just says that it's an incredible game. And I agree. So, this far, it absolutely has been. But yeah, I'm still absolutely in the dark in terms of what the actual conclusion will be. Because I don't think that the conclusion is just going to be, oh yeah, by the way, I don't know, Izumi defeated Morimura and Okino somehow and got through to everyone, and now everybody's fighting in their Sentinels against the Kaiju, and that's it. Right? That's not going to be the actual end of the game. I mean, it might be in terms of, I guess, the time, or, like, obviously it will end, or, well, close to whenever this final battle is over. But I do expect there to be some sort of bigger revelation behind that, right? And I honestly can't wait to see that. But yeah, as I said, this game has already been an absolutely incredible journey. And what I find so crazy about this, right, is that, so, I don't know, let's say Nier Automata, right? Nier Automata also has cool themes in it, right? And it's asking a lot of interesting questions about, like, humanity, for example. And it also has, well, I wouldn't necessarily say a similar setup, but it's definitely taking on similar ideas, I guess. But the thing with Nier Automata is, right, that, and I think Skilla put it best in his review, like the YouTuber, right, when he said that Nier Automata is basically 10 hours of awesome packed into 40 hours of boring, right? So, and I really felt that while playing through it. Like, I think there are some really, really cool scenes and some really cool and mind-bending stuff in Nier Automata, but I was never really that hooked by the game. And that is mostly due to the fact that a lot of what happens is just kind of boring, right? A lot of the gameplay sections of Nier Automata are kind of boring. The gameplay itself is serviceable, but not great. It lacks impact, right? Whereas here, it feels, even though the sort of gameplay part, the destruction part, maybe isn't as in-depth as you'd want it to be, it still feels as if it's going somewhere, right? It feels as if there is purpose behind it. And that's why I like to go through it. And they have even put in, like, little bits and pieces and hints, and the conversations that you have during those battles do link back to events that you've either seen or you have been speculating about, right? So there's all, like, a purpose to it. Everything's sort of really, really tightly knit, right? Whereas in Nier Automata, it really feels like there are vast stretches where the game isn't really doing anything, right? Sometimes it does other cool stuff. So I would say, for example, the theme park in Nier Automata certainly is visually interesting. And for example, the boss fight has some great music, and there are some interesting sort of gameplay elements to it. But it really feels like as if Nier Automata, is just way, way too long, right? It's sort of beefed up with a whole bunch of nothing in between the actual good moments. It also doesn't help that it just looks like a PS2 game that was ported to PS4, right? At least certain portions. 2B's butt obviously looks very high resolution. But yeah, I mean, that's why I was never really fond of that game. Like, I can definitely see the draw of it. I can see why people like it a lot. But it always had this sort of, it always left this feeling for me of saying, well, a lot is missing here, right? It's just not really as tight as it should be. And it just has a whole bunch of stuff in it where you just kind of go, but why? Right? What's the point of this? Why is this part of the game? Right? It just feels so... It leaves you wanting. It feels empty in stretches. It feels like potential just has not been realized. And what I find so crazy about this game, and I know that I said it like 1 or 2 streams ago, it's firing on all cylinders all the fucking time, right? There was not one single second in any of these scenes where I felt bored, right? Or not challenged on like an intellectual level, or I felt like I had already, figured out what was happening, and then therefore the scene wasn't really going anywhere or something. Like, the entire time, it's always something new. Always some sort of revelation on some level, right? Or some new character, or, bit of information, or something that links back to something else. It's crazy. And again, throughout the entire game, it just doesn't stop. And at least in that sense, it's an absolute masterpiece, right? So I can't wait to see where it's going. And I hope it has an ending that is worth the journey, right? I'm very confident that it has so, though. But yeah, that being said, that's it for today. It's been a long stream. As always, I'm not going to stream Friday, Saturday. I will return on Sunday, though, with more 13 Sentinels, and I don't know how long this is still going to take. Based on, like, the percentages at least, I do expect there to be at least, like, 2 more streams, maybe 3 even. So, potentially more, like, 10 to 20 hours, something along those lines. Probably, unless the destruction part does take longer than I think it does. So then maybe we're looking at another, like, 30 hours, or even potentially longer than that. Which, I don't mind, but, yeah. Considering that I do want to see where it's going, right? It's still, like, I want to know what's happening, and therefore, obviously, that's always sort of definitely a problem, right? If you have, like, a really, really good piece of entertainment, whether it be, a TV series, a book, or whatever, you do want to know how it ends, but you, at the same time, also don't want it to end, right? How well. What is going to end, though, is this stream. I hope you have a great rest of your evening, morning, day, wherever you are, and maybe I'll see you back on Sunday. Otherwise, have a good one. Bye-bye!